Hello and welcome to Six Pack. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku and Ochako were an evil duo? Part 1. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
At homeroom, Mina's hands slapped the desk as Mr. Aizawa finished revealing the big surprise. A private resort. That sounds totally amazing, Mina exclaimed excitedly. This isn't like last time where we got our butts kicked by a bunch of villains, because that wasn't exactly a great memory for a lot of us. As the class started muttering about the traumatic past experience, Mr. Aizawa sighed wearily, but the students who had been hurt the most stayed silent and kept their eyes turned down. Bakugo merely scoffed and turned his piercing gaze towards the windows, while Midoriya flinched slightly in embarrassment. Though we're trying our best to ensure the safety of everyone, I can't guarantee there won't be trouble, seeing as it seems to follow some of you quite fondly. There will be a handful of pros going along as a precaution, myself included. How do we know this isn't just some training exercise again? I doubt the school wants us to go far with the League of Villains running around, Mineta said in a lispy tone. Wouldn't it be safer to just stay at UA where it's filled with pro heroes? Aizawa abruptly revealed his quirk by pulling his scarf tight. Principal Nezu has been kind enough to offer such a break at his personal property, so I suggest you take up the offer. Unless, he said. Everyone fell silent. You'd rather stay here and do hours of remedial courses while your friends are off relaxing. No, sir. They all cried together. The teacher blinked and let go of his quirk, satisfied that the message had been received. 2 days away, the pro hero quickly threw his papers aside and rolled up into his sleeping bag for a much-needed nap on the floor after a quick review of the dates and meeting time. Since the hour had not yet passed and there was still time before the next set of lessons, the class started to move around. While the boys dispersed to make themselves more comfortable, the girls all gathered in one corner. Yaoyorozu started brainstorming possible hikes, things to do, and food to pack. With the exception of Uraraka, who was too preoccupied with her own thoughts to even listen to what her friends were discussing, everyone else started to voice their opinions. She still frequently had nightmares about the night Bakugo was taken, including Deku fighting through 2 injured arms on adrenaline after coming across another enemy while looking for Koda, the lingering fear and uncertainty, and even Toga's devilish smile as she pumped blood from her thigh. To ensure she never forgot, the nightmares periodically recurred. Even with his severe injuries, Ochako had never seen him so determined. The girl's heart was racing because of his resolve to save his childhood friend, who was so cruel to him and constantly denigrated him. Ever since he saved her during the entrance exams, Uraraka had admired Deku for his genuine selflessness. Uraraka, he always wore a smile that was both confident and kind, showed genuine concern for their classmates, took the time to get to know each student in the class, and was always there to support her when she was having problems. She was grateful to have met Deku because he was a genuinely nice person. Given how profoundly he has altered her life, it was unthinkable that she could have never met him. When he was upset about something, she would frequently repeat what he had said back to him because he always knew what to say. If she was being totally honest, the two got along great. The brunette believed she might float away from the sheer joy in her chest whenever Deku gave her a sincere smile. Uraraka, Ochako, girly, you-hoo, oh, how his glances at her always made her heart skip a beat. Oh, there she goes. Should we grab her? Hold on, what did she say? Uraraka slapped her hands over her eyes as a slurry of emotions filled her chest, and heat flushed her face. She even thought of him as her best friend, but best friends don't think that way about each other. He was just a friend. Was she crushing over Deku? Yes, he was cute in his own silly, geeky way, and any girl would be enamored by his brave deeds, but did she really swoon? Ochako, at last, the teenager's thoughts stopped and she looked between her fingers. Even though the brunette thought the scene was a little off, the entire class was looking up at her. When she saw a certain green-haired hero staring at her with bewilderment and mild concern, her entire being glowed with embarrassment. Why yes. Mina's yellow eyes were dancing with laughter as she pointed out, "You're floating, sweetie," with a delicate pink finger. With a knowing glint in her eyes and a cunning smile, Jiro twirled one of her earjacks between her fingers. Yaoyorozu carefully covered her mouth with her fingers as Sue gazed up at her with interest. Toru gestured for her to come down already without saying anything. Might want to come down now before Mineta tries to sneak a peek up your skirt. The purple-haired pervert yelled, "Too late, Mina, I've got the perfect, youch." As Jiro stabbed one of her jacks into his ear and sent out a powerful sound wave to stop his perverted antics. As their comrade crawled back to his desk, blood dripping from his ear as he muttered about the flawless shape of her ass. The guys let out a collective frustrated groan. While Kaminari complained about missing the view, Kirishima blatantly stated that he needed professional assistance. He was also zapped by Jiro. Uraraka immediately flailed her arms in an attempt to hide her error, but this only made her spin completely upside down. Her dark leggings solidly covered everything underneath, but her hands immediately gripped her skirt down. In addition to the fact that the classroom ceilings were fairly high in order to accommodate the larger heroes, she was too ashamed to control her quirk and that if she let it go now, she would either hit the floor or a desk. Fortunately, Mr. Aizawa missed the entire incident because he was a heavy sleeper. Yaoyorozu kindly asked, "Sue, if you would please help our dear friend down, then maybe we can go somewhere a little more private," as she started to gather her possessions as well as a beet red brunette's item. The frog girl easily clung to the gravity manipulator and obeyed with a ribbit. Uraraka was extremely embarrassed that she had let her eccentricity get the better of her in front of everyone else and in the classroom. Deku in particular. She had never felt such a strong desire to cry before. Alternatively, she could hide her face in a pillow and never come out of it. Disappear into a bottomless pit, perhaps? As soon as Ida saw the brunette being dragged through the tall door, the tall man put his hands on his hips to try to scare his classmates into keeping quiet. "Nothing to see here, please go about your business now, men." Ida stepped in to block the view. As the class representative, it was his responsibility to maintain order in the classroom, even though it never really worked. "I will check in with Yaoyorozu later to get an update on our classmates' condition, but for now we should prep for our upcoming camping trip. Here, I even have a list already made up for you all to look over." Zero waved a hand at the papers their class president was attempting to hand out to everyone, saying, "Such a buzzkill, Ida, why don't you just chill for once?" Most people ignored it or put it down, but Bakugo destroyed it in an instant. Izuku attempted to concentrate on the detailed schedule of events and meals, but the thought of Uraraka appearing quite upset prior to her quirk coming on took hold of him. What was causing her such distress? Usually, he was able to pick up on small behavioral shifts in his classmates, but this one was unexpected and out of character for her. Perhaps after things subsided, he would try to see how she was doing. But for the time being, he needed to try to resolve the escalating conflict between Ida and Kachin before the entire room caught fire. When they eventually managed to get the bright red brunette back on the ground and out of the classroom, Mina demanded, "Spill it, girl. What's got you so hot and bothered?" Since they knew the guys wouldn't be there for a while, they hurried her back to the dorms. Ochako pressed her lips together, avoiding eye contact with her roommates as they sat in the commons by keeping her eyes fixed on the floor. Come on, come on. If it's enough for you to lose control of your quirk in class, then it's something juicy. I want every little." "Mina, relax." Forcing her into saying something she may not want to discuss could potentially stress her out even more, Yaoyorozu gently said. The girl with the pink skin crossed her arms and pursed her lips, but she nodded in agreement. "Ochako, is there something going on that you wanted to talk to us about? You seemed pretty distracted and a bit distressed in the classroom. How can we help you out? Do you want some calming tea?" Jiro casually added, flicking her earjacks, "Don't worry about Mineta, I'll just fry his brain a few more times if he keeps bringing the subject up." Toru added, her invisible hands clenching into fists, "If any of the boys say anything then we'll shut them up for you." The brunette stammered, "It's nothing, really," as she attempted to concentrate on slowing her heartbeat. For what reason did they need to corner her? Would they not be able to simply attribute it to a spacey session? Just? "Go on, dear," said the co-president in a gentle tone. What was she supposed to say? I was thinking about Deku and how he constantly makes me feel anxious. How, without using my quirk, does he make me feel as though I'm floating? Unaware that her brain was burning itself again with thoughts of a certain hero, Ochako activated her quirk again and started floating toward the ceiling. "Wow, she's got it bad," Mina exclaimed, leaning eagerly against the couch and laughing uncontrollably. "Maybe we should just start guessing and watch her reaction. Is it someone in our class? A different class? Do we know them? I've got ideas, but I want you to narrow it down for me. Spill it?" Sue swiftly caught hold of the agitated girl and dragged her back toward the floor, saying, "It's probably best if we let her rest in her room for now, Ribbit. I'll take her back just in case she floats away again." Jiro stood up, took off her jacket for a moment, and turned to face the now in range Uraraka. "Good idea, Sue, thanks. We should probably report to Ida and the others given the chance. They're worried as well. I'm sure Mr. Aizawa will understand if you don't finish the rest of today's classes and practice. We'll let him know you were feeling pretty bad and return to the dorms to rest. You have our numbers." Ura, just shoot us a message if you need anything, okay? The girls nodded subtly and filtered out of the dorm to return to the school grounds, floating gently to rest on the ground next to her normally stoic friend. Uraraka's auburn eyes sparkled with tears as she slid her hands down her face. Why was it that every time she thought of Deku, she was unable to control her emotions? She had been experiencing strange feelings occasionally, but she didn't give it much thought because of all the recent villain fights. She had made the decision to push them aside even during the provisional licensing exam so that he could become the strongest hero without any interruptions. Perhaps she would have to put her feelings for him aside once and for all in order for them to both fulfill their dreams. She was more than capable of doing that, correct? As she led the quiet girl to her room, Sue put a hand on her uniformed arm and reassured her, "If you ever need to talk Ochako, I'm here for you. You know where to find me. I'll leave you be but I'll come check on you after practice, okay?" Uraraka whispered, "Thank you, Sue," as she opened her dorm room and gave her best friend a quick smile before going inside. The teenager slid to the floor and curled up tightly as soon as the door clicked shut, pressing her back against it. The brunette sobbed quietly into her crossed arms as the tears that had been welling up in her eyes finally rolled out. Uraraka remained tightly balled up as long as the tears were falling, allowing all of her bottled-up feelings and emotions to erupt through the barrier she had worked so hard to prevent from collapsing. She had not sobbed so deeply in a long time. She had occasionally cried, either because she was relieved that her classmates were safe or because she felt defeated after her fictitious fights. When Ochako finally raised her head, her face burning and sore, it felt like an eternity before the tears dried up and she was exhausted. Colored light filtered in through her curtains as the sun started to set. Uraraka stood up achingly from the floor and staggered to her bathroom, feeling completely numbed. She flinched at the sudden brightness as the light clicked on, covering her eyes with her hand until they acclimatized. Tangled brown hair, heavily tinted cheeks, and puffy eyes squinted back at her from the mirror. She appeared to be a complete mess. Waiting for the sink to fill up, she let out a sigh and turned the faucet cold, then splashed it on her face to relieve the tenderness. Given her current state, going downstairs right now would undoubtedly raise suspicions, and the gravity manipulator would prefer to try to put on a happy front. Her hair gave her some trouble because it tangled, but she was able to get it back in place with some good tugging and detangling spray. Her nerves were calmed by taking a deep breath in and out. Putting on an enormous pink UA Uraraka, wearing a sweatshirt and black leggings and shorts, braced herself for a barrage of inquiries when she was frozen in place by a gentle knocking. It was only Sue. "Ochako, how are you doing in there?" The girl sighed with relief. She still had no idea how she would deal with Deku now, much less in the future. Not to mention the other students who were undoubtedly concerned about her outburst. "Hi," the brunette said quietly as she opened the door, only to be surprised by how many of her classmates had gathered outside. Yaoyorozu even carried a small tray with a steaming cup of tea ready as they all stood there worried. What's everyone doing here?" Yaoyorozu put her fingers to her cheek and sheepishly explained, "Sorry, I tried to keep things small but word spread quickly. We're all worried about you, Ochako, so please feel free to depend on us whenever something is wrong. We're all in this together. Here, I even have some calming tea if you'd like. It works wonders whenever I'm feeling anxious." Kirishima raised a hand to indicate his presence as well, "Except for Bakugo," he said, "but he's not the group bonding type anyways. A few others are missing due to workouts or talking with the teachers, but they should be back soon enough. Mr. Aizawa excused you for the day and he gave us the homework for tomorrow. He also wants you to check in with Recovery Girl at some point." Ida shouted from next to a stoic Tokiyami, "Everyone was worried about you, so we all decided to see if there was some way to help you out, Uraraka." While the others murmured their agreement, she nearly felt disappointed when she noticed that a familiar patch of green hair appeared to be missing from the grouping. "I don't know what to say," Uraraka said, putting a hand to the back of her head as she laughed with anxiety. The encouragement from her classmates filled her with warmth. "Say you'll come out and play games with us. We've got Uno, Monopoly, video games, a bunch of snack food and more." Mr. Aizawa said to just focus on physical training and take class off before the trip to help with the stress. Toru replied enthusiastically, fists in her hands. Mina also imitated her gesture. "Sure, that sounds fun." Before the brunette could finish her response, the girls eagerly pulled her away, with the boys right behind them. Uraraka needed some food and conversation to get back to her vivacious self, but she quickly discovered that she was enjoying her time with her classmates. Bakugo was the first to return, and his fiery personality lit up the boisterous living room right away. The pyromaniac threw insults at everyone who attempted to include him in the fun. Soon after, Ojiro and Sato arrived, checked in with the brunette for a little while before joining in on the games and fun. To catch her breath, Uraraka moved slightly away from the crowds. As they shouted their disapproval of the fighting game winner and laughed over card games, everyone appeared to be having a good time. Her smile wavered a little because the group still lacked a familiar hero in training. Was he training once more? Since curfew wasn't too far away and it had grown dark, he ought to arrive sooner or later, right? After spending so much time cooped up in her room, Uraraka decided she needed some fresh air and set her drink down on the kitchen island. She slipped into the darkness through the front door without anyone noticing. As autumn gave way to winter, the quirk holder walked out of the building, regretting not dressing in heavier clothing as her breath clouded the air. Ochako was unsure of her destination, but her feet guided her onto the main walkway that connected to the front of the dorms before colliding with a solid object. Something caught her arm, preventing her from hitting the ground as the brunette felt herself falling backwards and went to brace her body for the fall. As he effortlessly pulled her back to her feet, Deku yelled frantically, "Uraraka, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there, are you alright? Forgive me, I must have been zoning out again. You're not hurt, are you?" She said, "I'm fine, Deku, thanks." Did she really just hit him? How was this going to end? All Might. I'm sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. The two looked at one another for a few seconds before turning away, their faces burning. And no, it's my fault for not looking. Uraraka put a hand to her cheek and turned away as Deku nervously rubbed the back of his neck. Where were you headed so late? I mean, I don't mean to be nosy or anything, but since earlier I noticed that maybe something was bothering you, so I wanted to make sure you were okay and everything, though I got caught up doing some training and then All Might wanted to have a talk. So Uraraka saw Deku launch into an uncontrollable digression, his hands moving quickly in time with his words. A tiny laugh escaped her lips without restraint as all the embarrassment left her body. She covered her mouth with her hand as he went on about something entirely different, and the teenager trembled as she tried to control the laughter that was rising inside of her. She thought it was hilarious when he would ramble because it was so Deku. Uraraka's genuine and pure laughter filled the air as she lost control of it. Deku abruptly stopped and waited for the gravity user to relax a little, his cheeks turning pink with embarrassment. She tried to control the bubbling sensation inside of her and said, "I'm sorry, Deku, but I just couldn't help it," in between breaths. "It's just so you to go off on a random rant like that," Midoriya said, trembling, but with a faint smile on his lips. "I'm sorry." She was at least behaving more like herself. Her slightly puffy, bloodshot eyes caught his attention, and the smile turned into a faint frown. Was she crying? Uraraka quickly wiped away the few tears that were streaming down her face after taking several deep breaths to gather herself. "No, it's not your fault," she said. "I think I needed that the most right now, so, thank you." "Oh, of course. But, if there's something bothering you, I don't mind listening to whatever it is. I've been wanting to make sure you were alright since you left the classroom, but I kind of got busy with a few things." Her heart skipped a beat when she saw those kind eyes and that warm smile. The worries she was having were gradually taken away by the boy. No, the man. That stood in front of her and whom she loved so much. Perhaps she had simply overreacted to the feelings that were roiling inside of her. "Walk with me?" Of course. The two strolled slowly away from the dorms in silence. While Deku wrapped his hands around the straps of his backpack, Uraraka clasped her hands behind her back. After her embarrassing experience in the classroom, she was grateful for the cozy silence that pervaded their relationship. She lost all of her training, and she felt as though she were a little child again, learning how to control the new power. Really, she ought to feel embarrassed for losing control of something as basic as her feelings, and over a boy at that. Deku was more of a hero than anyone else in the class, and she couldn't allow her feelings to interfere with his rebellion. She would train hard like him and try to stifle her emotions as much as she could for the time being. After they sat down on a nearby bench, the green-haired teen said softly, "I guess I should start with asking if everything is all right, Uraraka." The bench was warmly lit by the lamp above. A few moths fluttered down to investigate the newcomers after bouncing off the protective covering over the bulb at random. Uraraka gently twisted her hands together while continuing to stare at her shoes. "A lot of us were concerned earlier when you subconsciously activated your quirk and started floating towards the ceiling. So, is something bothering you?" "I'm not so sure anymore, to be honest, Deku. I guess I'm just nervous about going to another camp after villains attacked last time. It's a risk we take going anywhere as up-and-coming heroes, but it doesn't make it any easier on my nerves. The League of Villains are growing stronger and it feels almost impossible to match their strength with ours. I don't know how we're supposed to relax after the last time. I think I just let the thoughts get to me. Especially after witnessing your injuries the last time. I'm not sure if I can manage that once more. Deku gazed down at his scarred hand with nostalgic eyes and lightly flexed his fingers. I completely understand that feeling. After they attacked, it felt like the entire world was closing in on us once the chaos began. The teachers could only do so much to hold them back, but we weren't even a match for the league. I felt so helpless as they took Kacchan away, like I wasn't strong enough to stop this happened. Uraraka felt a pain in her chest as she looked up at the movement. Oh, that still bothers him, doesn't it? How come I didn't notice? You're the strongest person I know, Deku, and you always smile through the hard times even when things look bleak. I have my utmost faith in you as a hero. You have the drive and tenacity on par with All Might, and even severely injured you continue to fight until the villain is defeated to protect those who need help. I wish I could be as strong as you are someday. Gravity manipulation is cool and all, but I feel so physically weak compared to the rest of you. And today I couldn't even control my quirk. I started floating away before I realized it. Multiple times actually. I felt like a kid again, just learning to control my quirk. Uraraka laughed lightly and tilted her head back to gaze up at the stars. Things had been so busy ever since she arrived at UA that she frequently forgot to take a moment to breathe and look around her. She was concerned that there would be more injuries from now on, possibly even fatal ones, as the league grew stronger. Could Deku manage it if she suffered another serious injury? At last, she looked down at Deku, her lips slightly parted, and said, "You are strong, Uraraka, even if you yourself don't realize it." She fought the impulse to flush as he gazed at her with a genuine expression. "You constantly push yourself harder to get stronger and even interned with Pro Hero Gunhead to focus on another aspect of training outside of your quirk set. You have the ability to adapt and overcome your enemies when your quirk isn't ideal in the given situation, and quickly at that. It was amazing when you fought Kacchan and even managed to sneak behind him by throwing your jacket, and when you used your martial arts against Himiko during the villain attack. I don't think you give yourself enough credit, Uraraka. You're an amazing hero." Uraraka gave him a warm smile while a hand tousled his chestnut hair. "Thank you, Deku, really," Uraraka said. She had been overly anxious about nothing. "I truly appreciate everything you've done for me, and I'll continue to support you as well. We'll go plus ultra together." Plus ultra? Deku pumped his fist into the air while smiling. Uraraka suggested that they return to the dorms before curfew began, and one of the teachers caught them, and she felt a heavy weight settle in her chest. She inquired about his day, his activities, and the quality of practice, causing idle chatter to fill the air. The two began running to enter their dorm as soon as a chime sounded from there. In addition to giving severe penalties to those who disobeyed the curfew, Mr. Aizawa frequently liked to make sure his students were inside the building before the bell rang. A little out of breath from the sudden cardio, the two slipped into the building as the bell chimed. Since no one seemed to notice them, Uraraka went back to get her drink, and Deku moved to check the console to see who was winning. She cleaned the cup after taking a quick sip of her water and made the decision to go to bed. She was exhausted both physically and emotionally, and since they had the next few days off before the trip, she would have time to try to regain control over the raging emotions inside of her. After giving Deku one last look, she proceeded down the corridor in the direction of the elevators. Just as she was about to press the panel for her floor, she noticed Sue in the living room, staring at her curiously. She only waved once before the doors closed and the metal device jerked up. Uraraka let her guard down and leaned languidly against the elevator wall. "I am unable to tell him the truth because doing so would only hinder his efforts to become the greatest hero. I'm sorry, Deku. I'll be there for you no matter what, but I fear that we will only be friends. This is a better way." The few days of training went by swiftly, and before they knew it, the Class 1A students were drained and waiting to get on the bus that would transport them to Principal Nezu's private resort. They were being escorted by Mr. Aizawa himself, along with Hound Dog, 13, and Cementos. Principal Nezu sent some of the available teachers with the students because security had been significantly increased since the last attack and he didn't want to risk another one. Each group of 5 students was required to report to their individual teacher. Mineta, Sato, Koda, Shoji, and Ojiro worked under Mr. Aizawa. Cementos was responsible for Jiro, Sue, Aoyama, Uraraka, and Midoriya. Bakugo, Yaoyorozu, Ashido, Todoroki, and Tokiyami were all in number 13. The remaining pupils, Kirishima, Kaminari, Shiro, Ida, and Hagakure, were taken by Hound Dog. Although they were free to socialize as they pleased, They were told to report to their respective leaders in the event of an emergency. Aizawa spoke wearily at the front of the bus after everyone had taken their seats in groups. If everyone is here, then we're going to be departing now. Just a reminder of the rules in case anyone forgot over the past few days, she said. This amount of talking was premature for the time of day. No going off by yourself for any reason, and stick to groups if you plan any hikes. Curfew will be in effect for the same time frame as the dorms. If you're caught out before or after, you will be isolated for the remainder of the trip as punishment. In the likelihood that an enemy attacks you, or to send an emergency flare and we will come running. Do not engage the enemy head-on. Remember that you're still students without full licenses. Leave it to the pros to handle. Questions? Mineta raised his hand and asked, "Are the cabins located near each other?" The girls instantly grimaced at his twitching and labored breathing. At his barely controlled excitement, Uraraka sank a little deeper into her window seat. She felt uneasy just thinking about what he had done a few days prior, so Sue reassured her by patting her shoulder. What about the baths? When Aizawa showed his powers to his student, he instantly went pale and nodded before hastily going back to his seat at the back of the bus. You'll have separated quarters, though the shared bath is located between the two. The girls will have first use of them. Try anything and I'll string you up like a piñata. Mineta, got it? It's going to take us half the day to get there, so I suggest you find something to entertain yourselves for the drive. Let's get going now. After rumbling to a halt, the bus gradually departed from in front of the dormitories. Some chose to sleep more, some turned on music, and the others either stayed quiet or spoke softly. Once they were settled in, Sue and Uraraka started discussing what they wanted to do first. Uraraka exclaimed to her friend, "I wonder if there are natural springs there, maybe even at the cabin. It'll be a nice change to relax for a bit." Sue nodded and put a finger to her mouth, saying, "I could use a warm soak. The cold makes me want to hibernate already. Of course there's a problem with the baths being shared. Mineta is sure to find his way in there to spy on us, Ribbit. The girls have such nice, luscious bodies, and it would be such a shame to not give them the full attention they deserve. Especially you, Uraraka. Even with those tights I could tell you have such a nice ass." Jiro snapped, "Shut up, you creep," and threw one of her earjacks out to fry Mineta's brain, but Siro taped his mouth shut and beat him to the punch. Jiro persisted in his attack until the pervert was rendered out, deciding it would be best to zap him too. The tape quirk holder ripped into the purple-haired teenager from the row behind, saying, "Seriously, Mineta, how about you keep your perverted thoughts to yourself? No one wants to hear about any of it, especially Uraraka. Haven't you done enough damage lately? Don't worry, we'll keep him silenced for the majority of the trip." "Thanks, Siro." The brunette smiled uneasily and then looked with feigned interest at the passing scenery. Her arms were tightly gripping her legs as they were tucked against her chest. She was trying so hard to ignore the slurry of emotions and the embarrassing memory that came back with the mere mention of it. She could see a certain pair of glowing eyes across the aisle, once again observing her with concern, through the reflection of the window. Once more, she had caused him anxiety. Deku's expression indicated that, when he had the opportunity, he would ask her if she was okay. How was he supposed to become the most popular hero if he was always worrying about her? Fortunately, Sue remained silent about it, but Uraraka was certain she heard her tongue slap Mineta's face as a warning. She was thankful that she had such wonderful friends who stood up for her when she lacked the courage to do so. Uraraka felt weak in spite of what Deku had said a few nights before. Weak enough to believe they couldn't defeat the League of Villains, weak enough to lose control of her abilities, and weak enough to keep her feelings for the man across the aisle a secret. Did she have what it took to be a hero? Before her, every professional was intelligent, strong, compassionate, and emotionally stable. If she couldn't even stay grounded, she couldn't save lives. Literally. Uraraka let out a yawn and rested her head against the window, her eyes drooping from sleep deprivation. The girl's mind was unable to shut down at night, so she was left tossing and turning until she finally dozed off. She didn't start to move until someone shook her shoulder. Uraraka exhaustedly wiped the sleep from her eyes as the landscape ceased to move. "I'm sorry to wake you, Uraraka, but the bus has stopped for lunch. Sue asked me to wake you up while she went to find some place warmer before she went into hibernation." With her mind finally starting to turn again, the brunette sat up in her seat and asked quietly, Deku? Are we at the camp yet?" Izuku was standing in the bus aisle, looking cheerful as usual. 2 lunches that had been bagged by the cafeteria prior to their trip were in his hands. One bag had his name neatly written across the front, and the other bag contained hers. The handwriting was undoubtedly done by Ida or Yaoyorozu. No, we've stopped for a break. There's about an hour before we reach the campgrounds. Here, I wasn't sure if you were hungry yet or not, but I brought yours as well. Everyone else is sitting outside to get some fresh air. Thank you. Are you? Deku began uncertainly, and when she looked up, she saw him nervously scratching the back of his neck, about earlier. Uraraka turned red and waved her hands in front of her. I'm fine. Really, there's no need to be worried about it, Deku. Mineta always says stuff like that, so it doesn't bother me, Uraraka said. I'm still a bit embarrassed that happened in front of everyone, actually. Give it a few days and I'm sure it'll go away. Deku's smile expanded before he abruptly froze, heat rushing to his face, and he staggered backward onto the seat behind him. As long as you're alright, that's all that matters, Uraraka. I meant that as a friend and classmate. Everyone is waiting outside if you wanted to go eat outside with them. Or you can stay in here and eat, it's your choice. Uraraka tilted her head slightly in response to his response, saying, sure. I could stand to stretch my legs a bit. Why had he suddenly become so agitated over nothing? To join their classmates, the two stepped off the bus and into the cool air. From a nearby table, Yaoyorozu gestured for them to join her and the others. A short distance away from the students, the professionals and teachers were taking a break and watching the children while eating their own lunches. Bakugo sneered, fucking move it, nerd, as he slammed his brown lunch bag against Deku's shoulder, causing him to stumble back into Uraraka roughly. Deku levitated several feet off the ground and then thrashed around for a minute after she used her quirk to stop him from falling. The brunette turned a bewildered look at the pyromaniac before releasing her quirk. That wasn't something he did on purpose. Deku looked between Uraraka and the fleeing Bakugo and said, I'm sorry, Uraraka. Are you okay? Uraraka nodded hastily. Although it didn't hurt too much, his body was undoubtedly hard. Uraraka calmly said, it didn't hurt. You could go around next time, Bakugo, there's plenty of space. His voice was low enough for only he to hear. The blonde abruptly stopped and turned to glare at her. He strode back toward her and stopped just short of her face, his jaw clenched as he forced a difficult smile. Uraraka kept her head up and resisted as his palms started to spark menacingly next to her. Because of her bottled-up emotions, she wasn't fully processing everything that was going on, and she was sick of him treating Deku like they were still kids. Given Bakugo's irrationality and hot-headedness when it came to being ignored, it was never a good idea to challenge him, but here she was, staring him down with the most neutral expression she could manage. Bakugo laughed haughtily, and the brunette clenched her fist to keep herself from slapping him across the face and sending him straight to the clouds. You got something to say, shorty? Want me to kick your ass again like I did at the sports festival? Blow you up until you KO like the weakling you are? Since I'm stronger now, you may actually die. The gravity manipulator could tell by the glint in his eyes that it resonated deeply with her. Uraraka could almost hear that thin line of control snapping, and she got ready to float him as far away as she could. Why are you still such a bully, Bakugo? You're not a child anymore, so quit acting like one. The least you could do is apologize for bumping into Deku. He did nothing for a moment, just stood there grinning viciously and with a wild expression in his eyes. Even the teachers started to move closer, ready to break up a fight, as everyone else watched with wide eyes and slack jaws. As soon as possible, their classmates hurried backwards to prepare for the impact. With a curse, Kirishima and Kaminari jumped from their table to stop their foolish friend from blowing them all up. Deku grabbed him by the forearm and said, that's enough, Kachin. His voice was low and warning, as power surged through his body. Don't do this. There's nothing to prove right now, just walk away. Get your damned hand off of me, Deku. Their quirks abruptly stopped working, and they all turned to see Aizawa staring at them with bright red eyes while holding tight to his swaying scarf. Enough, all three of you, he said. He looked down at all three of his students with a heavy frown on his face. Bakugo, if you start a fight here, then I'll have no choice but to lock you up for the remainder of the trip. Quit making me use my quirk more than I have to. I'm getting serious dry eye from it and eye drops are getting expensive. Midoriya. Same goes for you. Uraraka, a word. You three can also replace the sandwich I had to waste because of your squabbling. Bakugo yanked his arm away from his childhood rival and scoffed, choosing to stomp away with a reprimanding Ida, Kaminari, and Kirishima following. Deku and Uraraka responded regretfully, yes, sir. Aizawa walked his student away from the others, arms folded across his chest, and then turned to face her. I don't know what's gotten into you lately, but if there's something you need to talk about, then talk to one of us. Don't go starting fights with Bakugo. We both know that fight won't end well. Yaoyorozu and Ida informed me of what happened in the classroom, about you suddenly losing control of your quirk out of nowhere then isolating yourself. What's going on, Uraraka? Uraraka looked away from her teacher and clasped her hands behind her back. She had endured enough embarrassment for a week, and telling him the whole truth would undoubtedly result in a lecture about allowing trivial emotions to take over her peculiarity. She needed to get back in control of herself before she got into more trouble because things were really starting to get out of control. I've been questioning myself regarding my skills and if I'm even strong enough to become a hero. No matter how hard I train, I always feel like I'm falling behind the others. Not to mention every time we run into any villains from the league, I lose the confidence to continue striving towards the hero I want to be. Who I need to be. The thoughts take over and I subconsciously activate my quirk, I think. I haven't been able to face the others about it because they're excelling at a faster rate than me. I don't want to bring them down because I can't push past these feelings. I had reservations about this trip because of what happened last time and how so many of us were injured because of the league. I didn't want that to happen again, so my feelings have been unsettled since you announced it. I can't stand the thought of my friends getting seriously injured again. He gave her a rare smile as she looked up. There's no easy path to becoming a fully fledged hero, Aizawa said, gently placing a hand on her head. It takes years of hard work, full dedication, motivation, drive, heart, blood, sweat, and tears. But while you're hard at work training your body in order to be able to expand the limits of your quirk, don't forget that you need to grow mentally as well. Keeping the negative mindset will only drag you down and falter your steps to being a hero. We're not just your teachers, we're your teammates as well. I suggest seeing Recovery Girl once we return to campus next week. She may have something that will help. Even heroes need saving from themselves sometimes. There's no shame in asking for help when you need it. Try not to start fights with Bakugo even when he starts it and just alert a teacher instead. Uraraka nodded in comprehension, and the expert returned his hand to his side. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. I'll do everything in my power to improve myself and become a better hero. I apologize for causing any trouble. We've still got a few minutes of break left, so why don't you? Something's coming. Hound Dog yelled, breaking the silence. Aizawa jerked his goggles up and went on guard instantly. Get ready. Debris rained down over them as explosions ripped through the area around the bus stop. A huge chunk of rock came crashing down the hillside, and Eraserhead jerked his pupil out of its path by whipping his scarf around her. As the other professionals sprang into action, Uraraka looked up to see more debris about to fall on them. Her teacher then started pulling them away with his scarf. In an effort to prevent the larger stones from striking the other pupils, she pressed her fingers together and started to float in their direction. She could still do anything to help protect her friends and teachers who have given her such strong support during her time at UA, even if she didn't have her equipment with her. Uraraka yelled, I can do this, as she hurled herself in the direction of the enormous boulder that was rapidly coming toward her. If she wanted to make sure it didn't crush her before the zero gravity took over, she would have to give it her all. The brunette's stomach lurched violently as soon as her fingers touched the stone, causing her to clamp her mouth shut in a moment of nausea. Even though it was too heavy for her to wear her quirk on, she persisted in trying, pushing her body to its limits. Uraraka began to panic as the ground was drawing near rapidly and her quirk had little impact on the enormous boulder. If she failed to stop the rock in time, she would be crushed to pieces. She couldn't move because the boulder's weight was pushing her closer to the ground and pinning her underneath it. Uraraka moved so that her back was pressed against the rock, putting the impact against her legs as zero gravity's strength started to fade. As enormous cement pillars rose up from the earth to embed themselves into either side of the enormous boulder, effectively stopping the rock and the hero in training dead in their tracks, Cementos said in his usual solemn tone, Your bravery is commended, child, but do not throw your life into a foreseeably losing battle so carelessly. However, there was not a hint of reprimand in the strangely calming words. Uraraka stumbled to the ground with an oomph as she pressed her pads together to release her quirk. The nausea rolled tightly in her core as her body ached violently. The teenager was hauled to her feet by a powerful hand that grasped her upper arm. With the brunette stumbling in tow, Mina hurried towards the bus before giving her any time to collect her thoughts. Heavy explosions drowned out the words her pink friend was shouting, which she assumed matched the frantic expression on her face. While the other students formed a defensive perimeter on the backside of the bus, some of them were assisting the innocent bystanders. As items smashed against the exterior, Yaoyorozu led them behind the steel wall she had built. As soon as the girls sagged against the back of the shields, the co-class president said, We need to find a way out of here while the pros handle this. Ida is helping to gather the rest of the citizens so we can all regroup and come up with something. Between explosions, Ida could be heard pointing the defenseless onlookers in the direction of the building. With her fists clenched in front of her, Mina shot back. Fighting back would be the best option. If there's all of us fighting, then there's no doubt we'll win this. It's obvious this is a diversion to separate us from the teachers. What are the odds that they'll see an attack like this coming? It's too risky to attempt. We were clearly instructed by the teachers not to. So we just sit here and get blown up into little, tiny pieces? I'm not saying we do nothing. Uraraka scooted silently away from the dispute to take a quick look over the shields. Keeping the debris away from any stray citizens who were also sleeping at the mountainside stop was the primary responsibility of Deku, Bakugo, Kirishima, Todoroki, and Shiro. A few families were caught in the crossfire, and Shoji was reaching out to cover them. Ida was moving quickly to collect the people who were still looking for cover. Uraraka followed the line of fire back towards the origin point as another series of explosions shook the rest stop on the mountainside. It was hard to see through a thick fog, but she made herself concentrate despite the dust stinging her eyes. Even though it was fleeting, she was certain that she saw a slight flash of light right before the explosions started. Uraraka said, "There," centered in the line of fire, and Mina and Yaoyorozu halted their argument to give her a curious look. A flash of light just before the explosions begin. It probably means they're all coming from the same source and direction. Using her quirk, Krieta grabbed a pair of binoculars from between her breasts and looked in the direction Uraraka was indicating. "I see it. Is it the same position every time before the explosions, Uraraka?" "Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Getting close will be a problem for most of us, especially with the constant barrage of explosions, but maybe there's a way to sneak around the backside to take out the source." After cheering, "Now we're talking, Ochako," Mina barely avoided a stray shrapnel fragment that grazed the top of the barrier. "All right, what have you got in that beautiful head of yours, girlie?" Well, given that they were told not to fight back, this would not be simple. They were also unable to sit around being easy targets, so they had to fight for their lives. It was also necessary to account for the civilians who were caught in the crossfire. All things considered, it was a risky plan that would undoubtedly result in severe discipline from the teachers for interfering, but they couldn't continue to do nothing while the experts battled to keep them safe. Not to mention that while she was safely behind a barrier, Deku was out there risking his life to protect those in need of a hero. A direct attack is reckless and has a low probability of success, not to mention there are civilians still in the area who should be evacuated as soon as possible. If we can get a team to continue to assist and intercept the debris, then we can sneak past around the sides under the cover of the smoke their attacks are creating. As Yaoyorozu pointed out, what if there are other enemies on the sidelines? It could be an ambush to keep us all in one location. Mina furiously pushed her cheeks up. We don't know how many enemies there are. Factoring in that this was a directed attack at UA students and staff, it can be assumed the League may be behind this. The pinkette ruffled her short hair and tried to concentrate on the planning process. If we can't go charging straight down the center or around the sides, what are we supposed to do? They've got the highest vantage point in the area, so we're practically pinned down. With all the explosions all around them, it was hard to think. It's a sheer cliff behind us. We're practically sitting ducks down here, Momo. There is a way. Both girls knitted their brows as they gazed at Uraraka in perplexity. But we're going to need some serious heavy equipment, Yao Momo. If we can't get to them from ground level, then we just need to go higher. As she kept sucking in debris through her gloves, 13 yelled, "All students gather by the bus immediately. We'll handle this." Instead, the bus will cover as a secured location until the villains have been taken care of. Don't attempt to fight them head on. Ida herded their classmates to a safer area and yelled, "Everyone gather to the bus, quickly. Let the teachers handle the situation." Instead, in order to improve their safety, a team of students completed relocating the residents into the shop that was tucked away against the rock face. It appeared that UA was the only target of the explosions. Students and employees to ensure their safety within the fortified building. As the last preparations started, Uraraka swallowed the lump of fear that was growing in her throat. As she was launched through the air, she was supposed to activate her quirk while attached to a weight. Once she was directly above the enemy, she was supposed to deactivate it, catching them off guard and releasing the weight to at least confuse, if not completely eliminate, them. In order to use the smoke and dust clouds to hide her form, timing had to be perfect. Otherwise, she would have been a prime target as she flew through the air. 13's use of her black hole quirk to absorb the extra debris was another issue. If Uraraka unintentionally became entangled in it, Mina made sure the rope around her waist was tight for the third time before asking, "Are you sure this will work? I mean, you don't have your gear or anything, Ura. One screw up and you'll go splat, girl." Although the concept appeared ludicrous and excessive, Yaoyorozu had verified the timing and projection to ensure a quick counterattack. Uraraka laughed nervously and moved the rope around her waist to sit more comfortably. "It's our best shot for the time being, Mina. They can't keep up their defenses forever. Just make sure 13 doesn't use her quirk while I'm flying, alright? I'd rather not be sucked into a black hole," she said. This was crazy. It was extremely careless of the brunette to fasten herself to a huge device with rope and a heavy weight, and she briefly changed her mind. Theoretically, Sue could throw her with her tongue, but it was a risky move because she couldn't see exactly where she needed to go. The pinkette wiggled her eyebrows slyly, smiling even more when her friend flushed. Can do. I'll bet you Midoriya would come to your rescue if anything went wrong though," she said. With the majority of the class lining up behind him, Ida slipped through the opening in the barriers and asked, "Is everyone here? Are we missing anyone? What on earth are you doing tied to that heavy weight, Uraraka? Yaoyorozu, what's going on here?" Mineta raised a hand eerily and asked, "Is this turning into an experimental fetish fest? Because I'm totally down for that." The smaller man was shaken by the front of his jacket as a filthy Kaminari yelled, "Not the time for that. We've got bigger problems than your damn sick fantasies. Though I am a bit curious." Jiro roared, "You're both perverts," and sent a shockwave into their ears. To defuse the situation, the creation quirk holder raised her hands and pleaded, "Ida, calm down. We have a plan. This will work, I promise." Absolutely not. 13 has given her orders to gather by the bus. Willingly risking the life of a classmate against teacher's orders is out of the question. "Uraraka, please remove those ropes from your body at once and step away from the catapult." Mina flapped her hands at the sighing class president, saying, "Calm down, Ida, this is barely like a swing for her," as her hands settled on her hips. "She came up with the idea and I say we go with it. There's no way we can leave the area with all of these explosions anyways, so why not send someone who can getting the higher advantage, literally." He cut his hand up and down through the air to emphasize his point. Going directly against teachers' orders is a violation of trust between educators and students. It also gives us a bad image to citizens who rely on us to protect them. Ida retorted. "Uraraka, remove yourself from those ropes and step away from the device. Please do not make me repeat myself again or I will personally remove you from there to ensure your safety." Mina snorted angrily as she looked at her friend who was restrained, saying, "Maybe he's right, Mina, maybe we should leave this to the pros." Deku coughed and staggered through the opening. "We can't gain the upper hand on the enemy, we're trapped down here with all of the smoke and dust." Bakugo and the usually stoic Todoroki stomped in behind him. "The teachers can't hold on much longer like this, we need to do something." "Let me at those bastards, I'll explode them straight to hell," Bakugo growled, threateningly stoking his palms. Kirishima gave his blonde friend a shoulder slap and got a sneer in return. "Dude, just chill already. There's enough explosions going around right now," Kirishima said. "Anyways, what's the get-up for, Uraraka? Gonna be used as bait or something?" The class gathered around Mina, who proudly showed off the device behind her. "She's our trump card. Here, I'll show you how," Mina said. Uraraka gave Deku a startled look, but she simply nodded with assurance while clenching her fists in front of her. She was capable. "We attached a rope to our gravity girl here and then tied the other end to a lightweight so she's launched far enough in the right direction. Once she gets right above them she's going to deactivate her quirk and kick their butts. All I have to do is slap a little acid on the rope and off she goes. Like this." "Oh, I get it now. If the enemy is focusing fire directly centered downward then the chances of them noticing an attack from above is slim. This tactic would also work if there were no openings on the sides as well. Smart thinking. If we get a group to be front and center as a distraction then the teachers could swoop in to deliver the final blow. The clouds and dust should also conceal you long enough for you to make your move." Midoriya looked up and nodded enthusiastically. Ida suddenly did a complete 180 on the matter, his authoritative side taking over as he continued to formulate the plan. "Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki, you three can be the targets to divert the enemy long enough for Uraraka to soar over them and take them out. I'll make sure 13 doesn't use her quirk in an upward motion and once the explosions have stopped then you three will move in to assist." The girls nodded their agreement as Toru snorted from next to Jiro and Sue. "Seriously, you were just telling Ochako to get down from the catapult. The faster we assist in taking down the villains, the faster we can receive our punishments from the teachers." That's why he decided against it. Wouldn't it be easier for me to use my tape to fling her over there? It would be more accurate and safer than a heavy weight. Unless, you want to use the catapult, Uraraka. Very nice work on it, Yaoyorozu. Shiro raised his hand as a suggestion. Uraraka pulled her rope one last time before giving Mina the thumbs up and activating her quirk. It probably would be the safer option, but we don't have time to try and figure out a new plan right now. Focus your quirk on protecting the innocent people hiding in the building. Citizens are counting on us to stop the threat, so let's get going. Uraraka said. Mina, let's get this party started. All right. Now we just have to get the timing right. When the ground beneath them was rocked by another explosion, Pinky's fight or flight instincts kicked in and she instinctively grabbed the rope to balance herself, releasing some acid from her palms. When she looked down after the tremors subsided, she noticed that Uraraka's rope was starting to smoke. Another drop of acid landed on the tightly woven fibers after sliding from her palm. Oh snap! Not yet, not yet. Uraraka's grounding rope frayed apart, the few drops of acid that had fallen on it snapping thread by thread. As she attempted to make more rope to prevent her friend from taking off before the appointed time, Yaoyorozu started to panic. Ida continued her tirade about being so careless with her eccentricities, but some people jumped forward to seize the rope while the others just gaped in shock as it finally broke with a twang. Uraraka had hardly time to notice the rope pulling firmly against her stomach when the heavy weight threw her through the air. She forced her eyes open despite the wind whipping violently at her face as she flew. Since all of her classmates were still behind the bus and not on the battlefield, she only needed to let the enemy's weight fall on her and eliminate a potentially significant number of enemies. Alone. She had undoubtedly risen above the battlefield below. Uraraka exclaimed, "This wasn't planned out very well." As gravity took over again and the weight started to fall toward the ground, a huge plume of smoke billowed towards her as more explosions shook the area. In just a few seconds, the brunette held her breath and whipped through the cloud, emerging to discover the explosion's source getting closer. A machine was lying on the grass facing downhill where they were, and the teachers were constantly rerouting the debris below. No one was standing on the hillside. A machine? Then that implies. Uraraka yanked at the rope around her waist, fingers fumbling to undo the knots Mina had tightened, saying, "It's all a trap. They want everyone by the bus." The brunette was able to break free from the rope just in time to avoid the weight hitting the ground to the left of the machine, and then she slammed into the ground at full speed. She rolled painfully against the uneven terrain, everything popping and creaking. She pushed herself up slowly, hardly noticing the few cuts and scrapes along her appendages, and let out a hiss between her lips. Given the short distance between her and the ground, she decided to take the chance even though it would have been wiser to deactivate her quirk sooner. The brunette pressed her fingers together and declared it good since nothing felt broken. She looked around, but no enemies were in sight. The only thing firing precise shots down below was the independent explosion generator that was positioned on the hillside. Uraraka only had to look to find the off switch and flick it down, causing the device to sputter to a halt. There was a heaviness in the brunette's stomach, and something wasn't quite right. Even if this was intended as a diversion, it was far too simple for a purported attack. She needed to get back to the others as soon as possible. She started to move toward the edge of the cliff, but she stopped when she heard a ticking sound. It started to click more quickly, almost like a timer that was counting down. Uraraka took a startled step back toward the cliff's edge. It was such a cheap, shady move to play an additional failsafe in case the machine was turned off. Although a tiny amount of the dark purple substance managed to seep through the fabric, the brunette attempted to shield her mouth with her sleeve to prevent inhaling the smoke that was puffing out of the nozzle in a dense cloud. Ochako felt her body lurch backwards over the side of the cliff as the heel of her shoe struck the air. "Shiro." Shiro instantly replied from the ground below, "Hang on, Uraraka, I've got you," before pointing his elbow at her form above. After being locked on, the tape sped toward her and wrapped itself firmly around her body. Uraraka's body started to tingle as she was jerked back towards the bus, and she could feel her lungs burning painfully. The brunette landed, and Mina met her nervously. "Well, did you find any bad guys up there? You look like you got into a scuffle with someone," Mina said. To hear the news, the other students had gathered around her. The brunette was completely knocked out of her body as she doubled over with her hands on her knees. Was it the potentially poisonous fumes she breathed in or the fact that she was hauled back in midair? "It was a machine," exclaimed Uraraka, her hand clenching feebly at the front of her sweater. She could hardly breathe because whatever she had inhaled was paralyzing her body at a startling rate. "The bus, they'll try to." A voice echoed loudly around them, saying, "Get ready, UA students, because this is going to be the end of you wannabe heroes. For the league. The majority of students pressed their hands to their heads in an attempt to block out the nearly deafening reverberation. Glancing behind the barriers, Uraraka saw a gang of villains sprinting in their direction, their weapons raised and their quirks engaged. With his heavily scarred features twisted by a sinister grin, one was holding what appeared to be a detonation button in his right hand. She had to do everything in her power to keep her classmates safe because time was running out. Eyes darted back to the bus in panic. They probably planned to blow it up to remove the pupils before concentrating on the teachers, who were exhausted from removing the debris. Ochako staggered to the still open doors of the bus, and after a quick look revealed that no one was inside, the future hero positioned herself on the bus's exterior and slapped her hands against it. As she attempted to remove the gravitational pull on the bus, it should have flashed pink, but instead her hands glow sputtered and eventually went out. She made another attempt, giving it her all to get the bus to move, but to no avail. Her body flooded with panic as she gazed down at her filthy palms with increasing fear. Kirishima slammed his hardened skin against the bus to help push it away as Sato hurried over and started pushing on it. Deku seized her arm and slung it over his shoulders to support her hunched-over form, protesting, "Uraraka, you're in no condition to fight right now. You can barely stand up." Instead, she sagged against him, panting heavily as the gravity manipulator felt her legs fail. As she started to create a parachute for herself, others swiftly bailed ship over the cliffside. "Everyone make a jump for it over the railing, it's our best option right now. Use your quirks to help those who aren't suitable for high falls," Yaoyorozu said. With one for all pulsing through his veins, Deku skillfully lifted Uraraka in his arms before running and jumping over the guardrail. The bus exploded in a ball of fire, sending all of the students around it plummeting through the air in a paralyzed stupor as a deafening noise shattered the atmosphere. The heroes were blown in unexpected directions by a shockwave that swept over them. Some were even rendered unconscious by the pressure. This was not how it was supposed to happen. A straightforward journey, like any other, took place deep within some UA-designated woods, but when a gang of villains showed up, it abruptly became a fight for survival. Explosive power struggles echoed in the early afternoon air as the few teachers who had accompanied them continued to fight where their severely damaged bus lay atop the cliffside. But Izuku Midoriya's eyes followed from the haze hiding their enemies to his friends as he was violently flung backwards by the powerful shockwave that erupted before him and his fellow classmates. He was unable to move his body from the force. Ida's thrusters were straining to maintain control, and he was having trouble staying upright. He could just make out Todoroki, the dual quirk wielder's arms folded across his face to protect it. The teen was confused as he flew through the air by the deafening ringing in his ears, even though he could feel Kachan's explosive heat from a distance. In his narrow view to his left, that was all he could see. After a slow blink, his gaze turned to something on the other side of him that was purposefully approaching him. It took him some time to realize who was reaching out to him, their mouth moving in silence as they yelled, "Uraraka." As the brunette kept reaching for him and they started to descend in slow motion from the sky, Deku thought numbly. Her face, which probably mirrored his own, was clearly showing signs of panic. He jerked his arm out towards her, reaching for her outstretched palm as a "one for all" surged through his veins. They would both avoid a potentially deadly landing in the deep valley below if she could slow their descent sufficiently. What about the others, though? The majority of them were able to slow or halt their descents with their quirks, but some, like Jiro or Kaminari, had powers that weren't intended for high, uncontrollable falls. "Deku. Look out!" Uraraka's voice startled him as it finally broke through the numbing ringing in his ears. "Watch out? What should you watch out for? While everyone was falling, were the enemies still attacking?" Oh no, he was worthless as he fell from such a great height without a firm piece of ground or even a tree to launch himself from. Think, Midoriya. Without his specially made gloves and with his friends so close by, it was too risky to recklessly release blasts of air from his fingers, but if he aimed downward at a lower percentage, it could be used to slow his descent to a manageable level. There were trees that Black Whip could cling to, but he had to try to figure out the landing. With everything going on around them, it was hard to think of anything, and Deku frantically searched his mind for ideas. By reaching out and slamming her palms against his chest, the gravity manipulator reduced the distance between them. When the powerful teenager used her body's momentum to push him in the direction of Ida, who was now helplessly spinning in circles after he finally lost control of his thrusters, Deku blinked in surprise. With resolute eyes, he extended his arm toward the class president as an idea came to him. "Ida, disable your thrusters and grab onto me." I'll use a blast of air to launch us both towards the others. Ida cut the power to his engines and stalled them while he tried to right himself so he could catch Midoriya. Oh, of course, he exclaimed. The class president called out, reaching for his glowing classmate who was flying closer and closer to him. Get ready, Todoroki. We're aiming for Kaminari and Aoyama next. Shiro, Yaoyorozu, if you're nearby, gather anyone who can't use their quirk to get them to safety. Bakugo. Bakugo screamed angrily, don't order me around, Four Eyes, and started to blast his way upwards in an attempt to catch his falling allies. The dual quirk wielder replied, right, and started yelling at the other pupils, telling them to use their quirks to connect everyone. They had to at least attempt to slow their descent in some way, even though there wasn't much time left before they collided with the ground below. Although there were risks involved, Deku was aware that Uraraka could fall and use her quirk to slow her descent. The best way to hold onto her was with a black whip, but she would be a simple target if someone were to pursue her during the brief periods of vulnerability before it materialized. The black tendrils locked onto their target as he reached for Ida, feeling the pressure build up along the back of his hand as he attempted to grab her. Something above them screamed, damned UA brats. Just stay still and die already. I'll start with this one first since the rest of you are running away like cowards. When Deku turned his head, he saw Uraraka falling to the ground while a villain with scales and a lizard-like appearance grabbed hold of her leg with its sharp tail. With a painful scream, the two fell from the sky like a rock toward the thick forest below, the heavy weight too much for the gravity manipulator to manage. Green's eyes widened in horror as he realized why his classmate had abruptly thrown him out of the way. Was it a last-minute, impulsive choice, or did she push him aside knowing they would attack him? Despite the gravity user's warning to be cautious, he became sidetracked while attempting to make a plan while being hurled in Ida's direction. Or perhaps Uraraka gave herself up so he could use his special ability to help save the others, but she could have just as easily made them all float to safety. His focus on Black Whip manifesting failed, and it dissolved into nothingness. He only needed a few seconds to save her, but it was those seconds that gave the villain the opportunity. The two of them had long since vanished into the dense treetops, and he was no longer even able to see her. Uraraka. You shouldn't look away during a battle, kid, it might just cost you your life. Before white smoke erupted into Izuku's face, he glanced up just in time to see a tiny, black ball come into view. Before he could even take another breath, the teenager collapsed into the black void of unconsciousness after coughing at the harsh substance that was entering his lungs. Given that she was unable to move the entire limb from the hip down and that the pain she experienced whenever she moved the appendage even slightly was like a flash of blazing lightning, Uraraka was certain that her left leg had been broken in the fall. The only explanation she could think of was a hip or femur fracture, which would have prevented the rest of her leg from moving. Knowing that the blood was still partially flowing to her digits gave her some comfort because she could still wiggle her toes with some effort. When Uraraka woke up groggily, the intense pain radiating through her body caused her to immediately empty her stomach. Bakugo's decision to be a jerk had caused her to forget her lunch. The brunette's consciousness had only been restored for a brief moment, and even then it was still a little hazy, so she wasn't totally sure where she was right now. She numbly calculated that it had been at least a few hours since the bus explosion as the skies above grew darker. Ochako, missing the comforting warmth of her quirk activating, experimentally curled her fingers. It would not activate at all, no matter how hard she tried or concentrated. Her chest began to ache deeply. It was, to put it mildly, traumatic to go from having a strong quirk to nothing, but what was worse was that she was unable to stop her friends from getting hurt. She could have saved them by pushing the bus aside if she had kept her quirk. However, she hoped that she had at least saved Deku. After the first explosion and the shockwave, they were split apart, but fortunately she was flung in his direction, using the momentum to push him away. She intended to push him in Ida's direction so he could assist the others, but she was caught off guard by the villain's unexpected appearance. She heard her leg snapping as his entire weight pressed down on her, and she let out a painful scream before the darkness overcame her. Since no one had been in the vicinity since she woke up, the villain, whoever he was, must have assumed the fall killed her. As Uraraka looked around the thick forest she was living in, she muttered to herself, I can't move my leg right now so I'm pretty much stuck on the ground until someone finds me. Though I'd rather it be a classmate than a villain. Over the rustle of the leaves, she could hear trickling water, and she knew that, in the given situation, following a river was the best course of action. Should be a river nearby. I need to stay hydrated in the very least until help arrives, but I should find a splint or something for my leg first to minimize the damage to the muscles and bone. What would Deku do in a situation like this? Regardless of his injuries, he should probably just keep running on adrenaline. I'm hoping that he survived. A familiar but faraway voice whispered, "Is he okay?" He hasn't woken up yet, from somewhere outside of his consciousness. He didn't want to leave the darkness just yet, though, because it was cozy and warm. Well, it's possible he went through more trauma than we can physically see, so it could take a while longer for him to rouse. 13 took a look at him. Yet apart from a few bumps and scratches, Midoriya should be fine. We've already bandaged every injury we could see, but it's possible the explosion shocked his system pretty hard. Another voice paused, as if uncertain of what to say. Uraraka is to thank for that. She shoved him out of the way and it helped Zero grab him before he completely fell. Have there been any updates on her? It's been so long since the explosion. Hound Dog is still out searching, but no, nothing new has been reported as of yet. All we can do is keep the faith that she made it out fairly unscathed. She tried to warn us about the bus. Do you think she knew something from the beginning? Ura wasn't acting like herself after she stopped the machine on the hillside. I wonder if something happened to her up there. Ura. As more and more voices began to enter his subconscious, Deku felt his fingers twitch slightly. I noticed that too. Almost like she couldn't catch her breath and the energy was completely sapped from her body. Uraraka practically collapsed against Midoriya. Oh, I hope she's okay. I would hate for anything bad to have happened to her. Uraraka, the green-haired teenager, grimaced in his head at what was about to happen as a harsh, annoying voice that he knew from somewhere entered his head and said, "That damn nerd's still sleeping. Oi, wake her ass up, Deku." Bakugo, calm down. We don't know if he was injured more than we can physically see. Just give him the time to wake up. Fuck that. Deku, you fucking nerd, wake up. Deku opened his eyes and moaned a little. He could make out distinct human-like shapes hovering nearby, but everything else was hazy and appeared to be a poorly done painting of colors. The lull of darkness beckoned him again, and emerald eyes fluttered back shut. His half-awake stupor was abruptly broken when something roughly grabbed the front of his shirt and shook him like a rag doll. His classmates were screaming at him to stop shaking his ass, while Bakugo stood over him with a heavy sneer, barking at him to get up. Deku, now fully awake and a little shaken, thumped backwards onto the ground after Kirishima successfully wrestled the pyromaniac away from the teenager. Yaoyorozu alternated between Deku and Sue as the teenager tried to sit up, a bandaged hand shifting to rest against his temple. Deku. How are you feeling? Are you okay? Do you need anything? Sue, can you grab some water for him? And let 13 and Mr. Aizawa know that he's awake, she said. No, don't push yourself too hard. Rest, there's no more danger for the time being. With a weary look around him, Deku said, Yaoyorozu, I don't remember anything after getting on the bus this morning. What happened? With a fire burning to keep the cold air at bay, they seemed to be in the forest, or at least a clearing of some kind. He looked around for his jacket as a chill went down his spine. He snatched it back up, slid his arms through it, and zipped it almost to the top because it was folded neatly behind where his head had been. For the chilly nights, he packed a thicker jacket, but it was left on the bus. Mina gave the teen a menacing glare before he stomped over to the fire. A lot of us were knocked unconscious by our bus exploding thanks to some villains, but the few who weren't tried their best to at least soften the blow of landing in the trees. Everyone else woke up fairly quickly, though you took a bit longer. No thanks to Bakugo on that part. Ochako managed to push you out of the way and towards Ida. Deku blurted out, Uraraka. Where is she? Is she fine? He was starting to remember it now. Uraraka pushing him aside, the bus blowing up, everyone shot skyward, and then vanishing into the woods. What about the villain that attacked her? He was met with silence and a hollow sensation that went straight to the core of his chest. Todoroki simply shook his head slowly, Tokiyami rubbed the back of his neck, Mina turned away and avoided eye contact, and Yaoyorozu covered her mouth with her hands as she became emotional. After looking at his classmates, Ida adjusted his glasses and turned to face Deku. Uraraka is still unaccounted for Midoriya, since the explosion late this morning. Hound Dog is still out searching for any signs of her, but so far they haven't been able to find a trace. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you the news. Deku's head fell in shame, and his eyes stung. When he ought to have been the one to protect his friends, Uraraka readily gave her life to keep him safe. By the time she got back from the hillside, she already appeared weak, and he ought to have been more cautious and gotten her out of there sooner rather than wasting time. He was solely to blame. Deku slowly stood up with a push. I'm going to find her. It's my fault she's missing, all because I failed to protect her in the first place. Todoroki put a hand on his friend's shoulder and said softly, Midoriya, We've been told to stay at camp while the teacher cycles to go look for her. Hound Dog has been out looking for a few hours now. We're all worried about her, but there's nothing more we can do about it for now. You need to get more rest." Izuku glared at his friend and shot back, "Not while she's out there possibly injured because of my failure to be strong enough to protect my friends. I knew she was weakened and should have moved her away faster. This is my fault and I'm going to fix it one way or another. Are you all with me or not?" Everyone looked at each other and silently agreed, then turned to smile confidently at Izuku. He nodded, grateful for their support, and realized what those looks meant. They now had to think of a way to search the area where they had fallen. If everyone is in agreement, then "You'll sit your butt right down, Midoriya," Aizawa commanded, walking up with 13 in Sue's hands in his pockets. "We've got enough problems on our hands and you running off to play hero isn't going to help anything. Hound Dog should be on his way back before it gets dark. The teachers have this handled. Mr. Aizawa, we can't just keep sitting around here doing nothing. Uraraka sacrificed herself to save us. I won't just sit around while she could be injured or hunted down by villains. Midoriya, you need to understand the severity of the situation. We were specifically targeted by villains working for the League. It was all a coordinated attack to get you students separated from the pros. A message has been sent for reinforcements and we'll be escorted back to the school within a few hours." 13 spoke softly to calm the upset teenager. She knew what it was like to see a friend hurt by a villain attack, but in a situation like this, being careless could backfire. The hero was aware of Uraraka's strength, particularly after facing her in the simulated fights, but her classmates' anxiety was almost tangible. Spreading his arms wide, Deku countered, "We can't leave her out there. With all of us here we can do a sweep of the woods faster than Hound Dog can do solo. Please, give us just a few hours to search, we can find her faster." As he walked up to the other teachers, hands clasped at his front, Cementos casually interrupted, "He does have a point, Eraser. You can't be serious, Cementos. I won't allow any more of my students to go missing when there could still be villains running about. Especially after the last time. We don't know how involved the League is or whether or not they've sent someone like Dabi again." Aizawa was furious. The students were supposed to be taking a restful break, but as villains ambushed them just short of their destination, it devolved into yet another battle for their lives. He ought to have been more prepared for this, and as a result of his mistakes, some of his students were hurt and one went missing. This time was the same as the last. We know they're all capable heroes, Eraserhead, so why not put a little more faith into them? We, of course, will be going along as support. Students, if you will stick to your respective teachers, then we shall start planning out our search areas. Aizawa groaned and gave a firm nod. Of the expert had a way of easily influencing people's opinions, so there was no use in arguing with him. He had a good point, which he wasn't disputing, but the teacher didn't want to take the chance of any more of his students getting hurt or abducted after the last run-in with the bad guys in the woods. With the creation quirk holder ready to assist in any way she could, Yaoyorozu quickly offered, "Since it's going to get dark soon, I can create some GPS trackers and radios for each team along with flashlights. Flares would be a good idea as well, so whoever finds Uraraka first can signal the others on their location." Sato promptly offered up whatever snacks he had to help the creation hero. "Here, take some of my snacks so you can keep your strength up. You've probably used up a lot of your quirk defending us from the blasts." She thanked them and took a few before concentrating on equipment manifestation. "Great thinking, Yaoyorozu. Everyone, let's get prepared to scour every inch of this forest for our comrade. We won't rest until she's found safe and sound." Ida pumped her fist. The air was filled with a loud chorus of agreement. Deku's fists clenched at his sides. He would do whatever it took to find Uraraka. Uraraka had finally managed to get herself off the cold forest floor and toward the flowing sustenance, though it had taken some time to get to the water's edge. She was certain that her leg was headed for infection sooner rather than later because it was burning almost as hot as Bakugo's explosions. As far as she could tell, the bone had caused internal damage that was invisible to her and impossible to repair, even though it hadn't broken through the skin. It was possible to splint it, but since there was nothing large enough nearby, it was moot. After careful maneuvering to reach it, she scooped up the cold water with her hands, which greatly relieved her parched throat. She felt a chill go down her spine as the sun began to set. As winter drew near, being higher up in the mountains meant experiencing cold temperatures that could cause hypothermia. Although the tightness of her leggings and shorts seemed to function almost as a compression sock for the swollen limb, her slightly torn sweatshirt retained some of her body heat. The next stage of night survival was shelter, and Uraraka discovered a tiny, eroded cavern concealed in the cliffside after making cautious, slow progress towards the bottom of the short falls. The brunette soon discovered that some waterfalls had carved out areas behind them when she was younger and frequently explored the woods. She switched on the flashlight to help her find her way and was grateful that her phone had survived the entire ordeal. Although it was damp and cold, it was deep enough to keep her out of the main water spray. She eased herself down to the rocky floor a few paces from the entrance, grunting in pain. She would be safe from villains even if someone came looking for her and could easily look right over the cave in the dark. Uraraka sighed and leaned her head back against the wet wall. Were they still battling the enemies, or was there anyone out looking for her? For the time being, this was the only thing she could think of because she was in too bad of a condition to continue moving. Although it wasn't the best option because the waterfall had soaked the bottoms of her legs, the price of being protected from any attacks was worth the moisture. From what she could tell, there had been no fighting in the area, but a lot of the situational awareness was lost because she was almost delirious from pain. At this point, she had no choice but to sit and wait for someone to come across her. If they did at all. As the temperature decreased, eyelids gradually started to droop. In addition to the fact that the break in her leg was excruciatingly painful and draining, she had not realized how tired she had become since losing her quirk. A signal bar blearily flashed at her from the upper corner, and a heavy arm raised the phone to turn off the light. Uraraka gazed at it for a while before navigating to the messaging app with her thumb. Even if he had his phone with him, there was little chance that the message would be delivered, but it might help them find her. She tapped out a few words feebly before pressing the send button as Deku's name appeared beneath her messages. She was pulled under by a burning fever, and the phone fell out of her hand. With his flashlight blazing in all directions due to his trembling hands, Deku jogged through the forest. Darkness had long since fallen, and they had been looking for Uraraka for some time now with no leads. The others had split up and gone their separate ways, leaving only Cementos, Su, Jiro, and Aoyama. It became more of a broad sweep to cover a greater area of the dense woods because it was difficult to determine where they had fallen from the ground. He had jumped above the treetops a few times to get a general idea of their location, but it was impossible to tell where they were in the darkness. Su said, "I hope Ochako is all right," as she pressed her finger to her mouth and shone her light more upward into the branches. She hasn't been acting herself for a few days now and she looked pretty drained earlier. Silently, Izuku answered, "Yeah, me too." As the guilt swept over him, his hand gripped the flashlight more tightly. Instead of her, he ought to have taken the chance and launched himself at the villains. A part of him thought she was trying to make up for her weakness by expressing anxiety about the trip. However, Uraraka was not weak. In fact, there were instances when she threw herself into situations without thinking about her personal safety. In fact, she had saved his life more times than he could remember. She's tougher than you guys may think. I mean, she even took Bakugo head-on in the festival and he's a total psychopath. Then she stood up for Midoriya after he shoved into him. Jiro reminded them all. Every now and then, her earjacks sunk into the ground to hear any softer sounds. I'm sure she's probably got herself somewhere safe even if she's injured. She's learned a lot from Ryukyu and 13 when it comes to rescue and first aid. Aoyama nodded, his light darting nervously about in the shadows. She has shown many a times the strength she possesses. Until Su put her tongue around his mouth and silenced him, every slight movement of the shadow would cause a high-pitched squeal to escape his lips. As Cementos continued, all four students turned to face him through the shadows. That child is very strong-willed, I'm sure you have nothing to worry about. She has shown great strength and resilience in the face of uncertainty. We'll find her, that I have no doubt about that. There are 4 pros amongst you heroes in training and though our skills vary greatly, I have faith we will find your comrade. Now, let's continue our search. Yes, sir. Deku exhaled deeply before redoubling their efforts to find them. He was correct. He knew the gravity manipulator could manage herself until they saved her, but that didn't stop him from worrying all the time. Uraraka was strong, stronger than she thought. After another 30 minutes of searching, they came to a river and made the decision to pause for a short while in order to reconsider their plan and get in touch with the other groups. Despite warning that the cold would slow her down, Su proceeded to search the river downstream in case she fell in at any time. Cementos gave the students some snacks after taking a pouch off his back. Jiro held up her phone and showed her 1 bar of signal. Is anyone else's phones not working right? I barely have a signal to send a text to the others. I can try to amplify an outgoing signal and listen for the sounds of a phone ringing, but receiving a strong signal is out of my capabilities right now. At least we have the radios that Momo made. Non, Mine was lost during the explosion. Oh, I haven't checked mine since this morning. Deku reached into his pocket for the device, and as soon as he did, he swiftly unlocked the screen. After being kept safe in his pocket, it had surprisingly survived relatively unscratched. The few messages he received appeared on the screen, despite the battery being low and the signal appearing erratic. There was only one from All Might and a couple from his mother. Before accepting the snack from his teacher, he stuffed it back into his pocket. My battery is almost dead and the signal seems pretty weak here. Did Uraraka have her phone with her? I don't remember her ever bringing it out. Jiro searched through her contacts to locate Uraraka before clicking on the green phone icon. I can try to give it a ring, but the call may drop due to the low signal. I don't have more than 2 bars. As one jack plugged into the bottom and the other plopped into her headphones, which she quickly raised to her ears, she put it on speakerphone so that everyone could hear. They served both sending and receiving purposes, but there were few towers nearby and a lot of interference in a densely forested area. After a long silence, a staticky ring came from the phone. The teen was about to hang up after it rang once, twice, and 3 times before it went to voicemail when they heard a soft click that made them uneasy right away. The 3 teenagers huddled nervously around the phone as static filled the line and they waited with bated breaths. Deku hesitated, not sure if the line was active, and said, "Uraraka?" Jiro buried one of her jacks in the ground to detect any vocal vibrations nearby. "Uraraka, can you hear us? Do you know where you are?" she asked. Sue reappeared behind them, tuning into the phone as well, almost silently. They all let out a trembling breath as a weak voice crackled over the line. "Ku, got, mess, in." Cementos listened and lowered his drink slowly. Sue inquired anxiously, "Ochako, do you know where you are? Are you injured?" The shining hero cried out, "Mon ami, it's a relief to hear your voice," but Jiro silenced her with a finger raise. And the gravity user almost whispered, "Leg. Ken, ov, cold." The broken words caused the 4 to look at one another in bewilderment. Deku grabbed the phone out of Jiro's hands and shouted into it, "Something about your leg? Is your leg injured? Are you able to move at all? Please, tell us where you are, Uraraka." His terrified eyes were fixed on his friend's name, which was glowing brightly in the dark. The flickering flame of hope started to die down again, and silence returned to the air. The teenager closed her eyes to focus as Jiro held up her hand while her other jack moved farther down the river. "Tear, Al." The phone screen went black and the line abruptly clicked off, signaling that the call had ended. After a few breaths, Jiro took off her jacks to gaze at the still Deku. What was she trying to say? It didn't make much sense apart from something with her leg. "Tear, Al. I don't understand what that is." Sue was humming as she thought. Aoyama gave a quick nod of agreement. Sue nodded before jumping into the water again and racing through the river with her light leading the way. It was faint, but I could feel some pretty good vibrations coming from further down the river. "Sue, can you continue further down the river to see how far it goes? We'll be right behind you. Don't push yourself if it's too cold to navigate." As he attempted to interpret the words, Deku muttered into his hand, what was she trying to say? The few words they could make out were clearly spoken, but they didn't necessarily make sense because they were broken over the phone. Her location didn't make sense, but it was clear from the few words she was able to utter that her leg appeared injured. Was she in a tree? On the edge of a precipice? Somewhere in a cave? Perhaps a crater, since the first word ended in tear? No. According to the geography Aizawa reviewed before they left, that didn't make much sense in this area. Deku looked up into the river and saw his light reflected in the placid waters. He pointed to the water in realization as a gear clicked in his brain. Water. The first part of what she was saying is about water. "Jiro, you said you heard something further down the river, right?" "Yeah, it was weak, but it could be a person or animal. There was quite a bit of noise covering it up, so I can't be completely sure. What are you thinking of, Midoriya?" When Jiro finally realized, her eyes widened and her expression told Deku everything he needed to know. "Did you hear anything that sounded like rushing water? Like a waterfall?" Jiro asked. "We need to find a waterfall. Most likely she's in that area. Sue should already be close to it, so let's get going." "Right." Uraraka's eyes stung with tears as her body was overcome by a searing heat. After a while, she hardly noticed the cold floor around her as waves of fieriness sent chilling waves down her body. She thought she had spoken to someone on the line when her phone rang in between periods of consciousness, but her memory was too hazy to recall. She had been down here for how long? Hours, days, even minutes. There were no signs of the outside world because everything was dark. She had no idea where she was living at the moment. Without any energy, the appendage just flopped against the cavern floor while her numb fingers searched for anything nearby that could assist her. She let out a faltering sigh. Between not eating since this morning, losing her ability to use her quirk, the explosion, breaking her leg, and now having a fever tearing through her body, she hardly had the energy to move. It's becoming numb. A little out of breath, Deku skidded to a stop at the top of the waterfall, searching the area around it frantically with his flashlight. Because of the cold waters, Sue had started hibernating and rejoined them earlier than anticipated. In order to keep her warm and call for help, Jiro and Aoyama volunteered to stay behind. Cementos cautiously trailed behind Aizawa's pupil, his steely gaze scanning the area for possible adversaries. The majority of them had been caught, but some cunning ones escaped their grasp and were probably hiding among the trees. In order to look for the missing student, the expert stepped up to the edge of the falls and shone his light below. Cementos pointed to the area where his light was shining and said, "There, do you see that down there, Midoriya?" It was lying on an area of the beach where a broad sandbar was located. Searching for what his teacher was pointing at, the teenager squinted down at the brightened area. A footprint alongside intermittent drag markings heading towards the bottom of the falls. Uraraka may have fallen into the water at some point, so we can't rule that out, but for now we shall search down below in case there is another area she could have wandered into. Perhaps check to see if there is a cavern carved out behind the falls. One of the first steps in survival is finding shelter. Yes. While Cementos took the more sensible route along the hillside, his light swaying in front of him with every step, Deku leapt down to the embankment with ease. He squatted down and ran his fingers over the shoeprint, coming up short of the water's edge. The jagged, sporadic drag marking would correspond with a leg injury, and it appeared to be roughly the size of a woman's shoe. The teenager searched for more footprints by shining his light along the edge. She would have had to trudge through the water and avoid the falls if she had actually gone in that direction because the sandbar tapered off as it approached the falls. Unless there was no other shelter to reach, Uraraka could not have purposefully risked hypothermia on top of an injury, as Sue struggled with the water's temperature. Somehow, the gravity manipulator must have returned there. It was challenging to determine whether there was a true opening behind the rushing water as his light glinted off the fall's edges. Uraraka, can you hear me? Let me know you're back there somehow? The only sane thing he could think of was to force some power into his legs and propel himself through the thundering falls since he couldn't hear a response over the roaring crash of the water. His hypothesis was right. There was a sort of cavern behind the falls, but he didn't account for how slippery the ground was, and the hero thrashed across it when his boots couldn't find a firm grip. Deku grunted as he smacked into a wall that finally stopped him from falling, the flashlight he was holding skidding noisily across the floor. He sat up straight and rubbed the back of his throbbing head, hissing a few times in agony. Although it wasn't the best entrance he's ever made, it was still a 50-50 chance. Izuku reached down to grab his light, but he stopped short as his eyes strayed to the point, a dire warning ringing in his mind. Something or someone seemed to be hiding in the shadows. The light had managed to shine back towards the entrance, illuminating the water droplets as they dripped from above, even though it was still very dark inside the cavern. The only distinct feature was what appeared to be a small, dark rectangle on the uneven terrain. The teenager moved closer to the spot, carefully grasping the light and keeping it pointed straight at it. He immediately recognized it as a cell phone when light reflected off its front. He knelt down to raise it. The front screen refused to turn on even after holding the button down, so he knew it was completely dead and flipped it open to confirm as well. The only student in the class still using an antiquated phone like this was Uraraka. As he turned the light slowly to his left, a shiver went up his spine and a feeling of unease weighed down and filled the pit of his stomach. It was just rock for 10 seconds, but then he saw a familiar gray and white tennis shoe. Uraraka? Deku questioned, clenching his throat in a high-pitched voice. As the light rose higher, it showed a pair of legs, one of which was noticeably larger than the other. Shorts and torn leggings followed under a frayed green UA Deku and the sweatshirt started to shake. Uraraka lay slouched against the cavern wall, her face flushed and her skin glistening with perspiration as she took shallow breaths. Uraraka, can you hear me? It's all right, I'm here now. Please, I need you to wake up for me. The brunette's eyes appeared to open slightly, but she didn't reply. Deku turned on the flashlight to brighten the area and then tore off his half-wet jacket to cover her. The closest hospital was located at the foot of the mountains, and there were no medical supplies in the area, and assistance might still be hours away. Her leg had swelled to almost double the size of her other leg, making it clear that it had been broken. It was even more difficult because she didn't know the precise location of the broken splint on her leg. The sheen of sweat covering her face and neck may indicate that infection is starting to set in, but it could also be the shock and trauma of the injury. In an attempt to contain his tears, Deku bit his lip hard. He had failed, and she had been hurt. He ought to have pushed her out of the way, pushed her away from the bus more quickly, held on to her more tightly after the explosion, and taken the enemy's blow. He was shocked when something cold touched him. Uraraka touched his arm lightly while staring at him with the faintest trace of a smile. Deku's cold hand almost burned against his warmer flesh as she pressed it firmly against his skin. Deku. Izuku took a trembling breath and tried to sit up, but she scrunched her face up tightly in pain. I'm sorry, Uraraka, I should have been there for you. You got injured because I failed to protect you. Don't move, we'll get help here soon enough. Cementos will send a flare to alert the others of our location. Save your energy for now. Are you in a lot of pain? Yeah, expounded Uraraka. Auburn's eyes briefly closed and then opened again. She did her best to concentrate because she was having a terrible headache that made it difficult to think about anything right now. Femur broke midair, villain. She gave a small nod. The villain that grabbed onto you? He could sense that she was in unbearable pain, and it only made his heart tighten farther. Reaching up, his free hand tucked a clump of wet hair away from her eyes so it wouldn't bother her as much. Deku realized she needed immediate medical attention after the brief skin contact almost burned his fingertips. The skin was almost too hot to touch when he pressed the back of his hand against her forehead to make sure. You're burning up, we need to get you out of here and to the nearest hospital. I need to alert Cementos that you're in here. No need, Midoriya, I have already signaled to the others that she has been located safely. Jiro, Aoyama, and Sue are waiting to guide the others to our location, though from the looks of her we may be running on borrowed time. Have you already done an examination on her current condition? Cementos growled as he emerged from the waterfall gentle steps. Uraraka said her femur was broken on her left leg when a villain grabbed onto it after the explosion. She's running a high fever, yet her hands are freezing cold. High pain level currently. It's not safe to try and move her right now, not with her leg like this and nothing to splint it with. I don't know the exact location of the break, so that makes it more difficult. Midoriya went on to explain to his instructor in addition. Uraraka gave him a fleeting glance before shifting her blurry attention back to the teenager with the green hair. To roughly indicate the location of the break, her other hand moved from the floor and slowly hovered above her broken leg, just above the mid-thigh. Deku apologized briefly before gently covering the area with his fingers. Izuku Midoriya had suffered numerous injuries in recent months, so he was accustomed to breaking bones. He made an educated guess based on the amount of pain his friend was exhibiting with each minor graze of his fingers, even though he was unable to completely locate the break beneath all the swelling. Even though he wasn't a doctor, he knew enough to recognize that it hadn't penetrated the skin, which was encouraging. It doesn't seem like it's broken through the skin, thankfully, but I doubt she can even walk at this point. Can you move your toes? Uraraka shook her head no and leaned back against the cavern wall, panting heavily as excruciating pain swept through her body. She did her best to resist the slight pressure on her leg, which had almost sent her back into the black oblivion of unconsciousness. If it weren't for the pain and fever plaguing her broken body, she would normally be more relieved that Deku had finally found her. Her brows pinched in bewilderment as her hot, watery eyes opened and saw that his mouth was moving but that no words were coming out. What did he say? Uraraka didn't have the energy to keep her eyes open any longer, but Deku's face twisted into what appeared to be alarm. She finally succumbed to the reassuring warmth it offered again as everything started to blur in her vision. With a grim expression on her weathered face, Recovery Girl twisted the syringe into the port that connected to the unconscious student's arm and injected the medication into the veins. Although she had seen injuries of all kinds, this leg break was among the worst she had seen since the injuries sustained at the Midoriya Sports Festival. The child would have to recover the old-fashioned way, with rest, potent drugs, and corrective surgery, because she was too exhausted for the pro to use her power. The actual break was a displaced spiral fracture, which was uncommon even in her field of work. According to what the teachers and students who were watching told her, Uraraka had been falling following the bus explosion. A villain had grabbed her leg and pulled her into the heart of the forest after she had pushed Izuku Midoriya out of her way. The girl was in a bad position because the twist motion had seriously damaged her, and it might take months for her to fully recover. Although the possibility of a permanent limp was always present, the nurse would make every effort to get the rising star back into combat. With a heavy sigh escaping her wrinkled lips, the old pro cleaned her hands and hopped up onto her chair. The League of Villains appeared to be assembling a sizable number of henchmen to carry out their orders. The world had flipped around since All Might abruptly announced his retirement, with low-life villains stepping up to take his place now that the world's most important peace hero was no longer around. For all of the younger heroes, life was only going to get more complicated. Later, she was adding notes to the computer when she heard a knock on the door of the infirmary. As he closed the infirmary door, Aizawa said, "Recovery girl, have there been any updates?" In the brief moment before the door was shut and audibly locked, the nurse believed she saw a crowd gathering outside her infirmary. Jiro would undoubtedly relay his and Recovery girl's conversation using her jacks. The ragged-looking teacher sat down in a nearby chair, and Chio turned her chair around to face him. "Well, Shota, it's going to be slow in regard to her recovery," she said. "The surgery is scheduled for later today and that will take me no more than a few hours to repair the break and place some pins in her leg. She doesn't have enough energy left for me to repair her the fast way, so it's going to be a long recovery ahead, though I'm confident she'll make it out all right. I am concerned about one thing." "What's that?" "Her body is registering very low on the energy readings, so some part of her body is either draining it rapidly or there's something else going on. Did any of your students mention Uraraka acting out of normal during the fight?" In contemplation, Aizawa scratched his scruffy chin. As soon as they got back, Uraraka was hurried into the infirmary by the throngs of students who were all furious about what had happened. However, Midoriya appeared to be the class member who persisted in asking for a private space to speak. The teenager remembered everything about Uraraka as soon as the classroom door closed, including how she had been acting strangely just days before and how she had lost all of her energy after damaging the automated machine on top of the hill. He found it strange that she put her hands against the bus as though to lift it off, but nothing happened. There was no movement or glow from the car. Yeah, Midoriya mentioned how Uraraka was acting weak after destroying the machine, then when she tried to lift the bus away from the rest of the class, it was like her quirk didn't activate. I'm wondering if something happened to her once that machine was destroyed. It's possible it was rigged with some sort of quirk paralytic. The teacher frowned and pulled on his scarf, preparing to scare the students away. Chio laughed and said, I'll run a full blood screen before the surgery just in case she came into contact with a paralytic substance. You can tell those students to go back to their dorms until she's out of surgery later this afternoon. Shota, they're crowding my doorway. Don't be too harsh on them, they're just worried about their friend. I'll let you know once she's out of surgery. Go reassure your students before they end up in here sick from stress." When Uraraka's lungs finally remembered to work, she opened her eyes hazily and inhaled deeply, her chest heaving a few times before it finally subsided. As she smacked her lips, it seemed as though a desert was living inside the brunette's mouth, her tongue acting as a parched sponge. She wasn't totally sure what had happened, but the teenager realized it was the school's infirmary after her thoughts calmed down a little. Vibrant orange, red, and yellow hues were filtered through the curtained windows as the sun rose. Recovery girl approached the bedside with her typical gentle manner and a smile on her tired face, asking, "How are you feeling, Ochako? You've been out for a bit now." Uraraka blinked away the strange sleep-like sensation before turning to face the nurse in confusion. "I had to go in and fix that broken leg of yours. You did quite a bit of damage to yourself, child, and it's going to take you a good amount of time to heal before going back to your usual schedule. Don't worry about those pins, they'll come out once you've regained some of your energy." Uraraka looked down at the cast and pinned appendage and said softly, "Oh, that's right, my leg broke after the villain grabbed onto me." Her lips quirked into a grimace as the pins stuck out in all directions. Even though she was pain-free, it was strange to appear like a human pincushion. Chio jumped onto the stool next to the bed and crossed her fingers over her lap. "It wasn't your fault according to what Aizawa told me, so don't worry about that. What I would like to know is how you were hit with a quirk paralytic and what all it felt like when it took effect. Poor Midoriya has been blaming himself the entire time for letting you get injured so badly, but none of us could have predicted League underlings would ambush the bus like that. Principal Nezu has personally sent a few higher-up pros to take care of the problem." Ochako became more vigilant, and the elderly nurse simply laughed at her response. "Deku? Ah, is he all right? He's not injured, is he?" Ochako asked. She had long ago learned that young love was such a lovely thing. General observations of the two and the way they both flushed when they realized how close they were made it clear. She concluded that they would make a cute couple. Now, calm down a minute. The boy is fine apart from worrying so much about you and constantly camping outside of my office. Tell me what you remember about losing your quirk, then I'll consider letting your friends in for a visit." Uraraka said, her stomach clenching tightly as her memories came flooding back. It took the teenager a few minutes to fully recall everything because her memories were still a little hazy. Just before the girl lost her stomach, Chio snatched up the closest trash can and gave it to her. After a minute, the urge subsided, and the brunette leaned heavily on her pillows. I'm sorry, it all came back a bit too quickly for me. Don't worry, I'm sure part of that is the anesthesia wearing off as well. I'll get you something to eat here in a few minutes. I guess it started after I had shut off the explosive creation device off, when a purple smoke began spewing out of the muzzle. Even though I covered my mouth, it still seemed to get into my system. It took effect almost immediately, and by the time I had returned to the ground I couldn't catch my breath and my quirk had become unusable. I felt like I was dying. Uraraka continued to speak quietly and turned to her lap quietly. Recovery Girl examined the pupil in front of her. In her time, All for One did not constantly attempt to eradicate any living pro-hero. Instead, he did so less frequently and more covertly. However, the younger generations were now bearing the consequences of their predecessors' mistakes. The future heroes in training might have had a totally different outcome if All Might had prevailed in that battle back then. Interesting. I did an analysis on your blood and it shows that it is indeed a variant of Quirk Blocker, though we don't quite know its full potency or how long its effects will last. I'm afraid there isn't a way of predicting when your quirk will return, Uraraka, so until then I'm going to have to suspend your classes and training. We can't risk you going out and getting into a fight then suddenly losing control of your quirk if it becomes intermittent. Chio sympathized with the young woman as she solemned the terrible news. Although it was her least favorite aspect of her job, it was necessary. Since you've held up your end of the bargain, I'll grant your friends limited visitation hours for now. They won't know a word of what happened to your quirk. That's up to you to inform them when you're ready. I'll go grab some easy food and more medicine for you, so just hang tight. Ochako was left to think in silence as the infirmary door silently closed behind the nurse. Her chest grew heavy with dread. Being a hero meant using your unique gift to support those who were born without it, to provide courage and strength when it was most needed. She couldn't help people in such dire need if it weren't for her quirk. If it refused to come back, her parents' dream vacation would never happen. If it didn't, what would happen to her? What if she just went about her everyday life as usual? She longed to be a hero and gave up blood, sweat, and tears to witness the cheering crowds of citizens. UA would have to let her go. Permanently, unable to observe as her peers proceeded to reach the summit without her. She would frequently return home to assist her parents in paying their bills, but with her head hung low and her hands covering her face, the tears trickled silently down her face in hot trails as the reality set in. As they proceeded on their journey to become heroes, she would have to part ways with all of her friends. She would only serve as a barrier in their way. All of that preparation, effort, and sacrifice was in vain because some bad guys chose to sabotage yet another trip along the mountainside. The brunette was startled out of her spiraling depression party when the door slammed open, and she turned to see who was coming in with wide eyes. Uraraka, how are you feeling? Are you okay now? Recovery Girl said you had surgery last night. Whoa, you have pins in your leg? Oh no, are you in pain? With their mouths moving 100 miles per hour, the brunette was surrounded by the majority of her classmates who hurried through the infirmary doors. With tears in her eyes, Mina clung to her shoulders and apologized for placing her on the catapult. Yaoyorozu apologized for not averting the risky stunt sooner. Ida bowed deeply as he described his shortcomings as class representative. Sue grabbed Mina's side and sandwiched the two girls with Ochako. With obvious relief radiating from them, Jiro and Toru also took up positions on either side of the bed. When the girls stopped squeezing her, Ochako took a deep breath and gave them a gentle pat on the shoulders. Ochako asked, a little perplexed, why are you all here so early in the morning? Isn't there class today? She could tell from a quick glance that the majority of the class was crammed into the nurse's office. Not all, but the majority. Mr. Aizawa and the rest of the teachers gave us the next few days off since you finally woke up, and they have an active investigation going on. They've been interviewing all of us non-stop. You've been out almost a week. Recovery Girl just came by the class to let us know that you were awake and that she was allowing visitors, Sue said as she wiped away the tears. How's your leg doing? It was pretty messed up from the fall, but Recovery Girl thinks it will heal normally in a few months. I guess I don't have enough energy for her to use healing on me, so I'll heal the normal way. I'm sorry for worrying you all, Uraraka said, making a pitying smile as she cupped the back of her neck with her hand. Kirishima objected, you've done nothing wrong, Uraraka. While the others agreed. No one could have predicted what was going to happen on this trip, so don't sweat it. The most important thing is that you're alright. Todoroki added from next to Ida, his normally stoic face sporting a small smile. Kirishima has a point. You actually helped us out immensely by destroying that machine on the hillside and allowing the pros to take down the villains attacking. Who knows what would have happened if you hadn't done that? As she scratched her cheek with her index finger, Mina said, "You were awesome, Ochako. Especially on the catapult. Sorry about releasing the rope early, though that was my fault." She felt a little ashamed of her mistake. Uraraka gave her hand a reassuring pat and said, "Don't worry about it, it was an accident. Besides, everything turned out okay in the end. I never actually destroyed the machine and just flipped the power switch off. I'm guessing the villains were just using it as a distraction before ambushing us." With the class silently discussing it among themselves, Jiro said, "Really? That would explain why there weren't any explosions after Zero caught you. I'm just glad you didn't get hurt from the machine." The blankets moved slightly higher against Ochako's stomach as she recoiled, but she covered it up as a shiver. The brunette had more time to come to terms with the fact that her powers were gone, at least temporarily, and telling them now would cause more harm than good. Glancing down at her friend with concern, Yayorozu clasped her hands together and said, "If you need anything at all, don't hesitate to text or call us, okay? You can always count on us, Ochako, please don't forget that. We're all your friends." Yaomomo, all right, when I said visitors were allowed I didn't mean the entire class rushing in here at once. She's still a sick patient who needs rest and peace and quiet. Go on now, you can come back later this afternoon after I've run some more tests. Don't stress her out by being so rowdy." With a sandwich bag in one hand and her syringe-like cane in the other, Recovery Girl stood behind the class. As they filed out of the room, everyone said their quick goodbyes, and when the door closed, there was silence. Before approaching Uraraka and giving her the bag, the nurse shook her head and clucked her tongue at the student's absurdity. "You've certainly got some rambunctious friends, girl. Go on and eat, then take these pills. I've got a meeting with Principal Nezu for the next few hours, so try to get some rest." "Thank you." Uraraka gazed through the open blinds as she slowly consumed her lunch. Although she felt somewhat relieved that she wasn't held responsible for the disastrous failure, the weight still weighed heavily on her chest. Later, when she was roused from her medication-induced slumber by a knock on the door, she started to stir. With a quizzical glance, Uraraka sat up groggily as the door slowly cracked open and then stopped. "Or did they want to enter? You can come in, though I don't think Recovery Girl is back yet." "Uraraka, you're awake?" With a look of relief on his face, Deku opened the door completely and walked quickly and deliberately to her bedside. He appeared almost conflicted as his eyes moved from her face to her pinned-up leg, stopping just short of the bed railing. Before he could turn and walk away, Uraraka grabbed his wrist as guilt flashed across his face. She was aware of his thoughts. Deku was holding himself responsible for her wounds. "Deku." The hurt in his voice caused her breath to catch, and she tightened her grip on his wrist. "I'm sorry, Uraraka, it's all my fault you got injured." "No, Deku, it wasn't. I was supposed to protect you and I couldn't even do that. You got injured because of it. I'm a failure of a friend and hero." Uraraka blurted, "I chose to push you away, Deku, because you're important to me." The green-haired teenager looked up at her, startled. "I put myself in harm's way because I felt I had to do something instead of sitting there helpless while innocent people were at risk. Even though it didn't go to plan, I was still able to stop the machine creating explosions so the pros could counterattack. Even without being able to use my quirk, I still had to try and help one way or another. Pushing you out of the way led to my rescue when it could have gone a worse direction." For a minute, Midoriya's wide green eyes were fixed on hers as he processed everything his friend had said. Uraraka's auburn eyes widened as she clamped both hands over her mouth after realizing what had slipped out. It just slipped in the moment of panic to stop him from fleeing, but she didn't want to tell him because he would only keep blaming himself for her injuries. Without a doubt, his anxiety would increase now that it was public knowledge. The brunette shook her head and turned away as Deku sagged heavily into the chair. Breathlessly, Deku asked, "What do you mean? What happened to your quirk, Uraraka?" His voice was laced with panic and disbelief. Ochako swallowed the thick lump that was growing in her throat and whispered, "I'm sorry, Deku. I didn't want you to find out this way." Her fists fell to the blanket draped over her legs and clenched. She did not want him to be aware of this. Not right now, not in this circumstance. She avoided looking at him because she couldn't even meet his eyes. After I shut off the machine I got sprayed with a purple mist that, what it did was, Deku reached shakily to the quivering girl and gently covered her clenched fist. Although it was a weak attempt to console her, they both understood that its purpose was to prevent both heroes from going totally crazy. "Why, you don't have to tell me." I need to tell you because you're my friend, Deku, my best friend, and you need to know because it's the reason everyone got caught up in the explosion. It cut off my quirk. I can't use my quirk anymore. It may come back, it may not. No one knows anything about it yet. I couldn't move the bus out of the way in time because of it. The words knocked all the air out of Deku's lungs, and a thick silence descended upon the two. Was Uraraka's peculiarity gone? There must have been a reason why her quirk vanished. It couldn't have just vanished like that. For a moment, it brought back memories of Mirio losing his quirk during the conflict with Overhaul. Did she get struck by a quirk blocker? Since Mirio's form was liquid, had the villains made a smoke version that could spread widely? Uraraka, your quirk is gone? Yeah, it is. Uraraka looked up at him with the most comforting smile she could manage, but it appeared to be the most heartbreaking expression in the world from Deku's eyes. You don't have to say anything, it won't help anyways, Deku, she said. I'm starting to accept the possibility that it won't come back. Izuku sharply interrupted, no, and, much to Uraraka's astonishment, firmly grabbed her by the shoulders. Don't talk like that, Uraraka. Your quirk will come back, I know it. It may seem hopeless now, but you have to trust in yourself and those around you. We'll find who did it and get your quirk back, I promise you. Why, yeah. Thanks, Deku. After a few moments of staring, the green-haired teen's face erupted in flames, and he quickly yanked his hands back, covering his face with his arm and mumbling an apology for grabbing her out of the blue. Uraraka's face heated up and she pressed her hands against it. Although the emotions were building inside of her, she prevented them from coming out for only a few seconds. Given how emotionally tense they were both right now, letting them go would not benefit either of them. Deku mentioned that there would be some study sessions before the finals in approximately a month after they both eventually relaxed enough to have a normal conversation. Uraraka groaned into her hands and dragged them down her face in frustration, saying, I forgot about the finals. I don't even know if I'll be out of here by then. If I can't regain enough energy, then Recovery Girl won't be able to heal me faster. I may not be able to even walk properly by then if things keep going this slow. With his nerdy side blossoming in a flash, Deku immediately offered enthusiastically, I can help you study. I'll make a notebook with what Mr. Aizawa goes over in class and I can bring it by every day if that will help. Oh, I wonder if I should categorize it by subject or by topic, maybe even by general summarization. Outlines are also a good method to clearly mark out everything with the main point with individual points beneath. Should I cover everything over the semester or just what's recommended in the study guide? If it's to prepare for the semester final, then maybe I should just go over everything to be safe. Uraraka's features melted as she studied the man in front of her. She was attracted to him because of his dorky appearance and nerdy, eccentric qualities. They always appeared to be drawn back together like two magnets, regardless of how far apart they were. The teen's heart skipped a beat, and she knew that however hard she tried to suppress the feelings, they would always come back whenever they were together. She would savor the sensations that threatened to overwhelm her body and mind, just for this one instant in time. Deku jolted her out of her reverie with a worried look and a gentle shake of her arm. Uraraka? Are you alright? You're spacing out a bit. Do you need any pain meds? I can go find Recovery Girl for you. After blinking a few times, Uraraka gave him a soft smile and covered the scarred hand that was resting on her arm. Deku flushed at the touch of their hands, rubbed the back of his neck uneasily, nodded quickly, and looked down. I'm sorry, Deku. I'm still a bit tired from the surgery, so don't worry. Thank you for coming to visit me. It can get a little boring in a medical ward without someone to talk with. The rest of the class already visited earlier, but it was a bit overwhelming. Oh, of course, Uraraka, I just wanted to make sure you were all right. We were all pretty worried when the teachers still hadn't found you, but thankfully Jiro was able to get through on her cell phone. You sounded pretty weak and disoriented and it was difficult to figure out where you said you were. The brunette looked at him with a confused expression. I don't remember any of that, sorry. The explosion I vaguely remember, but nothing after that. Where did you find me? How much of what I remembered was lost? Behind a waterfall a good distance from the area we all fell. I'm not entirely sure how you got back there in the first place, but you were in really bad shape. Not very coherent, high fever. Your leg was pretty swollen as well and you blacked out soon after Cementos and I found you. Oh. How panicked he must have been when he discovered me is beyond me. I'm such a fool for constantly worrying him. Bringing him down on his journey to become the most popular hero is all I'm doing. Deku. Recovery Girl emerged from the nurse's door as it slid open again, followed by Aizawa, Principal Nezu, All Might, and one of the detectives who frequently collaborated with UA. Deku started to stand up to go, but Aizawa waved him away. As the adults gathered around the occupied bed and grabbed chairs, the teenagers exchanged a worried look. Miss Ochako Uraraka, my name is Detective Naomasa Sukachi and I work closely with UA and its students when it comes to villain attacks. Mr. Midoriya, a pleasure to see you again. I'll need to ask the two of you some questions regarding the incident last week. All Might swiftly assured the others seated around him, neither of you are in trouble, this is just a formality due to the incident regarding students in the school, while waving his hand. The police just need a report of what happened, what the villains looked like, how many, those kinds of things. It shouldn't take more than half an hour give or take. Aizawa, who was obviously enjoying the police interrogations, put his arms on his knees and explained, I've already explained what you told me Midoriya, but you'll need to recall the incident for record purposes, both UA's and for the police. With a sharp glance at the detective, Shio complained, let's move quickly and finish this already, I still have an injured patient to deal with. She just had surgery yesterday, and all of these visitors are going to interfere with her healing. I suggested waiting another few days after she was fully off of the anesthesia and had time to digest everything. I fully understand your concerns, Chio, but this is an urgent matter that must be dealt with as soon as possible. A direct attack on UA is a very serious crime that needs immediate attention, especially when a student is critically injured. We'll go through everything as quick as possible, don't worry. Now Miss Uraraka, if you would please begin with any events leading up to the attack. Nezu asked politely as he sipped his tea. For the next 30 minutes, Uraraka recounted everything she could recall about the event, including how she lost control of her abilities in the classroom, though she omitted the primary explanation. She concluded by sharing what little she remembered about the explosion. While the principal and teachers listened to the story with great interest, the detective took notes throughout. Recovery Girl, complaining about the disruptions, flitted about periodically checking vital signs and getting prescriptions ready for the rest of the day. It was Izuku's turn to recount everything he remembered after the brunette finished. His memory was undoubtedly more thorough than hers, but Uraraka started to twitch uneasily when he mentioned locating her behind the waterfall using the phone call's hints. Both the anesthesia and the pills had completely worn off, so her brain was starting to notice the pins piercing her skin more and more. Before gradually transitioning to increasing pressure, it began as a tingling sensation similar to what happens when your leg falls asleep after being immobile for some time. With the risk of rupturing through the already heavily bandaged and compressed limb, the pressure increased as the medications wore off. Uraraka, tears in her eyes, let her head drop back against the pillows with a heavy exhale, trying to stop the increasing pain. On her lap, her hand held the blanket as firmly as it could. After noticing the slight movement, the recovery girl grabbed a syringe from next to her and pushed the teachers out of her way so she could get to the catheter port. Deku jerked in his chair out of instinct, but All Might stopped him with a gentle shake of his head and gestured to recovery girl. With a push of the plunger to make sure all of it was drained out, Chio said, I think we're done for the day, gentlemen. As you can see, Uraraka's had enough for now. You can email me with any questions you have later, but for now you all need to go. She then twisted it from the port and disposed of it. Before preparing it as well, she snatched another one with a different colored substance. She carefully watched the brunette's face to gauge the degree of discomfort as she pushed the plunger down, this time after a flush of saline in the port cleared the tubes. Principal Nezu jumped out of his chair and walked towards the door with his hands clasped behind his back. Of course, Shio, I'll leave you to it then. We can continue this conversation in my office. Midoriya, please return to your dorm for now. If we require any additional information, then I'll send one of the teachers for you. Please do not push yourself. Miss Uraraka, we all wish you a speedy recovery. Thank you for your time this evening. Before leaving All Might and Izuku with Recovery Girl, Aizawa gave her a thumbs up and said, I'll check on you tomorrow. Uraraka, take it easy for the rest of the night. Don't worry about any homework or tests, they've been put on hold for now. All Might waved briefly before following his fellow teachers, saying, Take it easy, kiddo, and don't hesitate to ask any of us for anything. Deku looked down at Uraraka and whispered, I'll come see you in the morning, Uraraka, while holding on to the bed railings lightly. The brunette nodded briefly as her gleaming auburn eyes met the faltering emerald. Try to have a good night. Ochako smiled waterily and said, Night, Deku, thank you. Then she felt pain again, and she clenched her eyes shut to try to calm it. Go, out. Recovery Girl pushed him out of the door roughly and used more force than was necessary to lock it. They're going to get an earful tomorrow for babbling on for so long when you need your rest. I've given you a pain reliever along with a sedative to help you sleep, Ochako, so you'll be getting drowsy soon enough. You're going to need all of the rest you can get until your strength returns. I'll check on you one more time before I leave for the evening, but if something happens then an alarm is designated to go off and myself, Aizawa, and Nezu will be alerted and we'll come running. Uraraka gave a weary nod. Even though the pain was getting close to unbearable, she could only try to concentrate on breathing until the medication took effect. The pain from the pins piercing her skin was slightly worse than the actual break. Perhaps the intimidating appearance of the rods sticking out of her leg was causing her brain to send signals in a panic. Ochako was relieved to see Deku at all, despite the pain. He would certainly still blame himself, but for the time being he appeared to be more concerned with figuring out how to support her and keep her company. The team let the lull of sleep take her, and the medication didn't take long to start working. Uraraka landed hard, her skeleton painfully jumbled by the impact, and then she clambered to her feet. Fire roared through the trees behind the brunette as explosions sounded all around her, sending her running in all directions. She barely avoided the encroaching searing detonations as the dirt pathway stretched on forever in front of her. With a painful grunt, the woman fell to the ground as a root slashed out at her shoe. A searing pain ripped through Ochako's leg from her left hip, and she had to take deep breaths to slowly pull herself up from the dirt. As the sharp, white bone in her limb poked out through her flesh, she screamed in agony. As red filled her vision, a trembling hand reached for the bone but stopped short. Heavy drops of blood trickled from her fingertips and mixed with the dirt below. Uraraka's clothes were stained by the substance, which soon started to pool around her in a hot embrace and threatened to drag her down into its depths. As the pool turned into a thick liquid, she thrashed her arms wildly. Chio! The alarm! Uraraka hardly noticed the tremendous pounding of her heart due to the oppressive weight of the goo as the blood rose to chest depth. In the slim possibility that someone would intervene and save the day, she held her hand above her head, but as the sea of red grew higher, the glimmering glimmer of hope started to fade. Midoriya! Get out of here! Focus! Her stats are crashing. Uraraka! As the weight of the blood pressed down on her chest like an anvil, Ochako let out shallowed gasps of air. As the energy left her body, her freed hand drooped lower. The blood felt searing as it climbed up her chest, inching its way up her extended neck with ease. No one would save her. She was going to drown in a crimson sea alone, terrified. Before the sea swallowed her whole body and pulled her down into the blazing, black depths of oblivion, she was only able to take one last tiny breath. Her hand would also be swallowed whole a few moments later, putting out the flame entirely. Her body was abruptly jerked upward through the viscous blood and back into the open air, and when the pressure in her chest subsided, the brunette let out a rasping breath. Hacking and wheezing, she fell to the ground and stared wide-eyed at the dirt below, trying to make sense of what was happening. The brunette sighed shakily at the sight of a normal limb, and the break in her leg seemed to have vanished. "Are you okay?" At the voice, Ochako slowly raised her head, her auburn eyes flinching as a severely scarred hand materialized in front of her. His genuine commitment to protecting those in need was evident from the numerous adorning scars that ran up his arm and the large scar that encircled his palm. As her own hand slid against his, she could feel the coarseness of the calluses that lined his palms. Deku. Deku said, "Don't worry, Uraraka, I'm here now. I'll protect you no matter what." Her beloved boyish smile and bright emerald eyes shone down at her. A calming serenity enveloped Uraraka as she felt the tears trickle down her soiled cheeks. Keeping one hand on her elbow and the other still clasped with hers, he effortlessly dragged her to her feet. An open field of softly swaying flowers, with brilliant colors extending as far as the eye could see, replaced the flaming woods that surrounded them. In pleasant silence, he led them through the field while the brunette plodded along behind him. Ochako let her eyes wander around the room in wonder. A part of her nearly didn't think it could be real because she had never seen anything like it before. Expecting the petals to be silky soft, her fingers brushed over them, but they phased through them like holograms. When she attempted to physically grab one, even swatting at the untouchable flora with aggression, a frown pulled her lips downward. The brunette scratched her head in bewilderment when she tried to pull them out of the ground, but it didn't work. Uraraka said quietly, "Nothing here is real," as she came to a halt. Deku turned to stare at her curiously. "My hands go right through the flowers like they aren't real. It's all just a false illusion of peace, isn't it?" It was the brunette's turn to give her friend a strange look. "You're real," she said. All he could do was laugh. "How do you know that? This could all be a dream right now and you could be made up as well." The teenager with the green hair gave it some thought. "True, but what I do know is that you need to wake up now, Uraraka. There are people waiting for you in the real world, myself included." "What? That doesn't make any sense when you're right here, Deku." Uraraka staggered back as the flowers started to fade away beneath her bare feet. Deku stayed put as the light surrounding him gradually grew darker, engulfing him until only his hand was still clasped in hers. When she reached out to grab him, her fingers slipped through his and she grabbed nothing. "Wake up, Uraraka," he was telling her to wake up, but why? She had to wake up, but why? "Uraraka, please, wake up." A bright light came into view, and auburn eyes blinked slowly as they opened. The light vanished with a few forceful blinks, and Uraraka's surroundings began to become somewhat clearer. Recovery Girl's cold hands instantly pressed against her cheeks as her head lolled to the left, tilting her head in all directions for inspection. The teenager shivered at the coldness against her warm skin as two fingers were pressed firmly against her neck. Chio flashed a light at Uraraka's eyes, and the teenager squinted at the brightness before turning her head away. "Are you conscious now, Uraraka? How many fingers am I holding up? You set the alarm off with a night terror, scared us all half to death. Focus your eyes on the light for me now." She was still confused from the hell she had come from, and her body felt heavy. With every trembling breath in, the memory of it was starting to fade. "I've given you a relaxant to calm you down a bit, but we're going to have to closely monitor you from now on, child. I'm going to draw some more blood and check everything to make sure I didn't miss anything." The teen's eyes widened in surprise as she noticed Deku sitting to her right with his hands over hers, and she slowly turned her head towards the hazily familiar voice, asking, "Uraraka, are you okay?" His look was a mixture of obvious relief and pure panic, and it made her heart race with pain, especially when she saw the tears welling up in his eyes. When she finally realized that a mask was over her mouth and nose, she inhaled to answer. He beat her to it, lowering it gently from her face to rest against her neck as she attempted to move it off with her left hand. Though it was still hazy, she was almost certain that he was the cause of her regaining consciousness. She would continue to use the former for the time being, even if it was all a hallucination. "Deku." He squeezed her hand lightly and nodded eagerly. "What happened?" "A night terror triggered the alarm, so Recovery Girl and Mr. Aizawa came rushing up here. I saw him sprinting towards the school and I had a bad feeling in my gut, so I followed. You were completely unresponsive when we showed up." Midoriya ducked his head sheepishly as Aizawa growled from the other side of the bed, his eyes narrowed at the troublesome child. "You'll be getting a strict lecture once this is all done and over with on disobeying a direct order from your teacher." Chio sharply intervened, even using the end of her cane to poke and prod the irate teacher until he gave in. "She could use some support right now, Aizawa, so just relax a little bit. I've got everything under control right now, so why don't you go report to Principal Nezu for me? I'm sure he's still caught up with the detective and All Might, not to mention all of those pesky press members swarming the gates right now demanding answers." Before leaving the infirmary, Eraserhead flashed his quirk in warning, saying, "Fine, but you're still getting that lecture later, Midoriya, don't think you've gotten out of it." "He was always a grumpy old man," Chio said under her breath, snorting. Uraraka gazed blankly at the door. It was hard to even bring her attention back to reality because her head was so cloudy. "How?" she began slowly as she forced her eyes back to her friend, uncertain of the direction her thoughts were taking at the moment. "How long this time?" Izuku quietly added, "You've been out for almost an entire day now," watching her face for any unexpected shifts. "You set the alarm off about 30 minutes ago just as we finished our training lesson in the gym. Are you feeling alright? Do you need anything?" Uraraka leaned back into the pillow, exhausted, and shook her head. Guilt and shame were taking the place of the memories of the atrocities. She had caused them all a great deal of anxiety by abruptly setting off the alarm. Those who were close to her would carry the traumatic experience etched in their memories even though there was no memory of it or even of what had occurred. Deku was becoming more and more involved in her issue, and she couldn't stand the idea of him still holding himself responsible for the wounds. When Deku mentioned, "Oh, the others wanted to know if there's anything you want brought to you," Uraraka opened her eyes and fixed him with a look. He held up his phone so she could see the group message, which had some of their friends typing non-stop because the green-haired teen was taking so long to respond. Without turning away from her computer, Recovery Girl expertly tapped the keys and said, "No outside food, snacks, or drinks, Midoriya. She's on a limited diet until I'm comfortable with her condition." Izuku sent a text to the group and watched as his text bubble appeared. "Ah, of course, I'll let them know." He immediately received a barrage of objections from people, mostly Mina, but Ida retaliated to take back power. Uraraka focused on the pins in her leg instead of the now rapidly texting Deku. In different parts of her thigh, thin, rounded metal sticks stuck out of her skin. The thing that unnerved her the most was how many of the supports had been used. even though they were only a few inches protruding upward. In order to keep her femur straight and immobile while she healed, at least 8 had been embedded in it. Although her quirk largely prevented those kinds of injuries, the risk increased dramatically if the life-saving ability wasn't used. Although Uraraka had never broken a bone in her life, she felt small, vulnerable, weak, and useless after receiving one of the worst breaks. At least according to Recovery Girl. Would she always feel this way from now on? Ochako, girlie, we brought some things to cheer you up. With a broad smile on her face, Mina bounded through the door with excitement, her arms stuffed with trinkets and treats. The other girls chattered excitedly after them. Recovery Girl jumped out of her chair and left the room for a while to enjoy some quiet, pursed her lips at them, and said nothing. Before long, Midoriya was encircled by the girls, the teenager attempting to distance himself from the commotion. As she gave the brunette a tiny origami of a frog that she had made, Sue said, "We're here to cheer you up, Ochako. I hope you don't mind us barging in like this. Hey, Midoriya." Then Midoriya waved and said, Hey, Sue." Ochako grinned wearily as she studied the tiny green ornament in wonder. "Of course not," she said. The attention to detail in the folded paper was astounding. Even a tiny baby frog on its mother's back was present. Sue's origami skills had always been exceptional. Mina rounded on him swiftly, a cunning smile lighting up her face as he turned red. "Midoriya, you seem to be constantly visiting our dear Ura by yourself. Any special reason for that?" Mina asked. When he put one arm over his face, the other girls laughed at his response and smiled knowingly. Before hastily leaving the room, Deku squeaked out, "I just wanted to make sure she was all right. If you'll excuse me, I have something to do. On the other side of campus, so bye Uraraka, I'll see you later." Uraraka felt a little sorry for him, but her classmates quickly distracted her from his retrenchment. Mina snickered loudly behind her hand, "He's got it bad," until Toru gave her arm a light thud. "What? I'm never wrong with my love intuition." Toru nervously pressed her gloves together, pressing her fingers together, letting go, and then doing it again. "So, how are you feeling? Recovery Girl and Mr. Aizawa haven't been keeping us totally up to date on your status." Uraraka began slowly. "I'm fine, definitely starting to get tired of not being able to move," she said. At the moment, being immobile was the least of her worries, but they didn't yet need to know that. It was already decided that Deku would not be aware of it either. She was aware that he wouldn't tell anyone. Jiro twirled one of her jacks and said, "We noticed Midoriya sprinting after Aizawa today. Was there a reason for that?" He never said anything and just chased after him. The girls all nodded in agreement as Sue added, "Yeah, he was like in full panic mode once he saw Mr. Aizawa booking it. I know he still feels guilty about you getting injured, so we were beginning to wonder if something happened to you." Cementos blocked the corridor connecting to the infirmary and All Might ushered us back towards the dorms. It was rather odd both teachers turned us all away, even Ida couldn't reason with them. I wonder if Midoriya got in before they arrived. Eventually we snuck past, though that was mostly All Might giving in and letting us go after a snack bribe. With complete embarrassment, Ochako rubbed her nape with the hand Deku held and said, "Oh sorry, I guess I had a night terror and it set an alarm off, so Recovery Girl and Mr. Aizawa came running." His touch still made it feel warm. Apparently I wasn't responsive when they showed up, so they might have assumed the worst. Mina whirled on the stool she had discovered, stopping suddenly to glance at her friend before spinning full speed in the opposite direction. "Dang, girl, we need to get you healed up quickly. Can't Recovery Girl just kiss you and fix you up?" Mina asked. "My strength hasn't recovered enough for her quirk to be effective, so I'm stuck healing the normal way. I can bring you a tea that is supposed to help with your immune system and overall well-being. Maybe that will help you gain your strength back," Yaoyorozu replied. "I can have it shipped straight to the school right away, though it may take a day or two since it comes from a rare fruit deep in the jungles of the Amazon. I have a supplier at the estate who may be able to find it sooner." With her arms folded across her chest and a delicate finger pointing at the co-class representative, Mina abruptly stopped spinning and said, "Why don't we just stick with some good old-fashioned green tea? Recovery Girl might be okay with that since she's controlling what I eat and drink now." Mina excitedly threw the pile of snacks onto the brunette, saying, That's boring? I even brought you some mochi squares, your favorite. Oh, and a bunch of other snacks that you can just hide by floating them." Uraraka winced when her quirk was mentioned, but she quickly covered it up by grabbing the mochi and putting it eagerly to her face. At the strange response, Sue cocked her head but said nothing. The holder of the frog quirk was immediately able to see through the act. "Thank you. It's my favorite kind too," Jiro said, That isn't the last of the gifts either, and they all gave her a hopeful look. She took a box out of her jacket pocket and showed it to the brunette, who was perplexed. Your phone was damaged once we found you, so everyone in the class pitched in and bought you a new one. It's already programmed with everyone's numbers and we even set the wallpaper. Bakugo ruined the photo, but we just photoshopped a smile on his face. Here. I put some sick tunes on there as well, and lots of pictures of me to help motivate you, Mina laughed. Since Uraraka had only ever used a flip phone, the touchscreen felt strange, so she carefully picked it up and swiped her thumb up to unlock it. The class photo was set as the wallpaper since there were no apps open on the main screen. With smiles on their faces as they posed for the camera, everyone held signs wishing her a quick recovery. Bakugo did have a fake smile on his face, which the brunette found hilarious because it was so unusual for the pyromaniac. Even Mr. Aizawa was present, but he didn't appear to be particularly pleased. I don't know what to say, thank you. Sue embraced the teary-eyed girl, and the others did the same, embracing their friend. You're welcome, Ochako. Now you can text us whenever you feel lonely. Classes start up again tomorrow, but we'll come visit after they're over, alright, Sue said. The group left for the evening as soon as Recovery Girl came back an hour later, with the agreement to follow up with her the next day. After the door closed, Shio moved to the side of the bed and sat down heavily on the stool that Mina had been using. She began by inquiring about the visit's outcome and the snacks they brought in so she could control how much of them she ate before moving on to the standard medical inquiries. The elderly nurse didn't sigh deeply and give the teenager a dejected look until Ochako had responded to all of the questions. Ochako, we've been looking into the type of paralytic you were sprayed with and I'm afraid it's not looking good. Detective Tsukachi pulled records of similar attacks and it appears those affected never recovered their quirks, even after receiving top-notch medical care. There are some things we haven't tried yet, but I'm afraid there may not be much more we can do after that, I'm sorry. Uraraka barred guests from the infirmary for almost a week, even rebuffing Chiyo's argument that it would be beneficial for her to maintain her social life while undergoing a protracted recuperation. Her new phone would go off several times an hour, but it was still on the table beside her. When she was told the news a few days ago, the little hope she had that her quirk would return had vanished. Principal Nezu stopped by again to let her know that the criminal responsible for her injuries had been caught and imprisoned while UA charges were pending. As well as the police. Mr. Aizawa had also followed along, remaining silent as his employer went over everything with his pupil. Throughout, Uraraka stayed silent, giving occasional, subdued answers to questions while averting her eyes. Chiyo left the brunette to ponder her thoughts while she followed them both out of the infirmary for a private discussion. Ochako gazed numbly out of her bed's window. She had mostly ignored Principal Nezu's conversation, but it stood out when she learned that the criminal who had attacked her in particular had been taken into custody. He claimed that it was more of a show to get the league's attention and get them into their rankings than a direct attack. The machine they were using was stolen from a truck they had taken after it had left a factory approximately a month ago, so they didn't know much about it. In an attempt to find the source of the quirk paralysis, the police and school were occupied with locating the stolen cargo, but thus far, no leads had surfaced. It didn't really matter what they said anymore. The minute Recovery Girl brought up the subject, Uraraka had given up on ever regaining her quirk. The brunette ignored it as the door clattered open again, closing her eyes to try to block out the thoughts that were bothering her. She could hear someone settling into a chair next to her as it screeched softly. Whoever it was stayed quiet, either waiting for her to notice or honoring the fact that she was attempting to fall asleep. Before Uraraka finally gave up on sleep and opened her eyes to see who was there, the wall clock ticked slowly for countless times. With his head in his hands and his fingers tangled in his disheveled green hair, Deku sat stooped. When she noticed something falling onto his lap, she cocked her head to get a better look. He was in tears. What is it over? Did something happen because the teachers wouldn't have told him anything without first talking to her? Ochako reached out and gently placed her tube-covered hand over his. The brunette decided to wait and let Izuku work things out at his own pace after he remained motionless for a minute. I unintentionally heard the teachers talking about your peculiarity, he began in a low, scratchy voice. About how they can't, that there isn't. Uraraka forced herself not to cry out in a choked sob by biting her lip. Her hand slipped from his and struck the bed hard, but she didn't care that the blood tasted tangy. Her chest constricted significantly as tears streamed down her cheeks and soaked into the gown that covered her body. That was not supposed to be revealed to him. This would have been the last blow to his mental fortitude and morale because he still carried the burden of guilt. There was no turning back now that he'd heard, probably while he was trying to see how she was doing. In order for her friends to continue their quest to become superheroes, she would have to leave the school. Deku finally lifted his head from his hands as Uraraka mumbled, "It's not your fault, Deku, don't blame yourself. I did it to protect everyone and my quirk was the ultimate sacrifice." There was a heaviness in the air due to the amount of grief that was shared between them and the enraged Virescent locking onto the broken auburn. Uraraka. The brunette noted how he flinched at her abrupt change in tone, watery eyes widening, and bit out a little harshly, "Stop. I will never blame you for this, Deku, I wanted to protect you and the others. Dwelling on it does nothing but drag you down on your path to become the #1 hero. Feeling guilty won't bring my quirk back, neither will trying to fix anything. It's gone and the chance of it coming back is slim to none, so it's best to just forget about it. How many times have you sacrificed yourself for the sake of everyone else? How many times did you suffer injuries just to ensure citizens were safe? You have an amazing power, Deku, and you can continue to use it for the sake of others even if I can no longer do the same. If you were in All Might's position right now, what would you do? Sit around and be dragged down when people need heroes, or would you go back out there, give it 100% all while giving a smile?" Izuku stared at her in silence, opening and closing his mouth several times before taking a deep swallow. Uraraka was correct that it wouldn't help anyone to sit around lamenting her loss of quirk, but she was also his friend, one of his first true friends, and he wanted to support her no matter what. She had pushed him more times than he could remember, supported him more times than he could count, and even rescued him during the battle with Class 1B when his powers went out of control. Despite suffering severe injuries and losing her quirk, she was now attempting to do the same thing once more. It caused a painful tightening of his chest. He was falling farther and farther behind Uraraka, who was once again displaying her unrelenting strength. As she shakily wiped away the tears still streaming down her cheeks, Ochako said softly, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have snapped like that." More tears quickly replaced them. She gave up and let them fall, but she continued to look down with a tear in her eye. "And no, you're right, you don't need to apologize. I didn't mean to overhear the teachers, we're all worried about you, Uraraka, and you can always rely on us. We're in this together, aren't we?" Deku replied with a slight sniffle. Even he was finding it difficult to control his tears. The brunette gave a quick, eye-averted nod. She was tired of exploring the issue further between Deku, her classmates, and the teachers. To keep the memory of the attack fresh, Detective Tsukachi checked in every other day with updates or to request more specific information. Did her parents learn about it from the news outlets reporting on it, or were they ever informed? Perhaps when she was really alone, she should give them a call. "What's today gonna be?" A voice boomed into the room, startling them both, Deku literally falling over with his chair and Uraraka jerking her bad leg upward. The brunette's expression was agonized before going blank as her soul started to separate from her body, and she clamped her hands over her mouth as the pain forced the breath straight out of her lungs. In a panic, Deku scurried from the floor to grab hold of the departing soul and prevent it from floating away. He hurriedly pushed it back down and then worried about the brunette as she inhaled sharply and her hands gripped her chest in terror and pain. "I told you not to do that." Aizawa glared sharply at Mirio as he walked in behind the third year. "She's still severely injured, take that into account next time before you throw open a door and yell like an idiot." Mirio waved a hand at the expert and then turned to face the first-year students who were staring at him with wide eyes. "Ahaha, sorry, that was my bad. Yo, Midoriya. And what was your name again, miss?" Aizawa shook his head, then grabbed a chair at the end of the bed and sat backwards in it. "Ochako Uraraka." Perhaps this was a mistake. Though Mirio was frequently a little too spirited in everything he did, the idea was to inspire his student to keep trying to bring back her quirk. Mirio bowed sharply and apologized to the brunette, saying, Right. I was kind of careless about the entrance." Uraraka exhaled a shaky breath and leaned her head back against the pillows. Forget about sleeping. Her heart was pounding 100 miles per hour and she was more alert than ever. Beats per minute, that is. Deku went back to his seat on the other side of the bed, but he kept a closer eye on the monitor that was connected to his friend. "Mirio, what are you doing here? I didn't expect you to come visit Uraraka." The screen flashed the 3-digit number warningly because her heart rate had soared. In silent support, his hand started to reach for hers, but he stopped and just clasped the other one, placing them against his lap. It was going to be a more serious conversation that needed their whole focus because Mirio and Aizawa were present. Izuku nodded in agreement, and Mirio went on, "Mr. Aizawa asked me to come see you to try and help you through your problem." He told me the gist of it, so I'm assuming Midoriya knows what's going on as well if he's here, right? I can understand how it must feel to not have your quirk. It's like an endless deep ache that you can't get rid of. We were born with these incredible gifts, yet as soon as they're gone we feel helpless and useless. I'm more adjusted to it now since I've had a few months to get used to the emptiness, though you've only just recently lost the ability to utilize your quirk. Add on the fact that you were severely injured and it makes for a double whammy. Ochako said humbly, her eyes still fixed on the plainly patterned infirmary blanket. You've remained upbeat the whole time, Mirio, but all I can think of is how useless I've become as a hero. I couldn't even protect my friends from the explosion while you still had the strength to save Eri against Overhaul even when quirkless. I don't even have the strength to be healed by Recovery Girl, so I'm stuck sitting around all day medicated while my classmates continue on their paths to become heroes. I don't expect you to feel any different, Uraraka, because you're still entering the world as a new hero. I've had years to adapt and strengthen my body and mind just to keep smiling through it all. I'm not saying it was easy by any means, but the path to becoming a hero isn't a casual one to take. You've got to not only prepare yourself physically, emotionally, and mentally, but trying to balance all three can be tricky when curveballs are thrown at you. The best thing to do is keep your head up even if you can't muster a smile. I told you all what it takes to be a hero, what it entails, but there's no amount of words to explain what to do when you suddenly lose all hope of continuing down that path. We're still working on tracing the paralytic back to the main source, but it could take weeks, if not longer, to find it. The best thing for you to do now is to stay within the walls of UA to get healed up. It'll be much safer than trying to leave the school, right? Aizawa was spot on. Uraraka tensed at the mention, her chestnut locks shifting as she looked up at him. What did he do? Izuku straightened up in the chair and asked nervously, you thought about leaving the school? Ochako stammered out, Deku, it's not, I figured, as she stared at him, feeling like an animal in a corner. Her heart rate jumped in panic, and Aizawa held up his hand to get her attention as the monitor flashed again. It would be best to take the two troublemakers and leave since she was too agitated to try to talk. He could already hear Chiyo reprimanding him. Take it easy, Uraraka, no one here is trying to make you feel like you're trapped. I was going off a hunch about you wanting to leave. I'll have Recovery Girl give you something to help you relax more. We can discuss things later when you're ready to talk. Let's go you two. Midoriya, you've got a lecture to sit through and you may as well join him for your carelessness, Mirio. One more piece of advice, Uraraka, Mirio said, returning his focus to the brunette while grinning as usual. All may seem lost right now, but just remember you're not alone in this fight, so feel free to depend on those who are supporting you from behind. They may very well be the ones to save you from giving up on your dream of becoming a hero. It'll be hard, but try your best to keep smiling. Uraraka was once again left silent as Aizawa pulled the two by the backs of their collars. She sighed in defeat and buried her head in her pillows. Now that Mirio was involved, nothing was going as planned when it came to telling her friends the truth, but she could see why Mr. Aizawa had brought him in. After having his quirk blocked, he was still taking a break from being a hero, but he was much more hopeful about the result. Despite her best efforts to maintain her composure, Deku was devastated that her quirk had not returned, and Uraraka was at a loss for what to do. Though fate chose to punish the brunette even more, she had no intention of telling anyone that there was no hope left. Her lips were pulled by a frown. Did she do something that deserved this punishment? Had she veered off course because she was too self-centered in her quest to become a hero? Or was it that she lacked the courage to tell her friends about the internal conflict that was tearing her up? It's true that she hadn't told them everything that was happening at the moment, but she was still processing it all. Auburn quickly glanced at the phone that was still on the end table next to her bed. Ochako had plenty of time to think things out while she was in the hospital, and since she was alert and focused, she grabbed the phone and dialed the number she knew. Mom, you should be good to go now, Ochako, but you'll have to stay on the crutches for at least another week to ensure the bone stays lined up and heals properly until your next session. Limited physical activity, ice it before bed to keep swelling down, come back to me if you need any more pain pills. Aizawa and the other teachers will be keeping an eye on you and reporting back to me if you do something against my rules. Understand? Chiyo looked at Ochako with a grave expression. The teenager nodded as she clumsily tried to move the crutches cushion beneath her arms to a more comfortable position. After the pins were removed in another surgery a few days ago, Recovery Girl had to recuperate for another week before she could make any progress on her leg. Good. You've still got a long ways to go, but just don't forget you're alone in this struggle. Now go on. I've got a bunch of discharge paperwork to complete. Ochako made a quick head bow and said, Thank you, Recovery Girl, for everything. She then struggled with the crutches and moved slowly into the hallway. The nurse simply waved her away with a smile. Although the girl had experienced ups and downs, it seemed that her will had once again grown stronger. Although the healing process wasn't easy, she was confident that she would conquer her fears and grow into an even more resilient hero with her friends by her side. Deep in contemplation, Uraraka clacked her way slowly down the empty corridor. After much self-doubt and time, she finally understood what she most needed. Even though she hadn't yet told them the whole truth, she was grateful for her friend's unwavering support in keeping her upright. In addition to being honest, her mother had advised being open with them in order to deepen their friendship and hero status. After speaking with Mirio last week, the brunette felt that it was finally time to tell them, even though it would not be an easy conversation. In keeping with his promise, Deku had brought notes for the finals preparation and even offered to help her review any material she was unsure of. The memory made her huff with amusement. He didn't seem to understand that every little thing he did for her only deepened her love for him. She was happy to spend every moment with him for the time being, but perhaps she would tell him later, once he had become the most popular hero in Japan. Miss Uraraka, recovery girl finally released you from the infirmary? The brunette was using crutches to get down the hallway when All Might emerged from the teacher's lounge. As her teacher approached her with a smile of relief, Uraraka blinked her thoughts away. Oh, All Might, I didn't see you there. She just released me a few minutes ago, so I was going to head back to the dorms. The former professional chuckled as she turned red and turned away. It's a relief to hear you're doing better. I know young Midoriya has been worried about you every waking moment, she said. Though I feel he's still blaming himself for your injuries. I've told him it wasn't his fault, but I know he still harbors some guilt over my quirk being gone. I didn't realize he overheard the other teachers talking about it, so that made it worse, I think. He's trying to stay positive for my sake, but I can tell it's eating at him constantly. Uraraka sighed. It'll take some time for him to process everything, though I'm positive he's already looking into a way of reversing it. He even asked me if I knew anything about the factory where it was stolen from, but that's a secret between us. All Might nodded. Really? On some level he can relate, since his quirk arrived much later in life than normal, and we both know he'd do anything for his friends, so I'm sure he's already gotten some information at least. Does he know you were released? Uraraka sheepishly admitted, no, I haven't texted anyone yet since I'm too scared to try and take my phone out while using these things, and All Might just laughed. She was carrying a bag on her back that contained all of her personal belongings, snacks, and even her medication, which she was expected to carry with her everywhere. Unfortunately, she couldn't easily reach her phone because it was stuck somewhere deep. He should be showing up any minute so I can have a chat with him, but why don't you see if he'll help you back to the dorms? Our meeting can be delayed a day or two, no worries. It was nothing important anyways. I'd rather someone be with you on your journey back. I've been on crutches before, it gets tiring to use them. Uraraka shifted uneasily on the crutches as she attempted to better position her one good leg on the floor. If you're sure, she said. How do people get around on these things? They're so uncomfortable. You can always try to tape some towels around the cushion to help, but unfortunately there isn't much more you can do to make them comfortable. I've used them before and you never can get used to them, but it helps to push with your arms instead of leaning on the cushions for support. Ah, there he is early as usual. All Might was pointing toward the hallway's end. Izuku had his hand to his mouth and his eyes darting quickly across the pages of a notebook while he mumbled. Uraraka suppressed a laugh as All Might shook his head in an oh well gesture. The muttering nerd never stops. He didn't look up until he had stopped a few feet away from them both. He first gave All Might a perplexed glance before turning to face his mentor, who was pointing to his right. The teenager looked quickly between the two incredulously, and Uraraka spat out a laugh. Uraraka chuckled. What kind of reaction is that? As Deku threw his notebook back in shock and backed up against the wall, his eyes wide. You Uraraka, why you? When? Ochako smiled broadly at his response, saying, I just got released a few minutes ago, sorry for not telling you, Deku. I couldn't figure out how to text while using these things. It was nice to see him once more. Before heading in the direction Uraraka had come from, All Might flapped his hand at them and said, Young Midoriya, why don't you help your friend back to the dorms? We can have our meeting another day. Take care you two and have fun. He was whistling a happy tune as he did so. Deku jolted out of his startled daze and picked up his hurriedly discarded notebook before turning to face her. Are you okay now? What about your leg? Shouldn't you still be resting right now? He asked. I'm on limited physical activity and I still have to report to Recovery Girl at least twice a week, but I can eat whatever I want now. Oh, I still haven't eaten my mochi square, so those are first, Sue said she was hanging onto them in her room, so I'll have to get them from her. You'll really like them, Deku. They're the best things ever. I actually lost about 10 pounds while being hospitalized, so I need to gain some of it back and then start on working out again. Uraraka began to rant about every food she wanted to consume following her release from the restricted diet. Izuku said, I could use a snack before training tonight, so why don't I treat you for being released? Tea to celebrate your release? Ochako laughed at his response as he waved his hands hastily while his cheeks were rutilated. He was so sweet and naive. Sure. I'll never turn down free food. When the brunette became weary of walking on one leg, they frequently took quick breaks as they crawled through the school. When she became tired, Deku offered to simply carry her, but Ochako declined, saying she needed to strengthen her leg after being motionless for so long. When they finally arrived at the closest vending machine by the training stadium, Ochako let out a loud sigh and collapsed heavily onto the wooden bench. While Izuku went to get them drinks and snacks, she put the crutches aside. While the other leg ached from the recent surgery, the good leg was burning from the activity. She was reminded of the eerie memories by the tiny, almost undetectable scars left by the rods, which shone brightly in a particular light. Although it appeared to be the case most of the time, she had to gamble every night whether or not she would have a nightmare. Her friends were caught in the aftershock, and the same scene of the bus exploding repeatedly played. In some versions, Deku died while attempting to save her, while in others, her classmates met their deaths. In the dark infirmary, those ones always woke her up in a panic, the sheets soaked from her hyperventilation. Izuku smiled and held out the treats to her, saying, Here, they didn't have any mochi, but I figured a sweet bun was close enough. Ochako grinned and said, You're the best, Deku. Thank you, before grabbing the bun and tearing open the box to eat the delicious treat. After the rigorous diet recovery girl made her follow, it was paradise. So what's the training look like for tonight? Is it more power moves or teamwork exercises? Mr. Aizawa wants us to go against someone opposite of our quirk strengths. Aoyama might be up against Ojiro. Kacchan against Tokiyami would be a good matchup. Sue against Sato and so on. He wants us to learn to adapt to opposite quirk users to strengthen our areas of weakness during battles. Deku exclaimed with enthusiasm. Uraraka crumpled up her empty wrapper and hummed, I wonder who I'd be paired with, before reaching for the green tea that was next to her. I would guess someone who has either a strength quirk or someone who uses long-distance attacks, so maybe a heavy power type. Since you can use your quirk to float away from an enemy, going against one of those types would be a disadvantage for you since they could strong-arm you back to the ground. Of course, with your upgraded braces it would be a challenge for your opponent because they would have to move fast enough to react to your extended range of movement. Why don't I fight you, Deku? Deku, obviously unprepared for the question, stared at her in a stunned daze. The brunette clenched her fists together eagerly in front of her, her face determined. Well, you're a power type and your quirk is pretty powerful, right? So we can test the theory of opposite quirks together, she said. After a period of surprise and uncertainty, Deku's expression finally settled on one of mild concern. You Uraraka, what about? Uraraka's fists relaxed as she gazed at the raised, smooth pads that lined her fingertips. Oh, right, forgot about that little problem, she said. Now that her quirk wasn't working and the smile faded into a thin, neutral line, they looked so out of place. It still feels a little weird to not have it, but it's a bit funny if you think about it. I had lost control of my power multiple times before losing it completely, so maybe it's my fault that it's gone for good now. Maybe I've forgotten what it really means to be a hero, or maybe I'm just not meant for this path anymore, Deku. Izuku's brows knitted in confusion as he gazed at her with a flurry of emotions. What are you talking about? Uraraka was usually a cheerful teen who was only concerned with saving money, so it wasn't like her to be so depressed. He felt a sharp ache from something that had changed inside her. It's nothing, don't worry about it. I'm just going on a weird ramble again, Ochako said, shaking her head as she reached for her crutches again. You should probably head into the training center so you're not late. It looks like everyone else is just now getting there. Thank you for the treat, and for always being there for me, Deku. Uraraka. Izuku leapt to his feet, reaching for her with a hand that abruptly jerked to a halt as Auburn and Emerald met. Before she turned and started walking toward the dorms, a comforting smile tugged at her lips. His fingers curled tightly as his arm fell to his side. Under the surface of pretending everything was fine, Uraraka was in pain, and her eyes told him everything he needed to know about her true feelings. She no longer believed that she could become a hero after losing her quirk. Even though she had amazing martial arts abilities, they weren't sufficient to make her a hero in the fields. She was ultimately in charge of her decisions, so it didn't matter what he said to comfort her. But why did it feel like she was going to vanish from his life entirely? Breathless, Ochako paused to rest on the bench outside the dorms. She couldn't help but show her emotions, even though it wasn't her intention to do so when he was already feeling anxious and ill. As her friends continued to get stronger every day and surpass her in their pursuit of becoming top heroes with their incredible powers, she made an effort to forget every waking moment that she was now a regular person without a quirk. She reached out to grab one of the crutches that had fallen off the bench, but she missed it, and the metal device thumped softly into the dirt. Uraraka screamed and threw the other one as hard as she could as grief welled up inside her. How could she be expected to do nothing but sit around all day? While everyone else was training diligently and pushing themselves daily, she was limping around on damn crutches. Why had she come here at all? She had no reason to be at UA at all. If she wasn't even capable of being a hero. Every child's dream was to become a hero and use their eccentricities to aid those in need, but those villains had destroyed that dream in a matter of seconds. As the tears streamed down her cheeks, Ochako balled her fists and pressed the base of her palms against her eyes. Had she simply expressed her feelings to him weeks ago, would any of this have occurred? Could she have lost her best friend in the process, and would she still be eccentric? As he ascended to the top, Deku had no time for small-scale relationships that would drag him down, and there was no use in confessing her feelings for him. Was he feeling the same way at all? Was it only their friendship that caused him to be so worried? Given how hectic school and internships with professional hero agencies were becoming, there was no possibility of a relationship. Ochako's eyes were watery as she stared at the blurred training building that could be seen from the dorms as a breeze blew through her hair. Most likely, they were all occupied with improving their strength, speed, and toughness. While some sought to strengthen their defenses, others focused on refining their special attacks. Given that his arms can't support the force of his blows, Deku was undoubtedly working to increase his speed or bolster his offense. He was also undoubtedly exerting more effort into his strong kicks. Given his training, he would be at the top of the charts in no time at all, and out of her grasp. Uraraka. Swiping quickly at dewy eyes to clear her vision, the brunette turned her head towards the source and blinked slowly. She was instantly drawn to the green hair, and a panic attack swept across her chest. He should have been training now, right? Was there a problem at the stadium? With a sense of urgency, he ran toward her, calling out to her again as he got closer. As he staggered to a halt in front of her, hunched over, gasping for air, the brunette questioned in alarm, Deku, is something wrong at the stadium? What's happening? He looked at her after shaking his head. His eyes were full of tears, and before she could ask him what was wrong, he knelt down and gave her a tight hug. Auburn eyes widened in surprise as she was drawn close to him and her heart began beating rapidly, almost as fast as Deku's own thumping chest. His voice was rough with emotion as he spoke low just past her ear, I'm sorry, I should have seen how much you were suffering sooner. She felt the tears start to fall again, uncontrollably. I don't know what to say or do to help you, but I won't let you think you're alone in this struggle. Feel free to lean on me anytime you need to. You're always there for me, pushing me to become stronger and better as a person and hero when you're the one who needs saving. Don't worry, Uraraka, I'm here now. As her arms slowly raised to slide around his torso, trembling fingers digging tight into his shirt, Ochako choked out, I. Sobs tore at her chest, causing her face to fall onto his shoulder. I'm sorry. Don't be, you haven't done anything wrong, Uraraka. Deku shook his head lightly against hers, their hair catching as his own tears fell gently onto the bench underneath them, occasionally darkening the worn wood. He ought to have realized sooner and made a greater effort to support her. Having lived without a quirk for almost 16 years, he understood what it was like to feel weak and powerless. Others, however, felt as though they had suddenly lost their entire word. The brunette croaked hoarsely against his dripping shoulder, I pushed everyone away because I'm afraid, she said. Afraid that I'm nothing more than a hindrance without a quirk, that I'll just drag everyone including you down. I have no purpose here at UA anymore, Deku, my career as a hero is done and over with. You can't give up yet, not after you've pushed all of us to be better people and heroes. There's always a chance that your quirk will come back. Ochako reluctantly withdrew from the consoling embrace to meet his eyes directly. Even if it does, I won't have the confidence to fight villains anymore thanks to the attack. I still have nightmares about that night, she said. She used the back of a hand to roughly swipe at his scrunched face, which was blurry due to her tears. You're not alone anymore, please let us help you. I don't want to lose you, Uraraka, we're friends aren't we? The others are worried about you just as much as I am, and we'll do anything we can to help you get back on your feet. What would All Might do in a situation like this? Izuku carefully placed his hand against hers. Touching a girl's hands, much less Uraraka's, always made his heart race, but he was at a loss for what else to do to console her. At what he said, she gave a little crackly laugh and relaxed her hands a little. Ochako sniffled, but the faintest of smiles tugged at her lips as he grinned waterily. That's dirty to use my own words against me, Deku, he said. As Ochako paused, chewing on her lower lip uncertainly, Izuku asked hopefully, I'm not too good at consoling people, so I figured if it worked for me it would have an effect on you. Will you let us help you? All of us will work with you on ways to build your strength back up, and we'll dig further into the paralytic you were sprayed with so your quirk can be recovered. There's still hope, Uraraka. There's always hope in the bleakest of situations. Mina loudly interrupted their conversation, saying, Uraraka. You didn't tell us you were released, girlie? Midoriya, were you in on this? How many secret lover things are you keeping from us? The two turned to see the entire class running toward the pair. Uraraka removed both hands from beneath Deku's and used her shirt sleeves to wipe her face. Being a hot, sobbing mess was awful enough, but engaging in a hand-holding session in front of the entire class. Even though it had never happened before since her injury, Ochako knew it was simply his way of offering consolation and support. She would be flustered by the contact if her mind weren't in such a state of confusion. Ida looked between the two, observing their tear-streaked faces and watery gazes, and asked sharply, Midoriya, what's going on? You never showed up for training, and All Might said you were helping Uraraka back to the dorms when we passed him. Is everything all right? Did something happen? Why are you two crying? Are you in pain, Uraraka? With eyes full of unshed tears of worry, Sue gently placed a hand on the brunette's shoulder and asked, Ochako? What's wrong? You can always talk to us, you know, we're all teammates. Jiro worriedly interrupted, she's right, whatever you're going through we'll help you out. The short hero gave Zero an angry huff when he asked, was it Mineta again? I didn't do anything, honest. Kirishima wept as he begged with his friends, manly tears welling up in his eyes. Ochako, we're here for you, so don't worry about feeling like a nuisance to us. Let us know what's going on so we can help you out. Ochako closed her eyes to force the last of the tears from her eyes and sighed shakily as she glanced between her classmates' terrified and worried expressions. It appeared that telling them all was either now or never. She inhaled deeply as Deku stood by her side, then turned to face her friends with determination. We all need to have a chat tonight. Eraserhead was crouching on top of an old warehouse building, his goggles hanging loosely around his neck, his eyes slowly sweeping the shadowy, run-down area. He and a few other experts were dispatched to investigate the area after a tip regarding a factory that produced the paralytic finally came in. Hawks, Midnight, and he were dispatched to look into the lead with the goal of capturing any criminals or bystanders handling the poisonous substance. Only the 3 professionals were sent for their expertise in stealth because the mission was more clandestine overall to avoid arousing the suspicions of the media and the league. Midnight took a seat beside her fellow teacher and swung her legs over the edge of the roof they were living on. Midnight looked at Eraserhead, slender fingers pushing back the deep wine locks that tickled her cheek. What are you thinking, Eraser? It seems like the perfect place to run a dirty operation without raising any suspicions. This place has been abandoned for the past few years, so no one would look twice at the area. No citizens living nearby, deep in the mountains, only one accessible road. Maybe the occasional lost traveler, but otherwise it's a golden base. She had never seen a man so stoic and tense, and it was all because of his student. Eraserhead continued to focus on one building in particular, one that was slightly off-center from the main building, saying, would seem like an ideal location, but until we can gather more information it's nothing more than a hunch led by an anonymous tip. Hawks should almost be done scouting the area for any incoming vehicles or movements among the compound. Although it looked like a typical dilapidated warehouse to the untrained eye, it was clearly recently occupied. While the other doors were partially or completely open to show the dark interior, the main door was closed. He had observed that it had no cracked or broken windows while they were jumping from roof to roof, and that the glass was obscured from the inside by light blockers or curtains. Even if it meant tearing apart every single warehouse, he was determined to uncover the mystery that was undoubtedly occurring in the compound. Hawks radioed in, and both professionals focused on the road that led to the compound. Got 2 trucks headed up the road, transport vehicles for sure. 2 visible occupants in each one. ETA about 5 minutes at the speed they're traveling. I'll keep eyes in the skies, over and out. Midnight abruptly brought up the subject, much to Aizawa's immediate annoyance. I meant to ask how your student is doing. I heard it was a pretty traumatic injury caused by a villain. The news stations are clambering over each other just to get the first scoop plastered on the front page. Oh, don't give me that scowl of yours, Shota. Just because she's your student doesn't mean the rest of us can't be worried. How is she? You're asking this now? He complained gratingly. We have a mission to focus on, we can talk about that later. Namori softly added, tearing her bright cerulean eyes from the road to gaze at her former classmate. You know why I'm bringing it up, Shota. You've got a personal reason for being on this mission because it was your student that got injured on that trip. I want to make sure you aren't going to lose your cool because of that. Since Oboro passed away while they were at UA, he was never the sentimental type, but he had developed a fondness for this year's students. Aside from the fact that he had dismissed last year's class without hesitation, it was almost endearing. I can leave my personal feelings out of a fight, Namori, we're both aware of that. Shota gave her a shady look, but Midnight simply waved her shackled hand away. Yes, yes. Tall, dark, broody Shota has the personality of a sour kumquat when it comes to battle, she said. But this wasn't an ordinary attack either. Whoever is running this business could wipe out dozens, if not hundreds, of heroes, and it needs to be stopped before anyone else is injured. Has there been any headway on reversing the effects? I know Recovery Girl mentioned there wasn't really anything else to do about it, but I'm sure if we can break down the components of the paralytic, then we should be able to create a reverse serum that will reactivate Uraraka's quirk. I can't begin to imagine how the poor girl feels. With a sigh, Eraser rolled his head in Midnight's direction and leaned back on his haunches. She would not stop talking until she received what she desired. The break in her leg was severe enough that even Recovery Girl had to place pins in the bone to keep them straight since she couldn't use her quirk to heal her. The paralytic sapped any energy Uraraka had, so she's been hospitalized for a few weeks and was just released earlier today on crutches with added guidelines. It's torn her down pretty good, but Midoriya seems to be sticking by her side and keeping an eye on her. He's still blaming himself for her injuries, but there wasn't anything anyone could have done at the time. If the machine hadn't been stopped by Uraraka, then things would have turned out a lot worse. She gave us the opening we needed yet took the most damage in return. With her arms wrapped around her upper torso, Midnight excitedly traced her tongue over her canines and trilled. Oh, Midoriya is staying by her side. How romantic. I just love young love, it gives me such chills. Eraserhead hissed, "Focus, the trucks are coming into the compound," and then grabbed a layer of his scarf and pulled up his goggles. 2 trucks rounded the bend in the mountainside, their engines roaring loudly in the quiet of the night, headlights lighting the dark roads. As one of the riders got off to open the chain link fence enclosing the compound, they slowed to a crawl and proceeded to drive in the direction of the central warehouse. To better monitor the movement, Hawks lowered his scouting height, his keen eyes searching the shadows for additional collaborators. It appeared to be just the 4 men thus far, but he felt a tingling sensation in his wings. The building they thought was the main supply house was starting to move, and the feather he had placed in the roof was starting to vibrate more. The other 3 men exited the trucks that were parked outside the main building and waited for the 4th before making their way to the depot. Leading the group between buildings, one man sneered at the other. "Oi, you sure we weren't followed, Jensen? I don't want to deal with any more freak shows popping up out of nowhere to rob the cargo again. Lost a few years off my life for that one." Jensen responded lightly, his manner calm and relaxed as he swiped his thumb across his neck. "Positive. No one ever comes up here unless they're stupid or lost, sometimes both. We made diversion trucks to lure any watching eyes far away from the mountains, so relax already. We've got to get these next loads to the boss or he's gonna have all of our necks." A man threw his arm over the cautious one's shoulders and gave his head a light knuckle, saying, "Yeah, Daiko. Stop being a pansy about these delivery jobs or you're gonna end up whacked. We get a job, we move and deliver the shit, we get paid and go home. Easiest job in the world. Robberies are common in this line of work, but that's why we got special vials of that paralytic stuff to shoot any quirked freak who tries to mess with us." The 4th man fidgeted with his hands in front of him and asked uneasily, "Shouldn't we be more careful with that stuff? Isn't it a permanent quirk eraser, Taran?" Based on his jittery movements and evident fear of what they were transporting, he seemed to be the newest member of the group. "From what I know, it's a short-term paralytic that eventually returns the quirk, but who knows the timing with that. According to the news, the last guy the first shot took a few months before his quirk returned, but at that point he was so mentally fucked up he ended taking his life shortly after because he couldn't handle it again. Fucked up stuff, so don't drop it. Probably toxic to us too." Taran gave the man by the name of Daiko a playful gesture. From behind her hand, Midnight whispered, so it's not permanent, at least that's a relief. But we can't let this stuff hit the streets or it'll cause a massive uprising and villains attacking if the heroes are down. Activity picking up inside the depot where they're headed. Looks like you were right, Eraserhead, that's where their main operations are at. Let's wait until they're in the building before we swoop in and knock them out. Midnight? Midnight skillfully jumped from the rooftop to enter the depot before the men closed the door behind them, saying, already on it, Hawks. Eraserhead relayed, Hawks, keep an eye on the area and report anything suspicious. I'm going in to help her. Then he started running, easily jumping to the next rooftop. Roger. With little fear, the men filed into the luminous room as the depot door groaningly opened. The walls were lined with enormous vats of neon purple that burbled and mixed the material slowly, like clockwork. Just inside the doors, barrel after barrel stood stacked, ready to be loaded onto the waiting vehicles, the front of the red containers bearing a bright hazard warning label. With her fingers poised to rip her suit open, Midnight slid silently along the wall to watch the men. They couldn't take the chance of losing important information about the toxin if they did it too soon with one of the students who was impacted. The group abruptly stopped and bowed deeply to someone who was just out of Midnight's line of sight when a chilly voice said, Gentlemen, you're late. Over the gurgling liquids. This is very delicate material that needs to be transported soon after it's removed from the vat. Did I not tell you that last time, Jensen? Surely you must have informed your two new lackeys about punctuality. Forgive me, Mr. Hojo, after the last shipment was stolen we had to take extra precautions regarding safety. Diversion trucks were used. Midnight was forced to stop when a gunshot rang out, and she watched in horror as the anxious newcomer collapsed to the ground. He screamed incoherently, blood pooling from the wound on his shoulder. She noticed movement above and looked up to see Eraserhead indicating that he was inside and prepared. After giving a nod, Midnight cut through the sleeve of her outfit, releasing a tiny amount of mist that was almost imperceptible from her distance. Although it wasn't enough to put them to sleep completely, it was more than enough to make them feel lethargic and sleepy without them realizing it. It was unlikely that they would be aware of what was happening prior to their takedowns because there were enough toxins in this building to make the air thick. The threat was stated clearly by Mr. Hojo, who said, I don't want excuses, Jensen, I want progress. These are to be delivered to the wharf outside of Tokyo so they can be shipped overseas. I want them there by tomorrow night, is that understood? Jensen stammered, why yes, sir, and then turned to yell at the men to begin snatching barrels. Before heading for the doors, Daiko picked up the injured man and moved him up onto his shoulder. In order to stop the men from taking any barrels out of the warehouse, Midnight boosted her production of the sedative scent. The expert walked slowly between the enormous glass containers, her whip by her side, her heels clicking loudly on the concrete floors. My, what have we got going on here, boys? Seems like a party I didn't get an invite to. Daiko staggered sideways, slurring, what? Who are you, as if you were about to fall asleep. The new recruit on his shoulder had already fainted and slipped out of the relaxed hold, thumping to the ground. The pro turned to face the man seated at the opposite end of the depot and walked casually over the sleeping bodies. His dark mask concealed his bald face, and his penetrating eyes studied her with a vague fascination. His police file flashed through Midnight's mind, and she felt recognition take over. He was one of Overhaul's Yakuza employees. Why was he here when he had been reported arrested? Mr. Hojo got up from his chair and waved his gun casually at the pro, saying, I don't believe we've met before, miss. With her free arm pushed up her chest in a sensual way, Midnight grinned behind the back of her hand. My, you have some manners. I'm flattered you would recognize my youthful appearance. What a good boy you are. You can call me Midnight, dear boy. Now, it would be rude of me not to ask what I should call you, so is there a name you prefer? With an apologetic smile, Yu quickly aimed the gun at the hero and said, Yu Hojo, a pleasure to meet you, Midnight. Though I'm afraid pro heroes shouldn't be sticking their noses where they don't belong. Unfortunately for you, one of my students was injured thanks to this lovely paralytic you have contained here in these vats, so it's become a bit of a personal mission. Surely you understand my reasons for being here now, so I would suggest coughing up any information you have before my intoxicating aroma sends you into a sweet dream. Unless you'd rather I punish you first. Midnight whipped around to warn them from staring at each other. Aizawa clutched his scarf, expecting the Yakuza member to pull the trigger again in a few seconds. Yu stammered out his words, shaking his head to get rid of the sleepiness that washed over him. Well, now, normally I would offer an apology, but it seems I've run out of those along with my patience. You should have run when you had the chance, Yo said. Oh no, her talking had distracted him. This is your quirk. As she approached the struggling villain, Midnight purred. The clock is ticking, so why don't you tell me what I need to know and I'll let you have a nice slumber. Yu's grip on the gun started to loosen, and the gun jerked back and forth as he attempted to keep it locked onto the pro. I ain't no snitch, lady, Well, in that case we can use some more persuading methods to get it out of you. The member of the Yakuza tightened his jaw and used his special ability. Every part of his body was covered in hard crystals that formed a barrier of protection. Midnight sighed and pouted her lips. You had to go and make this harder, didn't you? Well, I've had my fun, so you're free to do whatever you want with him now. Yu Hojo steadied his aim with his weapon again as Eraserhead whipped out his scarf. As Aizawa leapt over a beam to hang the villain from it, the scarf tightened around the gang member's wrist and, with a forceful tug, sent him flying into the air. The man was tightly cocooned as layers of scarf tightened around him. As soon as the expert used his quirk, the crystals vanished. After futilely wriggling back and forth, Yu finally gave up and hung limp from his straitjacket upside down. You're going to tell me what you know about this stuff and where it's coming from, Eraserhead said, pulling the cocoon toward him. Grabbing the man by the collar, he held him up so he could face him directly. He last saw this bastard during their raid on the Yakuza homestead to find Eri. He and 2 other members faced off against Saniter, who won despite suffering some injuries. What the hell would I know about this stuff? I just oversee its distribution. Can't arrest me for managing property that ain't got my name on it, Eraserhead. Hojo grumbled. Maybe not, but I can beat the crap out of you until the authorities arrive and haul you off to jail. Aizawa made a lowly threat. Despite having steely eyes, the Yakuza member hardly batted an eye and maintained a neutral expression. He would have to rough him up a little before the police arrived because verbal threats wouldn't accomplish much in this case. The other professionals wouldn't object too much. With a loud crack of her whip against the ground, Midnight declared, I'll get a few good whacks on him too for Uraraka's sake. Tell us what you know about the paralytic, Aizawa commanded, striking his captive in the stomach with a heavy blow. Yu winced but did not open his mouth. Without giving a shred of concern, the pro let his target swing back and forth and whacked against a couple barrels before using him as a kicking bag. Midnight's sharp eyes stayed fixed on the gang member, and she said nothing. The name had appeared in the police reports because she had read the overhaul report, but they stated that he should be imprisoned for not operating an illegal toxin business. He was saved by a wealthy or powerful person. I ain't telling you anything, damn heroes. You think you're all so great by helping people and shunning villains like us who work hard for a living. I don't know nothing about that student of yours, but it ain't my fault. Midnight spoke up, and both men turned to face her. What would you know about an explosive device that expels the paralytic as a failsafe once the machine shuts off? She asked. Yu fought frantically until Eraserhead struck him hard on the back of the neck and then released his scarf, knocking the man to the ground unconscious. How the hell do I know? We just send the stuff out in liquid form. Whatever happens to it afterwards is out of my hands. Just take me back to jail already. It's better than dealing with damn heroes, Yu cried. Well, now we know there are multiple steps to this process, but the fact that they're trying to send it overseas is a problem, Eraser. This operation goes much deeper than we originally planned, so what do we do now? Hawks walked in through the open doors with his hands stuffed deep in his pockets, stepping on the knocked out men as he reached his teammates. We've got 4 willing lackeys to talk since Baldy over there probably won't spill much more information. I've got police and Endeavor on the way to help clean this mess up, and I've already sent word to the school. Eraser asked, crossing his arms over his chest and quickly blinking to deactivate the quirk. No one else on the premises then. Hawks squatted down to examine the Yakuza member after shaking his head no. Not another soul for miles, so that's comforting. Hey, wasn't this guy a part of the mission with Overhaul and Eri? His face looks familiar. As Midnight looked around at the gurgling vats, he thought, one of his lower-ranking lackeys that Tamaki took care of. Isn't he supposed to be imprisoned still? Why is he out here in the middle of nowhere managing chemicals for an unknown boss? How much of this stuff had made its way into the cities already? Did the villains intend to use it in a large-scale attack? Was it intended to be sent abroad to exterminate heroes in other nations? The direction this was taking didn't sit well with the hero. She had a nagging suspicion that Uraraka was the original test subject. Guess we'll have to keep investigating up the chain to find the main source. I don't know about either of you, but I'm getting hungry. Eraserhead buys? Shota scowled before making his way to the warehouse doors, saying, I've got somewhere else to be. You're on your own. I'll head to the school once I'm done. Nomori asked with genuine curiosity, You never have somewhere to go, Shota. What's going on? Aizawa abruptly halted, placing a hand on the door and cocking his head slightly to allow them to hear what he was saying. To pay a visit to the villains who stole the machinery. As Class 1A processed what they had just heard, there was complete silence in the dorm commons. As the minutes passed, Uraraka kept her hands clenched in her lap, waiting for someone, anyone, to speak. Jiro took one side of her, and Sue took the other, both of them silently supporting her. It was difficult to read Deku's expression because his head was cocked down, but Ochako knew that hearing the story again hurt him too. The teenager took some time to go over everything in detail, pausing occasionally to quiet the whirlpool of emotions raging within. She usually waited until she was by herself before venting her frustrations because she disliked exposing herself in this way. The more she considered it, the more she understood that it wasn't fair to place all of this on them and to involve her in her troubles. Deku felt the same. He always had a smile on his face, just like All Might, and never showed how deeply troubled and hurt he was. They were so similar in the strangest ways, which may have been the reason she was attracted to him. So, Shiro began nervously, and everyone's eyes snapped to him. With a worried expression, he glanced at Uraraka and cleared his throat from the unexpected attention. It's gone. Bakugo snorted from behind the couch, his back to everyone. I think we've established that, idiot, he said. Ironically, he was the most reserved of them all, which was unusual for the hero with the fiery temper. The blonde would be taunting and making fun of him if Deku had lost his quirk, but he wouldn't even confront the brunette in this scenario. Perhaps because he didn't have anything offensive to say or because he respected the gravity of the situation. Mineta whirled around, jabbing his direction with a finger, and snapped back, Bakugo, can't you just say something nice for once in your life? With a tone of annoyance. To calm him down, Kaminari took hold of his arm, but the little hero tore it back and continued to expose Bakugo's lack of compassion. This is a serious situation and you're... The pyromaniac sneered back, further infuriating the small purple hero who attempted to lunge for him. That's rich coming from the pervert who stares at the girls' bodies all the time. How about you fix your own flaws before pointing out others, he said. Why you? Ida stepped between his two classmates to diffuse the growing argument, butting in loudly. Knock it off you two, this is a delicate situation. Think about how Uraraka feels. Yelling about something completely irrelevant is considered extremely rude. This isn't the issue at hand, Kirishima sighed, dragging a weary hand in his face. Both Kaminari and Sato gave a nod of agreement. Yaoyorozu stood up from the couch and put her hands up, pleading, please, let's all calm down for a minute, in an effort to stop the fighting. As the room erupted into a flurry of arguments, Uraraka felt her emotions starting to unravel, the noise painfully rattling her head. Although they were shocked, as she had anticipated, she was unable to foresee the fighting amongst them. Telling them that all of her quirks were gone was difficult enough, but now they were fighting over something wholly unrelated. Tears clouded her vision, and she lowered her head to her hands. She had had enough of putting up with this. While Jiro snarled to herself and bounded to her feet with her fists clenched, Sue wrapped her arm around Uraraka's shoulders. Jiro yelled, enough, and the room went quiet as everyone focused on the teenager. Yes, it's gone, Shiro, and there's no telling if it will ever come back. Instead of bickering about something stupid, how about you focus on what we do next? Ochako is suffering beyond what we can comprehend right now and you're all bickering about Bakugo being an ass. We know he's an ass, drop it. With a meek hand, Koda said, but, what can we do? With a nod, Tokiyami continued, a puzzling question indeed. Todoroki asked his unusually silent friend, Midoriya, is there anything else you can think of that pertains to the loss of Uraraka's quirk? Anything at all you can think of? Izuku gave a headshake. He had spent countless hours looking for any information about the paralyzed, but if not even the world's greatest healer could cure Uraraka, then there was no hope left. The teenager was even more frustrated because All Might had been providing him with updates on the investigations, but nothing had surfaced as of yet. There was no use asking Mr. Aizawa directly because he was keeping any additional information under wraps. This was a risky move for the new teacher and former professional because his mentor wasn't even supposed to be sending him that information in the first place. No, Uraraka already explained everything during the incident in hospitalization, though I accidentally overheard about her quirk not returning. There's no research on this type of paralytic yet. It's different than the one Mirio got hit with. From next to the strangely quiet Pinkette, Toru said, what do the teachers say? There's got to be something they know about the gas. Ordinarily, Mina would have defended Ochako right away, but for some reason, she decided to keep quiet throughout the dispute. After separating Mineta from Bakugo, Ida added, adjusting his glasses, Mr. Aizawa has only given us the barest amount of information to be respectful of Uraraka's privacy, so it's none of our business snooping around for answers. If they find anything they will alert Uraraka first, who will decide whether or not to inform the rest of us. While Kirishima and Kaminari maintained a loose barrier between them, Shiro had Mineta wrapped in a cocoon. From beside Izuku, the typically flamboyant hero, Aoyama exclaimed, so we just sit around, wait, and hope her quirk comes back. We don't know how long that will take. Even if it were a minuscule amount of exposure, surely the teachers and principal would have some idea of how it works after the fight with Overhaul. Yaoyorozu knelt down in front of Uraraka and gently took the girl's hands away from her face, grinning tenderly up at the teary-eyed brunette. No, we don't, but we're going to do everything we can to ensure Ochako has all of the support and love she needs in this dark time. Whatever she needs, whenever she needs us, we'll be there. We're all like a family here, so when one of us goes down, then it's our responsibility to step up to provide support and lift them back up. No matter what you need from us, Ochako, don't hesitate in asking any one of us, even in the dead of night. We're here for you. Always and forever. Kirishima smiled as he put an arm around Bakugo's neck and pulled him in for a one-armed hug and headlock. We may be a dysfunctional family, but we're still family, he said. The blonde curled her lip and gave him a glare, but she said nothing. Sue casually said, I still have those mochi squares in my room, Ochako, I can bring them by whenever you want them. The brunette nodded. Toru put a gloved finger up and said, Mina and Jiro can put more music on your phone so when you have alone time you can listen to something to help cheer you up. Right, Mina? Mina said softly and looked away. Sure. After lowering her hand, Toru leaned forward to gaze at her companion. What's wrong? You're never this quiet. Mina clenched her hands in her lap and said, Ochako wouldn't have lost her quirk if I hadn't released the rope. Uraraka said softly as Mina gazed up at her with sparkling eyes, It wasn't your fault, Mina. I still would have taken the risk regardless of the outcome. I don't blame you for any of it. Being a hero comes with the risk of serious injuries or even death, and I would do it again the exact same way if it meant I saved everyone. After getting to her feet, the pinkette threw herself at the brunette and put her arms around her neck. You're too pure for us, Ochako. When the thick air finally started to lighten, laughter erupted throughout the room. A small amount of anxiety left Izuku's body as Uraraka's mood improved. With everyone on board, he could concentrate more on finding the cause of the paralysis and worry less about leaving her alone. Since the investigation was still in progress, the teachers would only divulge a small amount of information, but he had to be able to do something. He glanced over curiously as he heard the doors of the dorms opening. All Might kept a finger to his lips and waved for a moment to approach. Izuku turned to face his teacher in the cool air and quietly closed the door behind him, removing himself from the group. As they moved away from the doors and headed down the pathway toward the main road, All Might murmured, How's Uraraka doing? With a hopeful gleam in his eyes, Izuku turned to the former hero and said, She seems to be doing better now that everyone else is here to support her. I think it still bothers her to feel so useless without her quirk, but we'll all try to keep her mind off of it. Did you find something else out? Yeah. Hawks texted me a little while ago that they were going off a lead about the paralytic a good ways away in the mountains. I'm still waiting on the latest update, but I figured you would want to know as soon as I got anything. I'm glad she's got all of you to support her now. You and I both know what it's like to feel powerless all the time, but it's a whole different world when you have a quirk then completely lose it out of nowhere. As long as you all continue to stand behind her in support, then I have no worries she'll recover. I was actually coming here to check on her to make sure she wasn't overexerting herself, but I see now it wasn't necessary, Toshinori replied. What are you two being secretive about now? As All Might turned to face the newcomer with his customary composure, Izuku leapt. Oh, young Bakugo, a pleasure to see you again. Bakugo pushed his hands deep into his pants and glared at Deku before turning his bored gaze to his teacher. Save the formalities, All Might. Just tell me what you were talking about with Deku. It has to do with that paralytic, doesn't it? There's no hiding anything from you, is there? Yeah, it was. Hawks is on a mission right now and they're going off of a lead about a possible warehouse holding large quantities of it. That's all I know for now though. I don't want you two stressing yourselves over this, so just leave it to the pros. Okay. And make sure this stays between us. Aizawa would kill me if he knew I was sharing private information with students. Yeah, your secrets are safe with me. Izuku gave him a questioning look, and the pyromaniac almost blasted the annoying expression from his face. Cheeks went to bed, but she asked to pass a message along if I saw your stupid face. What a nerd. If you see her other stupid crutch, let her know. Apparently she threw the damn thing earlier. Thanks, Kachin, I'll let her know if I find it. Shut it, nerd, all I said was thank you? I don't give a shit about your thanks, it's not like I was doing you a favor. Can you please calm down, people are going to bed soon. Die. Die? All Might grinned, sighed, and shook his head at the two arguing. Under that tough, flaming exterior, he knew Bakugo cared more for his childhood friend than he showed, and they had really come a long way since the beginning. He waved goodbye and left for the school, his smile gone. He was sent on a brief errand by Principal Nezu to see how Uraraka and the others were doing, but he was instructed to return quickly. The information he had given to Bakugo and Midoriya would remain private between the three of them, but if his suspicion was right, they were going to face more difficulties. A paralytic spray that could effectively kill a quirk permanently was a dangerous issue, but the blocker shots that were used when Overhaul held Eri captive were one thing. Recovery Girl still didn't know if or when Uraraka's abilities would come back, so she had to wait while closely monitoring her. All he could do was hope it wasn't too late. As Uraraka and her classmates stepped outside the mall, she asked with a hint of dread, "Is it really necessary to go shopping right now? What about practice?" With a cane in hand, her friends had pushed her onto the bus and refused to give her any details about where they were going. During his walk to the gym, Deku was also gracefully abducted and thrown in, so even he was unaware. From the other side of the bus, Mina excitedly clapped her hands together and exclaimed, "Yes, you need to get out into somewhere fresh and new, since you've been stuck in the dorms for a week as well as the infirmary stay. Besides, Mr. Aizawa was called to some important meeting or something, so he released us of practice." Toru agreed, throwing a sweaty arm over the pinkette. "We could all use a bit of a break after the incident." As the car screeched to a halt against the curb, Jiro lowered her headphones to hang around her neck and said, "There's some new instruments I'd like to check out as well. Midoriya, you're in charge of Uraraka for the duration of the trip, don't take your eyes from her for a second." Uraraka looked at Izuku with amusement as he stammered out, his hands shaking back and forth, What? Why am I in charge of Uraraka? And not that I mind or anything, I'm just trying to understand why I've been placed in charge, shouldn't she make that choice for herself?" As usual, adorable. She glanced at Jiro and Mina before continuing. They were fully aware of it. Mina had taken the love matcher game to a new level ever since Deku had been coming to see her all the time to help her get better. She would take advantage of any opportunity to get them together alone. To keep the atmosphere from being destroyed, she simply pushed away the guys in the class who didn't understand. Ochako stamped the cane against the metal floor and then easily pushed herself up, saying, "I'll be fine on my own, it's not like I can get far with this thing, right?" She had become used to the torture device after the first few days, and she frequently found herself tossing it in the air whenever she truly missed the feeling of her quirk. After completing another healing session, Recovery Girl gradually gained the ability to bear more weight on the leg. However, she occasionally required assistance, which is why Class 1A provided the graffitied walking stick. She moved quickly to the stairs and then carefully descended the 3 steps, using her good leg as a balancer until she was back on solid ground. She was able to stand on the leg for longer periods of time after Recovery Girl gave her exercises to help her rebuild the muscles that had weakened over the weeks. Naturally, the pain returned if she exerted herself too much, and the cane was used extensively. With a wave, Yaoyorozu exclaimed, "Meet back in an hour, have fun you too. Call us if anything happens," as she and the other students entered the packed shopping mall. Uraraka shook her head and sighed. Although it was clear what they were doing, Deku appeared oblivious as he stood next to her, uncertainly ruffling his untidy hair. The brunette repositioned herself on the handle of the cane and gestured for him to follow her through a less congested area. "Is there anything you need while we're here, Deku?" She slowly shook her head, saying, "Not that I can think of. Did you need anything, Uraraka?" It's not as if she had the money to buy anything recently, or ever, for that matter. She had never had much money growing up, and since she didn't need anything right now, there was no reason to waste it. "Nope. I understand why I was dragged out here, but honestly I don't want to deal with the crowds with this thing. You're free to go join the others if you want to." Izuku blinked several times, then flushed and looked away while rubbing the back of his neck. "That's okay. I don't mind spending time with you, Uraraka. I really enjoy hanging out with you." Uraraka's eyes widened slightly and her heart skipped a beat. No way was possible. Did she see anything? He frequently felt uneasy around women, but recently he had been trying to reassure her by covering her hands. His concern for her and the guilt he felt for not protecting her sooner must have been the only reason. It couldn't have been anything else, could it? As they passed, a teenage girl whispered to her friend, "Whoa, isn't that the hero Deku? He's so cool. Who's that girl next to him?" Her eyes flicked briefly to Uraraka before focusing on Deku, who was unaware as he searched the mall for something to do. "Should we go say hi?" The other girl whispered loud enough for both of them to hear, "Doesn't it look like he's on a date with that girl? Who would want to date a cripple like her anyway? She's probably not even a hero." As more and more fangirls gathered around them, eager to see a rising star in person, Uraraka felt her exuberance burst like a popped balloon. In addition, everyone was aware of their faces and skills because they participated in the school festival. "Hey, Deku, why don't we?" Ochako began, but their escape route was cut off when the crowd around them unexpectedly grew. "Wait, isn't that is, it's Uravity, she's so cool, I wish I could fly like her. Can we get your autographs? Are you two dating? How long have you kept this a secret? Whoa, did your leg get injured in that villain attack? Can you show us your quirks?" Uraraka's eyes became stony and gloomy, and she tensed. Her inner turmoil was so loud that it drowned out the girls' voices and even her own heartbeat. She lived each day knowing that her quirk was no longer present, but she was unprepared for the fact that people still thought she was a strong quirk user. Uraraka took advantage of the opportunity to move undetected to the outer edge of the hormonal tangle while the girls focused on Deku. She had to escape and find a place to breathe because the cramped space made it hard to use the cane efficiently, and she didn't notice the stick falling out of her hands. As Ochako found a bench far away from everything, the teenagers appeared to fade from her mind. She sat with a heavy pounding in her head that made her sick, so she lowered her head against her legs to calm it. Acting as though nothing was wrong caused a deeper cavern in her chest to fill with sinister thoughts that threatened to ensnare and drag her beneath. She began packing her belongings to leave the school one evening, the bag still full and unopened by her closet, as the thoughts became increasingly overwhelming. She was fully aware that her friends were present, but none of them could comprehend the heartbreaking loss of what was essentially her whole reason for attending UA. Despite losing his quirk during the altercation with Overhaul, Miro maintained his optimism. Her own weaknesses were exposed, but she was unsure of how to get past them. She needed to be as strong as Deku, but she had to get over her fear that was stopping her from taking action first. Every waking moment of her days was clouded by doubt, and she snorted in a low voice. Whenever possible, it was easier said than done. But surely she had to start somewhere? "We'll always have these emotions, won't we?" The brunette heard a shifting sound and felt someone's hand on her shoulder. Uraraka raised her head to look at a mildly worried Deku because no one else in the world had such a gentle, warm touch. He was always so considerate, but that's just the nature of friendship, isn't it? Deku gently said, "Uraraka, are you okay? I'm sorry for what those girls said," giving her all the time she required to take in the situation. On his way over, he had picked up the misplaced cane and held it tightly. It warmed her heart that in spite of the adoring fans, he came over right away to see how she was doing. Despite the nagging guilt, she was grateful that Deku always prioritized his friends. Ochako muttered under her breath, "It's to be expected," and then put on a comforting face to allay his fears. Her desire to use a thumb swipe to remove the stress mark on his forehead was intense, but it passed quickly. She had feelings that he would never fully experience. "Don't worry about it, Deku, girls can be mean sometimes. What do you say we skip the mall and find something else to do for an hour? Aren't there a few gardens nearby?" "Oh, actually there is, and they should be holding an annual final bloom display before winter fully hits. It's not too far if you can make there on foot. Here, you dropped this on the way accidentally." Uraraka smiled and started off at a modified jog, leaving Deku behind with the cane still in his hand. "I didn't notice I had dropped it, thank you. You know what, why don't you hang on to that and I'll race you over there?" Uraraka said. Izuku watched as she used her strength of will to beat him and put some distance between them. Her sincere smile, her chestnut locks gently swaying to reveal those warm auburn orbs that radiated kindness and fierce determination, made his heart skip a beat. Uraraka always seemed to captivate him with a simple smile, sending a humming sensation of warmth through his body whenever he looked at her. He promised to always make sure she was smiling because he would never grow weary of seeing that joyful, positive side of her. It was somewhat perplexing why he always felt so agitated around other people, but when they were alone, it seemed perfectly normal. When Uraraka yelled, "Deku, you aren't even trying, you're going to owe me a lot of mochi if you don't beat me to that bus stop," Izuku jolted out of his reverie to see her beckoning him with a raised hand. Sorry." Principal Nezu raised his teacup to the three professionals seated across from him and praised them, saying, "Excellent work, all three of you. We've now successfully recaptured a villain who was released from prison and put a stop to the distribution of more paralytic barrels. It was a fine team effort. Though now we are faced with a greater threat of a global distribution and it will have to be stopped before it gets out of control. Aizawa, you went and spoke with the villains captured on the mountainside, correct? Yes, sir. They claimed the truck they stole it from came out of the southern region unmarked and manned with only a few hired guns. With some persuading I was able to get a description of the marking on the transport crates, though I've never seen it before. There's nothing in the police database about it either, Detective Tsukachi checked. Nezu drew the piece of paper closer to look at it after Aizawa slipped it across the desk. His typical grin quickly turned to a frown as he realized who was responsible for the attacks. Well, I haven't seen this mark for quite some time now. I thought the police had rounded them all up after that failed public bombing, but it seems a few had escaped. It's quite interesting to know that they're still functioning within the shadows. With Aizawa leaning forward in her chair in shock, Midnight said, "You know who they are?" "Of course. I have dealt with a few of them myself in the past when I was actively working with the police force to disintegrate underground gangs forming. They called themselves the Quantum Council and they were a relatively small, but intelligent group of villains who transported deadly materials all across Japan to hero-dense areas. Though they had all their bombs set up and ready to detonate, the heroes had been tracking them for a good while and put an end to their actions before any lives were lost. I'm amazed they're still hanging around, seeing as this all happened at least 15 years ago. What also piques my interest is the fact that Yu Hojo was recently bailed out of jail for his crimes of serving under overhaul. My guess is the Quantum Council bailed him out to use him for security while producing the paralytics, then hiring men to transport them to specific areas. This certainly has my fur standing on end with excitement." Aizawa folded his arms across his chest and leaned back in his chair, taking in as much information as he could. What reason would they have coming back after so many years? He asked himself. What was their goal the first time around? They can't be doing this just to wipe out the quirks of heroes, can they? From my understanding of their workings is that they are trying to create a world where everyone is equal. Almost ironic thinking about it, because there would be no peace or equality if quirks were to disappear. In fact, everything and everyone would fall into a deep chaos that could last decades if not longer due to the abrupt upheaval in society's rules and guidelines. The world as we know it would suddenly turn into a massive fight club that would see thousands of innocents combating in the streets. With the heroes and villains gone, humans would resort back to an archaic age of survival of the fittest in which no one could stop. Humans sure are entertaining once they revert back to primal instincts. Nezu tittered sadistically as his teacup trembled wildly, spilling the amber contents across the table. After he calmed down, Midnight gave him a handkerchief, and the principal hurriedly wiped up the mess before stroking his fur. So if their goal is to erase the quirks of heroes, then those machines must be part of their plan to cause widespread destruction before releasing the paralytic. I'll snoop around and see what I can find. Endeavor is already digging for any information that he can at the moment, so I'll update him with what we've learned. If you'll excuse me. Hawks made a brief bow and left the room with Nezu's blessing. After waiting for a nod of approval, Midnight followed Hawks, her chains clinking softly with every step. I have some contacts I can reach out to for more information as well, so I'll be departing if nothing else is needed, sir. Nezu put his cup down on the plate and gave the teacher his customary smile. Now that we have a bit more privacy, Shota, I'd like to discuss the matter of your student Ochako Uraraka. With his fingers interlocked, Aizawa laid his arms out on the table after uncrossing them. Since the investigation into the attack was still ongoing, he had been waiting for the update for a few days. With so many people coming and going, including the police and professional heroes who worked closely with the school, Nezu had hardly left his office. He and All Might had to watch her for the time being. There's no indication of her quirk returning, but physically she is healing. Her classmates were made aware of the situation and are doing their best to support Uraraka at this time, but I don't feel she's revealing everything on her mind. It would be best for her to be monitored closer in case any darker thoughts begin to manifest. Shota was upset ever since the conversation he'd heard in the warehouse. If what they said was accurate, Uraraka might experience emotional overload and a psychotic episode if her quirk quickly reappeared after she had adapted to living without it. When he couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, he would search the internet for examples of similar incidents. The happy endings of the few he found were not typical of this kind of paralysis. They were aware that Mirio's was caused by a quirk blocker, which could only be reversed by possibly rewinding his life force. However, that compelled Eri to test a student. For a young child who was still learning to control her abilities, it was too much to ask. You're talking about the conversation you overheard at the warehouse. Yes, that would seem to be a problem if she were to suddenly have her quirk returned to her and she was unprepared. I looked into the person who died from having his quirk suddenly returned, and he appeared to have the ability to generate mild electrical sparks that emitted from his fingertips. It seems he suffered a mental breakdown once it returned, and as he had forgotten how to control it properly, ended up electrocuting himself while showering. Terrible fate that we must avoid with Uraraka, as she could begin floating and lose control mid-flight. Do you know where she is currently? Aizawa put his palms on the tabletop and gazed at the principal, his eyes unblinking. The class took her out but didn't mention where they were going. Iida informed me the class was headed to the shopping center not too far from the school. She's not completely healed yet, so she couldn't have gotten too far. I understand the need to keep an eye on her, but if she's constantly under lock and key, that may also have a negative effect on her mental health. I'll see if Recovery Girl can help her out a bit once she returns, but I should go check in with the class representative to make sure everything is under control. If need be, I can make it there in no time. Readjusting to society won't be easy for her to do so as long as her classmates are with her. I won't worry as much. I'll contact Detective Tsukachi and see if he has any more information regarding the Quantum Council, then get back to you. You're dismissed, Aizawa. After an exciting flower display, Uraraka and Deku walked out of the gardens, the teenager leaning slightly on her cane. Ah, I'm going to miss all of the pretty flowers. I hope spring gets here soon, Uraraka said cheerfully. Her leg had become even more agitated from all the running, and the walking stick had become her best friend. Additionally, because she had a disability, it allowed them both to enter the event more quickly. She didn't like that everyone was staring at her face and her cane, and the older people gave her a few angry looks because of her obvious youth. She objected to the short walkways through the indoor gardens, but the staff persisted because they wanted to avoid more injuries. Being shown through secret entrances to reduce the walking distance was a little awkward. Uraraka shook her head and laughed, while Deku nodded, his fingers pressed to his mouth. It was interesting to see how detailed the descriptions of each flower were. I'll have to write them down in my notebook when we get back to campus. Of course that's what you were doing, Deku. Deku quickly responded, rubbing an embarrassing hand on the side of his neck. I mean, the flowers were pretty, but their scientific names and origins were pretty interesting too. Sorry, the nerdy side tends to come out without me noticing. As they came to a red signal crosswalk, Uraraka smiled at him and said, It's okay, it just makes you. It would be a bit weird if you weren't nerdy and into that sort of stuff. She ignored the few people who were whispering about her behind their hands. Right now, Deku was the only thing that mattered, not the slandering citizens. Can you imagine yourself as a jock or a band kid? It's too funny to think about. As the crosswalk signal changed to green, Izuku joked, yeah, now that you mention it, that does seem a little weird. As they crossed with the other pedestrians, Uraraka pointed with her free hand. What do you say to some drinks? My treat, since you played babysitter today, and there's a konbini right over there just past that cafe. A few gave her strange looks, but she continued to concentrate on the boy next to her. Their critical gazes instantly shifted to the cane holding her up, and some older women even shook their heads and clicked their tongues. I wouldn't want you to worry about that, Uraraka, really you don't have to. Too late, already doing it. Come on, Deku, let's get some drinks for your hard work today. Aye. Thank you. Since the store was packed with people getting off work, Deku practically made the brunette listen to him insist that she take a break on a bench outside while he collected the money for the drinks. Ochako exhaled deeply and leaned heavily on the wooden seat. The amount of walking they had done around the expansive gardens had left her leg aching, and the frequently uneven ground didn't make matters any better. She lightly traced over her palm, which was developing calluses from holding the cane. The padded fingertips curled tightly together after tilting upward. Despite the school's intense efforts to find the villains linked to the paralysis and machinery, weeks had gone by with no improvement in her quirk returning. Even though Ochako was currently exempt from finals, the fact that this would be her final outing only made her feel even more isolated. They were there to support her no matter what, but between her and finals, the latter was far more crucial than the brunette with the secret depression. Given that winter break would fall immediately after the finals and provide Ochako with some time to reflect, returning home for even a short while was an option. By then, perhaps she would have made up her mind. What's a pretty lady like you doing out here by yourself? Here, I've gotten you a drink since you look a bit parched. Ochako looked up to see 3 teenagers hovering around her, one of them tall and blonde, offering her a drink that had already been opened. Their auburn eyes hardened and their beings radiated malice. Deku remained in the store and was defenseless against them. Their physical strength would quickly overpower her as well. Given that the drink had already been opened, they had undoubtedly slipped something into it. She was able to use martial arts on them in spite of her injury, but she was still working on regaining her full strength. I'm with a friend, thanks. As he examined her face more closely, the black-haired teen put his hand over his chin and said, "Come now, we're all friends here, aren't we? Say, you look really familiar, like I've seen you somewhere before." Ochako pursed her lips and leaned back as he stank of alcohol. There was nothing she could do to stop this from getting worse. With only one strong leg to pivot on, her martial arts skills were less effective, so the cane she carried with her would be her primary weapon. The third teenager scratched his flaming red hair and said, "Ain't you the one that got attacked on a trip or something with a school? What school was it again?" Ochako immediately realized that he was probably just the group's bronze and not its brains. With a chilly expression in his blue eyes, the blonde sneered, "UA High School, where the future heroes of Japan train to protect the citizens in need. Ain't that right, Uravati?" A shiver went up her back. He had done a 180, but why? Was there a reason he knew her? Seems even they can't train heroes correctly nowadays if they can't even fend off a few low-ranking villains. Say, why don't you show us that quirk of yours and maybe we'll leave you alone? Seems only fair after encouraging a bunch of low-level villains to start fighting back and endangering us weak civilians. That and for getting my brother arrested a few weeks ago when you were working with that Ryuko agency, wasn't it? Uraraka gritted her teeth and stood with her hand clenched tightly around the cane, saying, "I have nothing to prove to you, so if you'll excuse me now." This wasn't good. This visit was obviously not amicable, but it was now obvious that he was seeking retribution for his brother's imprisonment. Her arm clattered as a tight grip pulled it away from the walking stick. Her last line of defense was gone. Another option was to scream, but that would also create a huge commotion for those nearby. To get away, she would need to fight them off, but they could tell she wasn't completely recovered. There was a significant chance of further injury. The fact that they included innocent people in the conflict was the other issue. The three teenagers laughed as the blonde yanked the brunette along roughly, protecting her body from onlookers who hardly looked in their direction. "You've got us now, Ochako Uraraka, so we'll be leaving that useless stick behind. Come on, boys, we've got a fun night ahead of us." With a now leaking can clattering loudly to the ground, they had barely gone 2 feet when something shot through the air and struck the blonde's head, instantly stopping him in his tracks. The fuck? "Let her go, now." Deku held the cane in one hand and a store bag in the other as he stood a few feet away. With a silent, raging rage, Nero's emerald eyes fixed on the ringleader's own startled blue. When Uraraka attempted to pull away, she was pushed into the redhead's arms, which were tightly pinched around hers. She prepared to slam her foot into his kneecap by bracing on her bad leg. His mouth let out a howl of agony, and his hold relaxed enough for her to free her arms and slam the side of her palm against his neck. While the other two nervously looked between her and the newcomer, he fell to the ground, knocked out. The black-haired teen growled and shifted a knife from his jacket pocket to point menacingly at Uraraka. "Listen, buddy, I don't know who you think you are, but this lovely lady was just coming with us for a good time. So I suggest you scram before this gets ugly." The brunette shifted back slightly and raised her arms in a defensive position. That was better than nothing, even though the retaliation would be clumsy. With a slight movement of the cane to his other hand, Deku stated firmly, "She's with me. This doesn't have to get violent, so just let her go and we can end this calmly. There are over a dozen heroes nearby that will come running if you start a fight. It won't end well if you don't back down." "Don't think so, pal. The rough raiders don't back down so easily," the blonde said, slashing his arm out at Uraraka, who had lightning-fast reflexes and swiftly avoided a concealed dagger. Before taking a few hairs with it, the blade's tip barely touched her cheek. As Deku threw out his black whip to bring down the other assailants, she grabbed hold of his wrist, turned, and easily slammed him to the sidewalk. Uraraka, who knelt on the back of the leader who failed in his attack, and the black whip swiftly restrained the rough raiders. With keen eyes fixed on the writhing thugs, Deku questioned urgently, "Are you hurt? Did they do anything to you, Uraraka?" In the distance, police whistles could be heard, and they got louder by the second. Local authorities must have been informed of the situation by a bystander. Their classmates would undoubtedly be racing to the scene to lend a hand. With adrenaline pumping through her body, Ochako exhaled sharply and said, "I'm fine, it's nothing I couldn't handle, Deku." She thanked Gunhead Martial Arts for responding quickly and causing little harm. Even though she wasn't fully recovered, it was comforting to know that she could still defeat an adversary with ease. She swiftly grabbed the knife and threw it aside as the blonde started to wriggle beneath her. She didn't want to take the chance that he might have another weapon, but he couldn't escape Deku's quirk. Your face, Deku said with a startled gasp after moving in her direction. He furrowed his brows as she tilted her face slightly in his direction. It got cut by the blade, but it doesn't seem too deep. Ah, there's a pharmacy nearby that would have supplies, though I think it will be fine until we get back to the school. How's your leg? Did you injure it further? You worry too much, Deku. I don't think the cut is that bad. Ochako held 2 fingers in front of her eyes and used them to swipe at her stinging cheek. A heavy thump slammed into her heart, and blood streaked across the raised padded tips. Her fingers were shaking uncontrollably in her vision as she had flashes of a deep pool of crimson swallowing her whole. Memories of the blood gushing from her hand were hazy against reality as her breathing slowed and her auburn eyes widened in terror. Her ears started to ring loudly as the world started to weigh heavily on her already weak shoulders. Ochako stumbled backwards from the assailant and curled tightly inward, pressing her forehead against her thighs, clutching the sides of her head to stop the intrusive thoughts. Its fiery embrace, wriggling its tentacles up trembling legs with excitement, followed by the deep crimson of the blood flowing from her fingertips to swallow her whole. Deku frantically asked, Uraraka, what's wrong? Is your head hurting? As the brunette abruptly balled herself up, fingers digging into her hair as though to quiet her thoughts. He knelt before her and gingerly took hold of her quivering arms when the brunette didn't react. I'm here, Uraraka, it's okay now. Whatever's after you can't get you here. Uraraka said, almost inaudibly, the blood, so much blood, which caused green eyes to widen in alarm. What was she discussing? Only a tiny amount of blood was visible from the cut on her face. There wasn't any, despite her injury, so what was she talking about? Blood? What blood? Midoriya, what happened here? A racer squatted next to his pupils in barely disguised fear. Fortunately, he had located the remaining members of the class at the mall. However, they informed him that the 2 were not present on the property, so he instructed them to remain where they were and proceeded to search the area. He hurried over as quickly as he could because the crowd and police sirens revealed where they were. Midoriya attempted to comfort Uraraka, who was trembling and seemed to be out of it. His students struggled a little with the bottom of the barrel scum, judging by the 2 teens who were tied up and the third who was unconscious. Deku sat on his haunches next to his friend as Aizawa gestured him back, allowing the teacher to examine the wound that was actively bleeding. Those 3 men tried to walk away with Uraraka, and when I confronted them they became aggressive. She took out the one with red hair, but the blonde struck her with a blade. She subdued him pretty quick until I bound him. After she looked at the blood on her fingers, Uraraka began trembling with fear, but I'm not sure why the sight of it would cause her to panic. Despite the fact that some new beads bubbled up across the slice, it was quite shallow. As soon as he saw the smear mark covering her skin, he knew what had caused it. The expert firmly grasped her shoulders with his hands. He had experienced mental trauma before, and his friends had saved him from the gripping depths on innumerable occasions. He was shocked that it had taken this long for it to happen after everything she had been through. He suspected it was related to the night terror. Uraraka, there's nothing here to harm you anymore, so I need you to open your eyes for me. Whatever you're seeing right now isn't real, it never was to begin with. Your mind is replaying the trauma you went through and making you believe it's real when it isn't. Midoriya and I are here, so use our presence as a means to ground yourself back to reality. Start by slowing your breathing down, then try to focus on our voices. With each soothing breath she exhaled, Uraraka's trembling gradually subsided as she opened her eyes to gaze hazily straight ahead. With a few slow blinks, the brunette looked from the teacher in front of her to Deku at her side, who gently grabbed her left hand as it slipped off her scalp. She watched in confusion as 3 hooligans were taken away by the police to their cars. There were still a lot of people hanging around, but a local expert soon started shoving them away to make room. Mr. Aizawa, what are you doing here? What happened? As she moved to a more comfortable position on the ground, Aizawa let go of her shoulders and said, you had a PTSD flashback from your injury that was triggered by looking at the blood on your hand. Those 3 tried to kidnap you, but Midoriya stopped them. Is your leg injured? Her eyes were still filled with confusion, but at least she was more aware than before. It would be some time before it cleared completely. Ochako said, slowly, trying to remember what had just happened, in a weary voice, my face stings a bit, but other than that I'm fine. Deku went in to get drinks, then they showed up and offered me an open container, which I denied. The blonde man seemed to change his mood completely when he realized I was Uravity. He mentioned something about me being the reason his brother got arrested when I was working under Ryukyu. As Shota rocked himself up into a stand with his hands stuffed deep in his pockets, Deku added hopefully, they called themselves the Rough Raiders if that helps at all. He allowed his students to go outside for some free time on this particular day. This was not going to make Principal Nezu happy. To protect the students, the next step was to implement a campus lockdown. What were you two doing away from the mall? Weren't you supposed to stay there with the rest of the class? Iida already told me you two wandered off without alerting them. Well, Deku began nervously, looking at Uraraka, who turned her head away. Her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, which he could see. It was getting really crowded, so we decided to find something else nearby to do. We just came from the garden across the street to get drinks when this all happened. We were going to head back to the mall within the time frame given. I apologize, I should have alerted the others where we were going, but things didn't go as planned. I see. Get her to Recovery Girl when you all get back. No more running off on your own anymore, got it? I'll stay here and clean up this mess left behind. The school will be alerted of your arrival back to campus. Of course. Uraraka, is it alright if I carry you? If it's easier I can put you on my back. Your leg must be hurting pretty bad right now. Ochako took a moment to regain her equilibrium before Deku knelt down in front of her, but she nodded and accepted the assistance to stand. Attempting to settle on his back was a little awkward at first, but as soon as he stood up, she found that she had adjusted well. She put her arms loosely around his neck and they started walking back toward the shopping center. Ochako grimaced into the back of Deku's hair, the blood memories gone from her mind. Everything seemed to be a dizzying blur, making it hard to remember what had just happened, and it deeply disturbed her. Was it so traumatic that she was unable to remember anything that had happened? Was it because her leg had been brutally broken? After all these weeks, not even the memories from the explosion had returned, and the frustration was starting to boil over. Izuku's voice was barely loud enough for her to hear her say, "I'm sorry for leaving you alone out there, I didn't think anyone would mess with you." She scowled after a moment of realizing what he had said. He wasn't to blame. Nobody could have imagined that a disgraced citizen would come up to her and try to take her away. Ochako muttered into his hair warningly, shaking her head momentarily, "Deku, don't worry about it, there wasn't anything you could do. I guess I had zoned out, so they took the opportunity to approach. If they hadn't knocked my cane away, then maybe I could have taken them all on." She was feeling tired and the adrenaline was beginning to wear off. "Without Deku constantly saving me, I could have dealt with them on my own if I had kept my quirk." Uraraka. The brunette sighed, clutching her eyes shut to keep the tears from streaming out. "I don't want to talk about it anymore, please, Deku." Fighting to try to live a normal life had worn her out to the point where she felt it was no longer worth it. Even if you were just a peculiar hindrance, was it worth it to keep trying to stay with them? Deku said softly, "I understand." The walk back to the mall was suddenly tense and uncomfortable. Even though he could hear the pain and exhaustion in his ear, his friend would always shut down and act as though nothing was wrong, no matter how many times he tried to convince her to trust him with her tumultuous emotions. Uraraka refused to open herself up, which only made the pit that was swallowing her descend farther and farther out of reach of the hand that was willing to save her. He wanted to help her so badly. Her whispers during the panic attack were the most concerning to him. Blood. There had been some cuts and scrapes when he had discovered her following the villain attack, but based on her words, it seemed like there had been a significant amount, enough to turn reality into a living hell. Izuku Midoriya felt helpless and weak when confronted with the one person he couldn't save no matter how hard he tried, despite the fact that the quirk residing within his body was strong and a formidable force to be reckoned with when facing villains. When they got back to the mall grounds, the rest of the class rushed to them in a panic, their cries of relief and anxiety overwhelming them both. After Aizawa told them to remain put, Uraraka did her best to calm the girls down, but eventually she fell silent to allow them to swoon over her. Meanwhile, the boys demanded that Izuku tell them what had happened. After a minute of explanation, the rest of Class 1A had a better understanding of the situation, but the uneasiness lingered. Zero rubbed his nape guiltily, and the others nodded solemnly. "Man, I didn't realize how traumatized Uraraka was from the attack. I feel like there's more we should be doing than just trying to keep her cheered up all the time. But how exactly do we try and bring this up with her? If you can't even get through to her, Midoriya, what hope do the rest of us have? Trauma can affect people differently. Perhaps there's a different approach than trying to coax her out of it." Tokiyami made the suggestion. With all eyes on the dark shadow holder, Kaminari asked eagerly, "Okay, so what do you have in mind then?" After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head to face his eagerly awaiting classmates. "Honestly, I have no idea." Tokiyami shrugged helplessly, and the men collectively groaned in frustration. He wasn't exactly an expert in it. Iida explained with an open palm, his normally stern gaze softening. Perhaps it would be best to just let Uraraka come to us when she's ready to talk instead of forcing the unpleasant memories to resurface so soon. Everyone handles traumatic situations better once they themselves have come to terms with the event. I understand we're all upset about what happened, but all we can do for now is continue to support our classmate in her time of healing. I've been instructed by Mr. Aizawa not to push Uraraka regarding the matter, so let's give her time so she can sort things out at her pace. We should board the bus to return to the school. We do have finals coming up in just over a week and various study groups have been planned out for each day before the test. Uraraka will need to be escorted to Recovery Girl as well. A few complaints of agreement filled the air as Kaminari and a few others started to plod towards the waiting bus. I hate tests, but I hate study groups even more, Kaminari complained. Izuku, Iida, Todoroki, and Shiro remained rooted to the ground. After a good minute of silence, Midoriya said, I don't think she wants us to know how bothered she is with losing her quirk. The other three turned to face him. He wanted to tell her that he knew exactly what it was like to be quirkless, but he was unable to do so. All for One immediately targeted anyone who discovered the secret of One for All's power. All Might had forewarned of the repercussions of disclosing the secret to those who were close. One day, after decades of friendship, he told him his secret, which not even his best friend David Shield knew. Todoroki inquired, What do you mean, Midoriya? Shiro crossed his arms and said, We're her friends, right? Shouldn't she be able to tell us anything that's on her mind? It's not like we're going to criticize Uraraka for everything that's happened lately. None of us figured out ahead of time villains were going to attack the bus. We had our doubts about another camping experience, but there was assurance that everything would be fine. Uraraka doesn't believe she can be a hero anymore, Izuku began slowly, remembering what had been said to him just over a week prior. Her confidence has disappeared, and even if her quirk were to return, she's afraid of returning to the field and being attacked again. I think she's even considered leaving the school because of it. Shiro raised his hands almost in desperation and said, Leaving? Isn't there still a chance for her quirk to return though? The school's gotta be doing something to find a cure. Iida put a hand to his chin and added, The school and the pros are still investigating the incident, but they've started tracking down villains according to my brother's agency. He had been keeping it a secret until the investigation was more complete, but he felt that the other students needed to know. Particularly since Uraraka had already told them what had transpired. They still don't know much, but there's been rumors of a mass production of the paralytic that drivers were distributing to docks in order for them to be sent overseas. If something like that were to get out, then all of the heroes in the world would just become normal citizens, giving the villains an easy advantage to overpower them. Tensai will update me with what he knows, but I suspect the school is trying to keep all of the information under lock and key. Todoroki added, I can ask Endeavor if he knows anything else. Izuku hesitated to complete the sentence, his throat already constricted, saying, I've been looking into any news articles regarding quirk blockers, but I've only found one public record that dates back to a few years ago. He was filled with dread at the mere prospect of Uraraka experiencing it. As they waited for the green-haired teen to respond, the three teenagers asked nervously, Well, what happened? The man who lost his quirk regained it after a few months. Relieved, Shiro wiped the back of his hand across his forehead and exhaled. That's great news then. That means it can come back at any time for Uraraka, he said. So there was nothing to worry about after all. Todoroki whispered. He wasn't done speaking. Shiro and the tape user slowly dropped his arm before turning back to face a distraught Midoriya with furrowed brows. Izuku concluded swiftly, grimacing at how viciously it came out. His quirk returned, but he'd forgotten how to control it, so he accidentally electrocuted himself while in the shower, killing him instantly. Everyone else winced. If her quirk returns suddenly, then it could potentially cause her to float away uncontrollably. Isn't there something we can do to prevent that? I mean, we can't watch her all hours of the night in case she abruptly starts floating again. From the bus steps, Bakugo yelled, Get on the damn bus, you fucking idiots, we're waiting on you, and violently interrupted Shiro. We've all got shit to do. Deku, you fucking nerd, shut your mouth and hurry up. Before turning to face the yapping blonde, Todoroki said calmly, we should go before Bakugo decides to blow the entire bus up. We can discuss this later tonight and maybe sit Uraraka down as well. Iida started shouting at Bakugo to show consideration for those around them, and Shiro and Izuku soon followed. In the late afternoon, the bus rumbled back towards the school, humming with low conversation. Uraraka's mind was a million miles away from her aching body as she stared out the window while the other girls talked softly around her. As they made their way back to the school, they were enclosing her in a protective barrier from people she didn't know or care about. She had no doubt that Recovery Girl would eat her ear off, but all she wanted was to go to sleep. Every night was an erratic and frequently unsuccessful attempt to achieve the elusive state of sleep. Mina had allowed her to borrow a concealer, but it was no longer enough to cover up the bags under her auburn eyes, which were getting darker every day. Everyone would be busy studying for finals, which were in about a week, while she sat around tending to her sore spots. Winter break was approaching, and the remainder of her class would be returning home for almost 2 weeks to rest after the testing was over. Although Ochako's parents offered to take her home earlier so she could recuperate in a more tranquil environment, the brunette rejected the offer, saying her friends were taking care of her and keeping her company and she didn't want her parents to spend their meager resources on taking her home too soon. Ochako genuinely enjoyed what they did, but she was so worn out by her classmates' incessant attention that she frequently excused herself early from discussions or events in order to have some alone time. Then Deku appeared. Deku was a sweet, innocent, and kind person who was so determined to help her that it only made her heart hurt more. He was there for her no matter what. He stayed with her in the infirmary, helped her get over the most difficult obstacles that kept knocking her down, escorted her out of the infirmary after she got the 2 metal tripping hazards, and hurried to console her when she finally lost it in frustration. After the mall had overwhelmed her, Ochako even went so far as to take her to a garden because the questions raised by the public were too much for her to handle. Her battered body was filled with guilt, which was heightened by every small gesture. She was aware that it was because he was worried about her well-being and that he still harbored some guilt over the accident, but it was taking his entire focus away from becoming Japan's most popular hero. She had become a little irritated with him for taking the blame for the attack while he was carrying her back to the mall, but neither of them had any control over it. Although Ochako was tired of all the sympathy, worried glances, and silent discussions directed at her, she hadn't intended to snap. She only experienced quiet when she was in the infirmary or confined to her secure room. Ochako was startled out of her reverie by Sue's voice. "Ochako, we've made it back to the school. We can walk with you to the infirmary if you'd like." She glanced over blearily to see her friend holding the cane lightly in her hands. Uraraka scooted to the edge of the seat and then grabbed the miserable cane, saying softly, "That's all right, Sue, I can make it there myself. Thank you for the offer." The annoyance was already growing as only a handful of students were left on the bus to wait for the brunette. She didn't want their sympathy or worry. They were dealing with more than a traumatized, crippled classmate. She silently exhaled, letting go of the frustration. She shouldn't hold them responsible because it wasn't their fault. They were worried about her health. She would apologize after leaving Recovery Girl and returning to the dorms. Jiro stood up and began, "Are you sure?" But Sue stopped her with a hand on her arm and a slow shake of her head. Reluctantly, Jiro pursed her lips in concern and lowered her arm. After Mina placed a soft hand on her friend's shoulder, the 3 of them watched in silence as Uraraka hobbled off the bus and made her way to the hospital by herself. "Ochako doesn't want us to worry over her. It doesn't do either of us any good to constantly be draining ourselves emotionally and mentally. This is something she needs to handle herself, so we should back off. She has to learn how to handle her grief to overcome the trauma she's experienced. All we're doing now is just pushing her further away from us. Isn't that the gist of it, Midoriya?" Sue glanced at her colleague with a finger on her lips. Over the course of the weeks, she had been able to decipher the clues, and today confirmed her theory. Midoriya stood a few seats up and gave a solemn nod. "Yeah. We're doing more harm than good right now by constantly hovering around her trying to be supportive. Uraraka has to be the one to sort out her emotions first and then willingly come to use for help. I've tried to get through to her every chance I could, but she's falling deeper into herself, and if we push any harder, I'm afraid she may try to leave UA completely." "Leave? She can't just leave after coming so far. There's still a chance her quirk will return, right? Ochako's come too far to just give up now, especially after encouraging the rest of us to keep a positive attitude even through the toughest of times." Mina held onto her hair tightly with tears into her eyes. "I can't imagine my life without Ochako now, but what can we do to help? Leaving means she's giving up completely, and I'm not okay with that." Jiro comforted the pinkette as she began to cry, saying, "We'll figure something out, Mina." The teenager on a mission. Sue repositioned her bag on her shoulders and walked with deliberate steps toward the stairs. Jiro and Midoriya exchanged a look, and then they did the same, with a sobbing Mina trailing behind. They had no choice but to wait for Uraraka to come to their aid. Recovery Girl scolded Ochako as she hurried around the room for supplies and medicine, the brunette sitting solemnly on the infirmary bed with her head down. Barely a week later and you've gone and injured yourself, Ochako, really now? I gave you simple instructions and you couldn't even follow those. Why on earth did you risk delaying your healing to fight off some thugs? Were you trying to use kickboxing on them or something? Good grief, I'm never going to retire at this rate. I can heal you up but it's going to drain you pretty good, so I may as well have you stay overnight for observations. Any more slip-ups and I'm going to keep you in here until you're completely healed, understand? Ochako said softly, yes, and the elderly nurse sighed. She needed to realize how serious the situation was, even though she was already punishing herself enough. Her chances of a typical recovery period and success rate decreased with the amount of damage she sustained while trying to recover from a traumatic injury. She could certainly cure the girl physically, but trying to tame the mental and emotional monsters was a completely different matter. It appeared that those two were causing her more suffering than any real physical discomfort. Chio sat down on the stool next to the bed and asked, "You're being awfully quiet, Ochako. Something on your mind?" Before giving the girl a change of infirmary clothes. She hardly gave them a look before placing them next to her. Aizawa already sent a message ahead of your arrival explaining what happened on your outing. Do you remember anything from your panic attack? I don't. Ochako gave a slight shake of her head while continuing to look at the tiled floor. She felt terrible for putting so much strain on those around her. The teen tried every day to overcome her fears, so it wasn't that she didn't try, rather, it was that she would fall 3 steps back as soon as she took one. I see. You had Midoriya pretty worried there, Chio said, feeling an alarm go off as the old pro straightened in her seat without even flinching from the girl in front of her. This was not typical of her. Normally, when she heard the name, she would have shown some emotion, but she stayed motionless as a statue. She must be suffering from guilt. I know. Has your leg been giving you any trouble lately? No. Have your friends been supporting you through this difficult time? Yes. Recovery girl studied the student in front of her, chewing on her lip thoughtfully. The shortest responses, averted gaze, lack of emotion, monotone, and darkening bags under her eyes. Uraraka was more energetic just over a week ago after waking up and leaving the hospital, but something seemed to change in her so quickly. Although Aizawa had voiced his concerns about the potential for a psychotic episode in the event that her quirk reappeared without warning, there were still insufficient explanations to support the worry. With no better information, the UA staff was left to wait while the villains were being tracked down through the chains. Uraraka finally flinched just enough to allow the nurse to catch on and begin slowly drawing her back in when she said, "You have thoughts of leaving the school. You believe your place here is no longer warranted due to the fact your quirk is no longer active. There are other options besides leaving, so why take the most drastic path? Your friends are all here, standing behind you and supporting you through your trauma, yet you want to abandon them?" Uraraka muttered, "I have no place here." The nurse leaned forward to listen more clearly. "Why do you believe that? My quirk is gone. I'm nothing more than a burden to them. They can continue on their path to becoming heroes and all I do is hold them back." Ochako looked up at her, her expression gradually becoming dulled and uncertain. "What is one of the first things a student at UA is taught?" he asked. "Teamwork. In the classroom, outside of the school, in the practice fields, internships, during battles. You learn to trust one another to build a stronger relationship so that you can rely on those closest to you. If every hero went solo and ran around arrogantly thinking they could take on a strong opponent without help, then we'd have no heroes left in this world. Teamwork doesn't just pertain to school life, it grows you closer to your friends who offer support whenever you need it. Heroes aren't invincible, we're still normal human beings beneath that flashy costume. Even heroes need help from other heroes sometimes, though not just in the physical sense. I suggest you take the rest of the evening to figure out what you're doing wrong if you feel the need to push those who are standing behind you and supporting you the most away. Fighting this battle yourself is only going to end with you losing, Ochako." After staring at the nurse for a minute, Ochako nodded and closed her mouth. Chio stretched her lips to apply pressure to her temple in order to heal her leg, satisfied that the message had been understood. Everything should be resolved in another day or so, just in time for finals to end and winter break to begin, if she truly did as she was told this time. Since the attack, the school had been reluctant to allow the students to leave, but the criminals were being apprehended and imprisoned one by one. Chio believed that allowing them to leave the property for a few days would be extremely risky because the trail was getting hotter with every new person apprehended. Since they were stranded on campus all the time, especially following a significant villain attack, they were undoubtedly growing restless. A sated huff escaped between her furrowed lips as she said goodnight to the student and left the infirmary for the evening. Since Uraraka's depression would not be alleviated by coddling, a dose of harsh reality was the best course of action. Even though her friends were attempting to be kind and comforting with their words, Uraraka was clearly greatly irritated by their attempts, which only served to push them away. The former pro had little doubt that the others had already figured it out because they were a clever group.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.